Welcome to the cultivation universe where everything abnormal is normal. And today's main character, Bai Xiaochun, is living proof. A young man who fears death more than the sky falling. A genius whose main talent is causing trouble. And also the only person who can make the entire sect want to beat him, protect him, and avoid him as much as possible. A will eternal, a cultivation story full of laughter. But beneath it is the emotional journey of a seemingly useless person who carries within him a will that can shake heaven and earth. If you want a story that's addictive from the first listen, humorous, touching, and extremely captivating, then this is the perfect choice. Now let's embark on a journey where just one thought is enough to shake eternity. Bai Xiaochun's scalp felt like it was about to explode. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he let out a loud roar. He took out a large number of talismans and placed them on his body. Boom, 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 his body instantly grew taller, about half a meter taller. The moment this light screen appeared, the girl in the pink dress from before rushed out from the shadows to Bai Xiaochun's side, striking the light screen. With a bang, the girl entered the light screen 3 meters before being stopped, unable to continue. The girl let out a sharp, piercing sound that made Bai Xiaochun's ears ache and his mind somewhat hazy. He frantically bit his tongue. When he regained his senses, he saw countless red crustaceans trying to burrow into the protective light screen from all directions. But Bai Xiaochun's protective barrier was too thick. Even with all their might, those red crustaceans couldn't penetrate this final 7-inch barrier and were forcefully repelled. After coalescing in midair, they suddenly formed the figure of the girl in pink. She stared at Bai Xiaochun, let out a cackling laugh, and attacked again. At the same time, a series of screeching sounds came from all directions. The rock formations began to move, turning into stone figures. The fruit trees also shook, sprouting limbs and emerging from the ground, striding forward from all sides towards the 3 of them. Especially the fruits on the trees, each one now displaying a smiling face, continuing to sing nursery rhymes. Among them was a fruit tree very close to Bai Xiaochun, which was now closely following the girl in pink as she rushed towards him. Puppet, Du Lingfei exclaimed. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled. He had never encountered such danger in his life. His eyes were now bloodshot. Seeing the girl charging towards him, he hastily chanted a spell, using all his spiritual energy, and pointed it at her. In an instant, his flying sword shot out, its speed like a black lightning bolt, stirring up a whirlwind. With a loud bang, it directly pierced the girl's skull. The girl let out a mournful scream, her body transforming into countless crustaceans that fell to the ground. The crustaceans struggled, shattering as they fell. The power of the wooden sword hadn't dissipated yet. This was because Bai Xiaochun, under the threat, had used his full strength in a single strike. After piercing the girl's head, it hurtled straight towards the fruit tree man behind it. In an instant, it reached the fruit tree man, and as soon as the man's body stopped, his head exploded, and the fruits on it withered away one by one. Yet, even in death, it continued to sing joyfully as before. This scene filled Bai Xiaochun's heart with even more fear. Fortunately, the wooden sword's power was immense. It was still flying rapidly and directly slammed into the wall. A deafening explosion resounded, and the wall shattered. A huge hole appeared. Many swirling patterns could be seen, resembling long, narrow tendrils, as if trying to weave themselves together again. Charge! Du Lingfei shouted urgently. His body flashed, and he lunged straight towards the opening. But Feng Yan was closest to it. He endured the pain and took out a black pill, throwing it towards the young man he was fighting. A resounding explosion echoed, the shock wave spreading. He used the force to propel himself forward, straight towards the opening. With a whoosh, Feng Yan reached the edge of the opening. He was about to rush out when his expression suddenly changed. 2 enormous stone lions suddenly burst in from outside the opening, roaring to the heavens. One lunged at Feng Yan, the other at Bai Xiaochun. These 2 stone lions were none other than the 2 stone lions guarding the main gate. You can't get away. Lingxi sect, you all deserve to die. The young man fighting Feng Yan laughed loudly, his body flashing, and he continued to entangle Feng Yan. Seeing the gap rapidly closing, Feng Yan shouted loudly, his hands forming a series of incantations. Immediately, several large fireballs, the size of a human head, appeared around his body, radiating intense heat and exploding in all directions, creating waves of fire that spread in all directions. The stone lion was forced back a little, and the young man from the Luo Chen family's face changed color. Two fruit tree humans were also struck, one directly exploding. The other, as it retreated, was shattered by Du Lingfei's sword. A resounding boom echoed. A large amount of green liquid gushed from the bodies of the two fruit tree humans. Inside their bodies, a thin, dying figure was clearly visible, as if more than half of its life force had been drained away. One was unconscious, while the other barely opened its eyes. Upon seeing Du Lingfei, it showed signs of excitement. "Senior brother Ho," Du Lingfei exclaimed. Recognizing the person as Ho Yunfei, she stepped forward and helped him up with one hand. "The Luo Chen clan has rebelled. Run quickly, send a message back to the sect." Weakened, Ho Yunfei grabbed Du Lingfei's arm and immediately poured the last trace of spiritual power in his body into her. Du Lingfei enveloped her entire body in intense spiritual energy, gritted her teeth, and helped Ho Yunfei rush out, their speed increasing dramatically, heading straight towards the opening. Bai Xiaochun glanced over and immediately recognized that this was Ho Yunfei. His body flashed, dodging the stone lion, and he dashed towards the opening. At this moment, all three were flying rapidly. Du Lingfei was closest to the opening, while Feng Yan and Bai Xiaochun were behind, not far away. But clearly, Bai Xiaochun's speed was the fastest, almost reaching Du Lingfei. Feng Yan's face turned pale. The fireball spell had consumed a great deal of his energy. Now, noticing Bai Xiaochun's speed, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He raised his right hand, and another black pill appeared. "Sister Du, hurry and bring the news back to the sect." "I'll help you," he said, throwing the black pill forcefully, aiming it at the space between Du Lingfei and Bai Xiaochun. With a loud bang, the pill exploded, creating a shockwave that further accelerated Du Lingfei's speed. Her body leapt up, plunging into the gap as if merging with water, and she was out. But Bai Xiaochun, still there, was stopped by this shockwave. His body paused briefly before being blocked by a stone lion. Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned red. Feng Yan, as Bai Xiaochun let out a low growl, the wind howled from all directions, and the stone lion directly attacked. Bai Xiaochun tried to dodge, but three more fruit trees also approached. The four puppets joined forces, leaving Bai Xiaochun with no way to evade, and they struck him directly. With a loud bang, Bai Xiaochun's protective light shield shattered after a few flashes. Even the green light of the jade pendant dimmed and crumbled. Although more than half of the external force had been neutralized, the stone lion was extraordinary, and the remaining force still landed on Bai Xiaochun's chest. The immense force caused Bai Xiaochun's body to tremble, sending him flying. Junior brother Bai, Feng Yan saw this scene, a cold smile playing on his lips, but a sound of intense pain escaped his mouth. His speed didn't decrease. In an instant, he was close to the opening. Half of his body had already merged inside, about to burst out. But at that very moment, the young man under Ho Yunfei's command suddenly let out a sharp cry. His body instantly shattered, turning into countless chunks of flesh that hurtled straight towards Feng Yan. In the instant Feng Yan charged out, these masses of flesh and blood suddenly approached, directly wrapping around his body and pulling him forcefully. Feng Yan screamed, once again being dragged away from the gap, which was now much narrower. He gritted his teeth in anxiety, biting his tongue and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood onto his flying sword. The sword instantly turned crimson, but instead of striking anyone, it shattered with a loud bang, transforming into countless fragments that flew straight towards him. He was using this almost self-destructive method to allow the countless fragments to pierce him. While injuring himself, he simultaneously severed the flesh and blood wrapping around him. His body was freed, and Feng Yan was covered in countless wounds, his flesh and blood a mess, leaving him dizzy. Fortunately, under his control, the fragments had avoided vital points. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and swiftly lunged towards the opening. Simultaneously, Bai Xiaochun was struck in the chest by the stone lion, his body recoiling with a pained cry. But the cry was silenced instantly. Bai Xiaochun, startled, stared down at his chest, noticing that although his clothes were damaged, even his leather jackets were torn to shreds, he felt no pain. He was astonished and quickly checked himself, confirming that from the beginning of the fight until now, despite the seemingly perilous situation, he hadn't suffered a single injury. The stone lion's blow, though it sent him flying, left him completely unharmed. While he was still in shock, the pursuing human fruit tree struck him in the back with a punch. Bai Xiaochun's body lunged forward, but he found he still felt nothing and immediately looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. So I'm this strong. Damn it, what am I afraid of now? Bai Xiaochun was extremely excited, now even more confident, and unleashed his speed. With a whoosh, he reached the opening. His speed was much faster than before, and in an instant he appeared at the opening. At this moment, Feng Yan had already crawled halfway out. Bai Xiaochun's speed was so fast that he hadn't even noticed. In his opinion, Bai Xiaochun had already died from the attack of those puppets. Seeing Feng Yan about to leave, Bai Xiaochun's eyes showed a hint of hatred. He swung his right hand forcefully, grabbed Feng Yan's shoulder, and pulled fiercely. Finally, I can get out. At this moment, Feng Yan was still overjoyed. But in an instant, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder, and before he could react, a powerful force pulled him with a whoosh into the hole. No, Feng Yan screamed. Before he could even see why he was being dragged back, his storage bag fell out, and then he was violently thrown up by this immense force, his body flung far away. Only then did he see Bai Xiaochun's figure in the hole. Bai Xiaochun, Feng Yan's eyes turned bloodshot, but he was immediately surrounded by two stone lions. Amidst the explosions, his agonizing screams echoed. Brother Feng, Bai Xiaochun let out a cry of extreme pain, his body flashing as he stepped into the hole. As the hole was about to close, his entire body emerged. The moment he emerged, the hole directly contracted. The exit was no longer inside the courtyard of the Luo Chen family, but outside the main gate. After running out, Du Lingfei didn't dare to stay there but stood anxiously at the edge of the forest in the distance, occasionally looking around. At this moment, she saw Bai Xiaochun come out and was about to call out to him when she heard Bai Xiaochun's mournful cry, his eyes red with grief. Senior Brother Feng, you saved me, not only giving me your storage bag, but also personally stopping those puppets. Senior Brother Feng, Bai Xiaochun, let's go quickly. Hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, Du Lingfei's heart ached. Seeing the rift disappear and Bai Xiaochun standing there in such despair, she hurriedly called out. Bai Xiaochun, with tears in his eyes, rushed over and together with Du Lingfei, they helped Hou Yunfei run straight into the forest. Senior Brother Feng is such a good person. Bai Xiaochun's face was filled with sorrow, and he suddenly turned around. Du Lingfei felt bitter. She hadn't expected this mission to be so perilous. She thought that if she had listened to Bai Xiaochun and not gone to the Luo Chen family, perhaps Feng Yan wouldn't have died. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's sorrowful and desperate expression, as if he wanted to beat his chest, Du Lingfei found it even harder to ignore him, sighing softly. Junior Brother Bai, let's escape quickly. The Luo Chen clan has rebelled. They won't let us send any news back to the sect. I tried just now, but all vibrations here are blocked. The sound transmission jade slip is unusable. Du Lingfei looked at Bai Xiaochun, her words faltering. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled, immediately realizing the danger. At the same time, beneath the courtyard of the Luo Chen family, a colossal palace unexpectedly stood, along with a pool of blood filled with skeletons. Surrounding it were brightly lit formations, and countless members of the Luo Chen family, men, women, old and young, knelt at the points of this intricately interwoven formation. They were all silent, their right hands hanging loosely, allowing the fresh blood to flow down and gradually seep into the points. All the blood of the entire family then gathered and condensed in the central pool of blood. In the center of the pool sat a white-haired old man with cross-legged legs. His expression was not angry but imposing, and with each breath, the central pool of blood seemed to boil. At that moment, the old man suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a faint blood-red light within. What happened? His icy voice echoed throughout the underground palace. A young man among the clan members sitting closest to him quickly replied in a low voice, Ancestor, 3 outer disciples of the Lingxi sect arrived. They came so suddenly that I was caught off guard. Worried about jeopardizing our clan's affairs, I intended to use a puppet outside and then use a formation along with the other puppets to kill them. Unfortunately, I was useless. I only managed to kill one. The other 2 escaped, and the disciple who was captured earlier was also rescued. This young man was the same one who had just fought a fierce battle with Bai Xiaochun and the other 2. He was also filled with worrying. Normally, when a disciple of the Lingxi sect went missing, it would take 6 months to confirm their disappearance. Only then could disciples be dispatched to investigate. That would take nearly 9 months to track them down in the Luoxing mountain range. But now only 4 months had passed, and a disciple of the Lingxi sect had arrived. Not only him, but the entire Luo Chen family hadn't anticipated this. After all, the missing person was an outer disciple, and the Luo Chen family had never revealed any trace of their whereabouts. Logically, they shouldn't have arrived so quickly. Moreover, if Ho Wenfei hadn't uncovered the Luo Chen family's secret, they wouldn't have wanted to capture him like this. Their original plan was only 6 months away from completion. Then the family could escape the control of the Lingxi sect and freely roam the world. But now, another month is needed to outer dissipation. I have already opened the ceiling formation on all 4 sides. Arrange for people to quickly pursue them. Just 1 more month of everything will be fine. The old man said indifferently, not paying much attention to this matter, and closed his eyes again. The young man heard this, took a deep breath, and nodded slightly. Not long after, 7 figures emerged from the courtyard of the Luo Chen family. The one leading was the young man, his true cultivation level now revealed, at the 8th level of the condensation realm. Of the other 6, the weakest was at the 6th level of the condensation realm, and 2 were at the 7th level. They haven't gotten far, chase them. The 7 people suddenly flashed, all revealing killing intent as they rushed straight into the dense forest. In the forest, Bai Xiaojun and Du Lingfei, supporting the unconscious Ho Yunfei, flew rapidly forward. He had also tried to take out the flying ship, but the formation here not only blocked the transmission of information, but also made it impossible for the ship to move. This made Bai Xiaojun and Du Lingfei's expressions even more grim. Silently, the 2 gritted their teeth and continued to run, supporting Ho Yunfei. Bai Xiaojun's face was deathly pale. At this moment, he truly felt the danger had reached its limit. Every inch of his flesh and blood was screaming, even sending out a powerful call, urging him to run as fast as he could. If he slowed down even a little, he would surely die here. This risk of death was countless times more intense than the danger Feng Yan had brought him. After all, although Feng Yan had planned to attack, he still had many reservations and only dared to kill him in secret. If he were vigilant enough, well, he couldn't say he could avoid everything. He could dodge more than half of it, and even find an opportunity to counterattack. But the current situation, as Bai Xiaojun thought about the information they possessed, his heart trembled, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This kind of information concerning the rebellion of a cultivation family, let alone the Luo Chen family, even if it were Bai Xiaojun himself, he wouldn't hesitate to pursue them. The other party would definitely spare no expense to completely silence them. They wouldn't just strike in secret, but would swiftly and decisively eliminate them with lightning speed. They wouldn't even be able to escape very far. It's possible that members of the Luo Chen family are also rapidly pursuing them from behind. That damned law enforcement hall. This mission is basically impossible for an outer disciple to accomplish. Just thinking about the Luo Chen family having a foundation establishment ancestor, Bai Xiaojun trembled even more. Foundation establishment compared to a foundation establishment expert. The difference between a mortal and a Che condensation expert is not much different. Bai Xiaojun's breathing was heavy with anxiety. His eyes bloodshot. I cultivate for immortality at this moment. Bai Xiaojun was almost in tears. Looking back at Ho Yunfei, he couldn't just abandon him to escape faster. He simply couldn't do that. Yu Lingfei's face was pale. Her cultivation was the weakest, and the spiritual energy in her body hadn't recovered at all. At this moment, a bitter feeling welled up in her heart. She knew that this was a matter of life and death. No, it was highly likely to be a matter of life and death. If Feng Yan were still alive at this moment, with her 7th level Che condensation cultivation, and if the opposing foundation establishment ancestor didn't intervene, they would still have the strength to fight to the death. But Feng Yan was dead, and she herself only had 5th level Che condensation cultivation and still hadn't broken through. And as for Bai Xiaojun, Du Lingfei had no hope in such a coward. Unbelievable! On my first mission, I'm going to die here. Du Lingfei laughed bitterly, but she still gritted her teeth and ran. She absolutely wouldn't give up her life unless it was a dead end. At this moment, she reached into her storage bag, took out a pill, and swallowed it. Seeing Bai Xiaojun's pale face, she sighed softly. She no longer held any contempt for Bai Xiaojun and took out a bottle of pills to give to him. By Junior Brother, pay attention to replenishing your spiritual energy. Bai Xiaochun was stunned. He took the bottle of pills, silently opened it, and took out a pill to swallow. But then, as if remembering something, he reached into Feng Yan's storage bag and pulled out 2 more bottles of pills. Brother Feng also has pills, he said, then gave half to Du Lingfei. Du Lingfei silently accepted them. Their speed remained unchanged, and after a while, they arrived at the place where they had previously found Ho Yunfei's jade slip. Looking at the ancient tree, Du Lingfei sighed inwardly. However, regretting it now was useless. The two quickly helped Ho Yunfei and ran. As time passed, Du Lingfei's speed slowed down. Bai Xiaochun, impatient, grabbed Du Lingfei's hand and, carrying both her and Ho Yunfei, ran like mad. Du Lingfei had already noticed that Bai Xiaochun's speed was still as fast as ever. When he grabbed her arm, she instinctively tried to shake him off, but seeing Bai Xiaochun's pale face and fearful eyes, she sighed inwardly. She let Bai Xiaochun pull her arm and run forward together. Just then, Ho Yunfei suddenly trembled and opened his eyes, his gaze filled with exhaustion. Brother Bai, I never expected that after so many years, we would meet again here. Ho Yunfei forced a smile, looking at Bai Xiaochun, who was supporting him, and Du Lingfei. Seeing that Ho Yunfei had woken up, Du Lingfei quickly offered him a medicinal pill. Brother Bai Xiaochun looked at Ho Yunfei and sighed. We still have hope. For their own selfish gain, the Luo Chen clan has ruthlessly killed mortals, using their bones to replace blood. And that Foundation establishment ancestor is presiding over the reverse blood grade technique, so he can't pursue us. Furthermore, the entire Luo Chen clan is currently within a formation. Therefore, there won't be too many people chasing us. Although we can't send the news back to the sect from here, as long as we get out of a certain range, we'll definitely be able to send a message. With such a major event, as long as the sect knows there's a rebellious clan, they'll definitely come here as quickly as possible. Ho Yunfei chuckled, swallowing the pill Du Lingfei gave him. Then his eyes suddenly lit up, and without letting Bai Xiaochun support him, he struggled to keep up with the two. From then on, the three of them increased their speed slightly, gradually reaching the edge of the Luo Crossing mountain range. Not long after, the three of them arrived. Du Lingfei immediately took out a jade slip to contact the sect, but her face turned even paler as she bitterly shook her head. Still not enough, a pang shot through Bai Xiaochun's heart, and Ho Yunfei also fell silent. The three of them continued on their way without saying anything more, dejectedly. Just then, a series of whistling sounds suddenly came from behind them. Before their expressions could change, 7 figures rushed towards them from another direction in the dense forest. The leader was the young man with the 8th level Cha condensation cultivation. He glanced at Bai Xiaochun and the other two, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. I told you before, you can escape. Remember, the one who will kill you is Chen Yue. Kill them. The members of the Luo Chen clan each took out their own magical artifacts, their eyes icy cold as they suddenly charged forward. The expressions of Bai Xiaochun and the other two also changed drastically, and they gritted their teeth and sped up. Chen Viet sneered, then flicked his sleeve, and a purple skull appeared, rapidly growing to half a meter in size, emitting a cackling laugh as it hurtled towards Bai Xiaochun and the other two at incredible speed. In an instant, the skull was close, and with a single gesture from Chen Viet, it automatically exploded. With a loud bang, a powerful impact separated the three, causing Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei to stop abruptly. They were immediately surrounded by the Luo Chen clansmen. Bai Xiaochun, already incredibly fast, had previously been keeping pace with Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei. Now separated, he didn't hesitate and unleashed his full power, rapidly increasing his speed. Before the Luo Chen clansman could surround him, he had already darted more than 10 meters away, and his speed seemed to be increasing even further. Seeing his speed increase so dramatically, not only the 8th level Cha condensation cultivator Chen Yue, but also the entire Luo Chen clan were stunned. He's surprisingly fast. First, kill these two, then chase after the other one, Chen Yue said indifferently. As he waved his hand, a surge of killing intent overwhelmed Du and Ho. A loud bang resounded, and Du Lingfei spat out fresh blood. Although she still struggled to resist, her entire body was covered in blood, and surrounded by the crowd, she knew she was doomed. But watching Bai Xiaochun's figure disappear into the distance, she couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. She had known Bai Xiaojun was a coward, and although she couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions, the bitterness and despair only intensified. Junior brother Bai, I hope you can escape. Du Lingfei raised her hand and chanted a spell. Her flying sword, moving with the speed of a heavy object, roared forward to confront the group in front of her once again. She spat out fresh blood, her whole body swaying unsteadily. Ho Yunfei also let out a bitter laugh, but his eyes still shone brightly. He let out a low growl. Even though his spiritual energy was almost depleted, he refused to give up. He even gritted his teeth, determined to drag his opponents down with him even if it meant death, thus buying Bai Xiaojun more time. Bai Xiaojun's face turned pale, his heart trembling. A pervasive sense of danger had already shaken him, and now the feeling of impending death intensified his fear. He had never been so terrified before. Not even when he heard the thunder on the mountaintop while searching for immortals, or when Li Qingou forced him to come to the 10,000 Snake Valley. On his way here, he had encountered many powerful creatures, but none of them had made him tremble like this. At those times, although he felt anxious, he knew he wouldn't die. Now, he felt he was truly going to die. While fleeing, he noticed that there was no one around him. Bai Xiaojun turned around in astonishment. 100 yards away, Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei were being surrounded by 7 members of the Luo Chen family. He saw Du Lingfei cover her mouth and spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Not only him, but anyone witnessing this could see that the two of them wouldn't last much longer. They could be killed at any moment, their breath extinguished. Bai Xiaojun's body froze. He watched what was happening, his already trembling body shaking even more, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. He felt a voice from deep within his soul and body screaming to use all its strength to escape. He believed that with his speed, and with the two of them holding back the Luo Chen clan members, his chances of escaping were very high. If he could escape, he would not only save his life to cultivate and pursue his ideal of immortality, but also receive a reward from the sect. It's just that. If he were to leave like this, the images of Du and Ho would haunt him for the rest of his life. His mind seemed to split into two separate consciousnesses. One was screaming for him to flee to save his life, the other blaming him for abandoning his fellow disciples, saying he would never have peace for the rest of his life. He breathed heavily, then let out a low growl. Veins bulged on his forehead, his body trembled. At this moment, he didn't think too much, nor did he care about the consequences. He simply clenched his fists. Bai Xiaojun knew one thing clearly. Even though I, Bai Xiaojun, fear death, I cannot just leave like this. Suddenly, he slammed his hand against his chest, the blood vessels in his eyes becoming more prominent. He tilted his head back and let out a thunderous roar, then charged straight towards Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei. His speed was incredible, creating a howling whine that echoed in all directions as he moved. Ho Yunfei's body trembled. He saw Bai Xiaojun, his expression a mixture of surprise and joy. He smiled, his eyes filled with determination. Ignoring defense, he unleashed his full power to attack the Luo Chen clan members. At the same time, Du Lingfei, nearly pierced by a sword, let out a scream as blood gushed from her mouth. Her eyes were bloodshot, mirroring Bai Xiaojun's as he charged from afar. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She recoiled, tears streaming down her cheeks. She felt a mixture of excitement and disbelief. She knew Bai Xiaojun was afraid of death, and now seeing him charging towards her, his eyes bloodshot and his body trembling, she wondered how much courage he must have needed to choose to stay and not flee alone. Go quickly, you fool. Don't come here to die. Du Lingfei, wiping away her tears, shouted at Bai Xiaojun, thus not noticing a 6th-level condensation disciple of the Luo Chen clan striking her back with a palm strike. With a loud boom, Du Lingfei spat out fresh blood. Everything before her blurred, and her body was thrown into the air. Not far away, a flying sword controlled by another Luo Chen clan member was screaming towards her head. Seeing this, Bai Xiaojun shouted even louder, his already peak speed suddenly increasing. With a loud boom, his entire body pierced the sky, creating a streak of pink light that appeared in front of Du Lingfei, embracing her. At the same time, his other hand formed a fist and struck the incoming flying sword. Boom! The flying sword trembled, then was sent flying high by the force of Bai Xiaojun's fist. This shocked the members of the Luo Chen clan. Chen Yu's eyes flashed, revealing a hint of surprise, but it was quickly replaced by killing intent. Good? Another hidden talent. I should have noticed you sooner. Ignore those two, kill this guy. With that, killing intent filled the eyes of the remaining clan members, and they all rushed towards Bai Xiaochun. Du Lingfei was stunned, unable to react, before Bai Xiaochun pushed her aside. His body flashed, and he lunged towards his opponent. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he no longer thought about death. His only thought was to save Du and Ho. To do so, he had to kill everyone in front of him. His speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was close to a clansman with a 6th level condensation cultivation. This person hastily chanted a spell, conjuring a small, glowing hammer and striking towards Bai Xiaochun. "Get out!" Bai Xiaochun roared, his right hand forcefully raised, slamming his palm against a small mace, causing it to tremble. Upon impact, the mace's radiance extinguished, and it was flung away. The clansman gasped in shock, his expression one of terror. He was about to retreat when Bai Xiaochun's right hand formed a hand seal, and a wooden sword appeared, striking him with lightning speed towards his forehead. A blood-curdling scream rang out as the sword pierced through his forehead. Then, trailing blood, it arced through the air before hurtling towards another. At the same time, the figure of the clansman with 7th level condensation cultivation flashed. He formed a hand seal, and a mist enveloped his body as he swiftly flew towards Bai Xiaochun. He wanted to launch a sneak attack, but Bai Xiaochun's body was trembling. Suddenly, his left hand stretched out, his index and index fingers flashing with black light, piercing through the protective mist and entering inside. Shattering lock! Crack! With a sound, the 7th level condensation clansman opened his eyes wide. When the mist dissipated, he saw an arm tightly gripping his neck. A sound rang out, and his neck was severed. The events unfolded too quickly. From the moment Bai Xiaochun rushed forward until the end, only a few breaths had passed. In that time, 2 members of the Luochen clan had been killed by him. Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei gasped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief, their expressions showing unprecedented shock. Du Lingfei was completely stunned. The Bai Xiaochun before her was completely different from before. Her breathing became rapid. She couldn't recognize the person before her as her timid and cowardly junior brother. At that moment, several other clansmen also attacked simultaneously. The events unfolded so quickly that they were terrified, and without hesitation, unleashed their strongest attacks. In midair, a flying sword shrieked, a pearl and a small cauldron simultaneously attacked Bai Xiaochun. The 3 of them, without a word, joined forces to attack. Of these 3, 2 had reached the 6th level of the condensation realm, and 1 had reached the 7th. Each of them acted ruthlessly, sparing no expense to kill their opponent. Blood vessels appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes as the 3 approached. When they were close, Bai Xiaochun curled up like a ball, and the large black cauldron that Du Lingfei had found amusing to be there concealed his entire body. A deafening explosion resounded. The magical artifact, the small cauldron of the 7th level condensation clansman, slammed into the cauldron, causing it to tremble and crack, though it wasn't completely destroyed. Immediately afterward, the pearl approached, striking the cauldron's surface. Unable to withstand the impact, the cauldron shattered into countless black fragments. Bai Xiaochun seized the opportunity and charged straight towards the 7th level clansman. The clansman's face changed color. He tried to retreat, but it was too late. Bai Xiaochun's speed was too great. His entire body transformed into a screen of light, followed by a series of resounding explosions as he struck the clansman. Even the defensive treasures on the clansman's body couldn't stop him. The sound of bones breaking echoed continuously. Bai Xiaochun grabbed his opponent and then continued to smash his head against him. Bang! 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 No, the clansman spat out several mouthfuls of blood, his eyes filled with utter despair. The 2 6th level condensation cultivators were terrified by this scene, trembling to the core. One of them, shaking, tried to control his flying sword to stab at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun ignored the flying sword, continuing to attack the opponent in his hand. When the flying sword approached and struck him, the result shocked everyone present. The flying sword caused no damage to Bai Xiaochun's skin. After impact, it bounced back. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun shouted loudly, putting all his strength into striking the 7th level condensation clansman in his hand. The man screamed in agony, then died, his breath extinguished. The 2 6th level condensation clansmen approached Bai Xiaochun, only to see his disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes like a ferocious beast, making their scalps tingle. When Bai Xiaochun looked up and glanced at them, both of them involuntarily retreated. Not far away, Tran Viet was shaken, his mind reeling, his face filled with disbelief, seeing the two sixth-level Cha condensation cultivators trying to escape. Bai Xiaochun chanted a spell and pointed. The small wooden sword hissed and instantly slashed across the neck of one of the sixth-level Cha condensation cultivators. Even in death, the eyes of this sixth-level Cha condensation cultivator still held a fear and terror he had never experienced before. They were supposed to be the pursuers, but now it was the other way around. They had become the hunted. In a short time, Bai Xiaochun had killed 4 people. The last sixth-level Cha condensation cultivator in the group who had just gained up on Bai Xiaochun was now pale-faced, desperately retreating, his heart pounding, his body trembling. He couldn't imagine that this small, thin, pale disciple of the Lingxi sect before him was so terrifying. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed with ferocity, ready to pursue. But at that moment, a sense of danger suddenly arose in his heart. Simultaneously, Du Lingfei's urgent voice instantly rang out, "Watch out!" Bai Xiaochun's body suddenly retreated. The instant he retreated, a large purple skull, about a meter in diameter, appeared at his spot and suddenly self-destructed. With a loud bang, the force of the self-destruction caused Bai Xiaochun's body to tremble. His immortal iron skin, for the first time, felt pain, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth, and his body continuously retreated. The attacker was Chen Yue, an 8th-level Cha condensation cultivator. His face was grim, filled with gravity. After rescuing his clansmen, he flashed forward and charged straight towards Bai Xiaochun. The 2 6th-level Cha condensation cultivators also gritted their teeth and followed. The 3 men charged straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Hou Yunfei struggled to help, but he was already weakened, having used up his last ounce of spiritual energy in the previous battle. Blood gushed from the corners of his mouth, rendering him unable to fight. Du Lingfei was also severely injured, anxiously watching Bai Xiaochun. All the animosity and prejudice he had previously held against Bai Xiaochun had vanished without a trace. Bai Xiaochun's face was pale, blood gushing out again, his body swaying precariously, his speed slowing down. Seeing this, Chen Yue and the other two pursued him even closer. But the moment they got near, a fierce glint flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. Although the immortal iron skin couldn't completely block the attack from Chen Yu's techniques, it had dissipated more than half of his power, leaving him seemingly weakened. Even the fresh blood at the corners of his mouth was all faked by him. At this moment, his speed suddenly increased dramatically. He wasn't retreating, but using this instantaneous surge of speed, he directly charged into Chen Yu's group. His target was the 2 6th-stage Cha condensation cultivators. Chen Yu's expression changed. He was about to stop them when suddenly a whistling sound echoed. Bai Xiaochun's wooden sword had flown close to him. Chen Yue chanted a spell and pointed. Instantly a skull appeared in front of him, exploding but still unable to stop Bai Xiaochun. His eyes showed cruelty, and he flicked his sleeve. Immediately, a lantern appeared, directly transforming into a fireball, hurtling towards Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, the 2 6th-stage Cha condensation cultivators cried out in fear and quickly retreated. But Bai Xiaochun's figure was like lightning, his full power erupting, rapidly chasing after one of them. As he raised his right hand, a simmering black light emanated from his index finger and thumb, pointing towards a Chen family member and fiercely squeezing. Shattering lock! With a crack, the Chen family member screamed in agony as his neck was violently severed by Bai Xiaochun. The fireball behind Bai Xiaochun also approached, its high temperature spreading. He couldn't dodge in time, and with a loud bang, the fireball directly struck his body. Upon erupting, a sea of flames engulfed Bai Xiaochun's entire body. This scene caused Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei to exclaim in shock. Bai Xiaochun, the 6th-level Cha condensation clansman standing not far away, showed a look of joyful surprise. Seeing Bai Xiaochun being consumed by the flames, he immediately burst into laughter. But at this moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the sea of flames. With incredible speed, in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the laughing 6th-level Cha condensation clansman. As the man opened his eyes wide, trying to retreat, Bai Xiaochun kicked him, burying his head in his body. He couldn't even let out a scream before he perished instantly. Having done all this, Bai Xiaochun panted heavily, his eyes bloodshot, his skin covered in burns, and blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. When he looked up, he glared intensely at the last remaining member of the Chen family present, Chen Yue. Chen Yue felt a little intimidated by the stare. He had a cultivation level of the 8th stage of the Qi condensation realm, considered a prodigy within the family. Although not as powerful as the young clan leader, he was still highly regarded by the clan's patriarch. He spent his days slaying ferocious beasts in the Luo Crossing mountain range, honing his combat skills through numerous life-or-death battles. As for the disciples of the Lingxi sect, he didn't take them seriously, even if their status or position was higher than his own. Lately, he had come to believe that the cultivators in that sect were like pampered flowers, possessing extraordinary abilities, but in life-or-death battles, they were absolutely no match for him. But now, he sensed fear emanating from Bai Xiaochun. Especially Bai Xiaochun's gaze at this moment. It was even more terrifying than the ferocious beasts he had encountered in the Luoxing mountain range. That gaze contained a ferocity, as if wanting to devour him alive, sending a chill down Chen Yu's spine. Especially when he thought about how the other party had killed 6 people in such a short time. Such methods shook his mind violently. What made him even more disbelieving was that he could clearly see that the opponent's cultivation level was only at the 6th stage of the Qi condensation realm, nearing perfection. His strength is immense, and his speed is incredibly fast. This person must have cultivated some kind of body refining technique, and to a certain extent, that's why he can kill with a single blow, especially his defense. It's terrifying. Although he doesn't possess any techniques, his control over the flying sword is absolutely extraordinary. Not only is his speed beyond imagination, but the power of each sword strike is astonishing. Even that wooden sword is no joke. It's of extremely high quality, which is why it can instantly kill a 6th stage Qi condensation cultivator. This kind of person must be a famous prodigy of the Lingxi sect. But why have I never heard of him before? Bai Xiaochun, Chen Yue was astonished, and at the same time, his fighting spirit surged even more intensely. The man raised his right hand, and instantly 3 fist-sized jade skulls appeared before him. His expression was serious as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. I underestimated you before, but not anymore. Let's see whether your Lingxi sect's techniques are more powerful, or my Chen family's ghost-killing Dao is sharper. As he spoke, Chen Yue chanted a spell. Immediately, the 3 skulls around him seemed to come alive, emitting low growls and continuously increasing in size until they reached a meter in diameter. Then lunged straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's breathing quickened. At this moment, his mind was completely blank, devoid of any thoughts. He had long forgotten about death, only driven by the urge to annihilate his opponent. Seeing the skulls approaching, he suddenly chanted a spell and pointed forward. A small wooden sword flew out, and simultaneously, 2 more flying swords instantly appeared. He controlled all 3 flying swords, transforming them into a massive amount of sword light, and charged forward along with his body. Furthermore, a small shield swirled around his body, radiating a protective light. In an instant, Bai Xiaochun's flying sword clashed with those skulls. Loud rumbling sounds echoed around as he and Chen Yue, moving at incredible speed, engaged in a fierce battle. Chen Yue, with his 8th level Qi condensation cultivation, far surpassed Bai Xiaochun, but his physical strength and defense were inferior. Their clash produced powerful explosions, and in a short time, they were evenly matched. This scene stirred a storm in Du Lingfei's heart. She clenched her fist, her fingernails digging into her flesh, yet she felt no pain. The hateful image of Bai Xiaochun from the competition was gone, replaced by the Bai Xiaochun who now seemed as iron-blooded as he fought against Chen Yue of the Luo Chen clan. I was wrong to blame him before. This is the real Bai Xiaochun. He truly fears death, but he can turn back and fight alongside others to the death. The courage he possesses is countless times greater than that of ordinary people. Du Lingfei looked at Bai Xiaochun, her eyes slowly filling with more and more spirit. Even though he fears death, he possesses his own unwavering resolve and sense of righteousness in his heart. He will not abandon his friends because of his fear of death before long. A deafening sound rang out. 2 of Bai Xiaochun's 3 flying swords were shattered, leaving only the wooden sword. The 3 skulls, now incredibly dull and their spiritual essence damaged, flew back to Chen Yu's side. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun seized the opportunity to attack. Chen Yue spat out fresh blood, unable to dodge, and was caught in Bai Xiaochun's shattering lock on his arm. With a cracking sound, the bones in his left arm shattered. But even so, a small sword flew from his mouth, piercing Bai Xiaochun's shoulder to a depth of an inch. Bai Xiaochun, today it's either you or I who perish. Under normal circumstances, Chen Yue would have long since given up. But today concerned the great affairs of his entire family. He absolutely had to kill Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which was instantly devoured by the three skulls. Ghostly killing, Chen Yue roared, unleashing his secret technique. A sinister light suddenly emanated from the eye sockets of the three skulls before him, and they lunged at Chen Yue, tearing at him ferociously. In an instant, they devoured a considerable amount of flesh and blood from Chen Yu's body, burrowing into his flesh. This bizarre scene caused Du Lingfei and Hou Yangfei to gasp in shock. At the same time, Chen Viet let out a mournful scream, his body trembling, his expression ferocious. A large amount of black energy appeared around his body, transforming into a vengeful ghost more than 10 feet tall. Die, his voice was cold as he raised his hand and pressed it down towards Bai Xiaochun. You're going to die, Bai Xiaochun roared softly, his hands forming a hand seal and pointing towards the sky. Immediately, the spiritual energy within his body surged out like a wild horse breaking free, forming the shape of a gigantic cauldron in midair. It was the Purple Chat Transformation Cauldron, Death Chat Transformation Peak. Hou Yangfei and Du Lingfei exclaimed in astonishment, their expressions filled with intense shock. Du Lingfei, in particular, understood the difficulty of achieving the Death Chat Transformation Peak realm. Having mastered the technique of lifting heavy things like light things, even on the entire South Shore, including Purple Peak Mountain, there were certainly not many who possessed this divine ability. With a resounding explosion, the great cauldron collided directly with the vengeful spirit, shaking the ground. The vengeful spirit screamed in agony before its body quickly collapsed, dissolving into a cloud of black mist that dispersed, revealing the dying figure of Chen Yue. Chen Yue spat out fresh blood, his body falling heavily to the ground. He watched the great cauldron gradually dissipating in the air, his face filled with bitterness as he muttered softly. Death Kai transformed into a peak. After saying that, he managed to glance at Bai Xiaochun one last time before his body stiffened, and he breathed his last. The secret technique he had just used had already injured him, and then the Death Chat transforming into a peak had destroyed his divine abilities. Even the vengeful ghost he had nurtured was shattered, so how could he possibly survive? Even in death, his eyes were wide open, staring at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun watched Chen Yue die, and his whole body suddenly relaxed. At this moment, the spiritual energy in his body was completely depleted, and his head was spinning. Like a deflated balloon, he stood there trembling, his whole body swaying as if about to fall, his face turning pale. Even now, he still couldn't believe that he had managed to kill all those people at once. Recalling everything that had just happened, Bai Xiaochun felt a sweet taste in his mouth, then fresh blood gushed out again. I'm bleeding, I was almost killed. Bai Xiaochun felt pain all over his body, and the wound on his shoulder was so painful he couldn't bear it. Many parts of his skin were also burned. This dull, persistent pain reminded Bai Xiaochun of his previous battles, making him tremble. Why did I come back? If I had been a little careless just now, I might have lost my life. I've lived almost half my life peacefully. How could I have been so impulsive just now? Bai Xiaochun shuddered at the memory, filled with regret. Suddenly, he felt an incredible elasticity and a perfectly curvaceous body carrying the soft scent of a virgin pressed into his chest. It was Du Lingfei. Bai Xiaochun was stunned, but then his expression turned solemn. He embraced Du Lingfei, whispering softly, Sister Du, don't be afraid. With me, Bai Xiaochun, here, no one can hurt you. After saying this, his hand unconsciously rested on that protruding area. Thank you. Thank you. Du Lingfei was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Before she could react, she suddenly realized she was leaning against Bai Xiaochun's chest and noticed a hand groping her backside. Her face flushed, and she quickly stepped back a few paces, glaring angrily at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat, his heart still filled with lingering emotion. He thought to himself, indeed, Du Lingfei lives up to her reputation as one of the 5 great beauties of the South Shore. Her figure alone is enough to make her look down on the world. At this moment, Hou Yangfei's expression was also strange. He quickly coughed and smiled at Bai Xiaochun. My junior brother, let's discuss these matters later when we have more time. The Luo Chen family will definitely send more people to hunt us down. Perhaps this is the strongest person, second only to the Foundation establishment ancestor. We should seize the opportunity to escape quickly. Bai Xiaochun shuddered upon hearing this. He had risked everything to achieve victory just now. Thinking about the possibility of the other side sending more powerful experts like Chen Yue, he trembled, his face turning gloomy as he glanced around nervously, then quickly nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 let's go quickly, we must escape. With that, he quickly ran ahead. This terrified expression was a complete contrast to his previous ruthless demeanor, but Du Lingfei no longer felt disgusted. Instead, she found him somewhat endearing. She hurried after him, looking at Bai Xiaochun, and recalling his frenzied fight to save her. Her eyes softened. Ho Yunfei shook his head, then took all the storage bags from the Luo Chen clan members and chased after Bai Xiaochun, handing them over. "My junior brother, here are your spoils of war." Bai Xiaochun didn't even have time to examine them closely before stuffing them into his shirt. At this moment, he couldn't control his trembling. His only thought was to escape for his life. In the Luoxing mountain range, inside the underground palace, the moment Bai Xiaochun killed the first member of the Luo Chen clan, one of the formation points surrounding the blood lake suddenly exploded with a loud bang, shattering into pieces, and the blood within the point dried up. This scene stunned the clan members, but before they could react, the second, third, fourth, fifth points shattered one after another in a series of explosions. The events shocked all the Luo Chen clan members. Even the clan's ancestor inside the blood lake slowly opened his eyes. Chen Yue, he was actually killed. They're all dead. 7 people went out, and they're all dead. How could this be? Those 7 were only chasing two outer disciples. Could it be that the Lingxi sect knew about our situation and sent Foundation establishment cultivators here? The Luo Chen clan members all around suddenly became agitated, with many showing fear on their faces. Silence, just as they were still gasping in shock. An ancient, icy voice emanated from within the blood lake. It sounded like thunder reverberating in everyone's minds, causing their bodies to tremble. The entire group fell silent, their minds unsettled as they looked towards their clan's patriarch. Defying fate and erasing the bloodline mark is a once in 1,000 years opportunity for our clan. Once a decision has been made, there is no room for doubt. If any Foundation establishment cultivator were to enter my formation, I would be the first to detect them. Now no Foundation establishment cultivator has arrived, and no news has leaked out. What are you all making such a fuss about? The old man spoke slowly. His face was grim. If he hadn't been forced to preside over this crucial formation and been unable to leave, he would have long since gone out to eliminate Bai Xiaochun and his group. Once he leaves, escaping the blood reversal formation intended to free his family from the control of the Lingxi sect, he will inevitably fail at the last moment. He might even suffer a backlash. He might manage to survive, but all his clansmen will instantly be killed by the reverse bloodline. It's not necessarily only Foundation establishment cultivators who can kill all of Chen Yu's group. Perhaps one of those 2 outer disciples is concealing their cultivation, or they might possess a powerful treasure. Even if they are concealing their cultivation, at most they would only be at the 8th level of the Cha condensation realm. And if they possess such a powerful treasure, the greater the treasure's power, the more limitations it imposes on Cha condensation cultivators. HMPH. The old man's eyes suddenly flashed, and he patted a spot in the blood pool beside him with his right hand. The blood pool immediately began to churn, and a young man in a blood-red robe slowly rose from within. This young man was incredibly handsome, with a sharp, angular face. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a faint blood-red light emanating from them, and his aura surged in an instant. Around him, 9 ethereal, blood-red vengeful spirits wailed ferociously in all directions. Upon seeing this young man appear, the surrounding clansmen were instantly invigorated, simultaneously bowing in reverence. "Hang, you, as the young master of the Luo Chen clan, besides me, are the most powerful cultivator already at the 9th level of the Cha condensation realm enough to handle this matter. Take 9 people with you, pursue and kill all 3 outer disciples of the Lingxi sect." The old man looked at the young man, his eyes revealing a rare gentleness and appreciation. His voice becoming considerably softer. As long as they are not dead, I will not return. The young man's eyes were icy cold, and upon hearing this, he nodded slightly. Then his whole body sprang up, and the 9 blood-colored phantoms surrounding him suddenly transformed into blood mist beneath his feet. He looked as if he were riding on clouds and wind, flying out of the blood lake and hovering in midair. After he pointed and selected 9 clan numbers, 10 people quickly departed. Very quickly, 10 figures rushed out of the Luo Chen clan's courtyard, shouting. The young man named Shen Heng waved his hand, and a cloud of blood mist appeared beneath each person's feet, quickly carrying everyone away. Their speed was extremely fast, far surpassing the speed of running on the ground. In that instant, they quickly followed the guidance of their bloodlines, shouting as they headed towards the group of people who had died at the hands of Chen Yue. Of these 10 people, except for Chen Heng, who had a cultivation level of the 9th stage of Jia condensation, the weakest had a cultivation level of the 7th stage of Jia condensation, and 5 of them had a cultivation level equal to Chen Yu's at the 8th stage of Jia condensation. This was the strongest lineup the Luo Chen clan could muster. A short while later, 10 of Chen Heng's men swiftly rushed out of the Luo Crossing mountain range, shouting. They were now standing at the spot where the 7 Chen Yue had perished. Looking at the corpses, everyone except Chen Heng was startled and their expressions changed. Chen Heng's face was icy as he examined the bodies on the ground. Seeing the bodies of his clansmen with their necks broken, a faint, sinister light flickered in his eyes. Body refining cultivators, he suddenly moved, appearing beside Chen Yu's body. After a few breaths, he lowered his head to examine it, then suddenly pondered for a moment. He then pressed his right hand down on the ground and closed his eyes tightly. Very quickly, his eyes opened again. Interesting. It's indeed the lingering shock of the death jet transformation peak. This is a monk who cultivates both physical and magical techniques simultaneously. His physical strength is formidable, and his magical abilities are astonishing. No wonder he was able to kill Chen Yue and his group. This guy must be one of the prodigies of the Lingxi sect. Is it Shangguan Tianyu? Or Lu Tianli? A fierce glint flashed in Chen Heng's eyes, and within that flashing light was a strong fighting spirit. You all quickly spread out and search everywhere. If you find anything, send a signal immediately. Chen Heng stood up, his voice icy cold. The 9 men quickly bowed in agreement, each splitting up to search with all their might. The range of this formation is vast. If it doesn't take half a month, we won't be able to get out of here. You can escape. Shen Heng snorted coldly, choosing a direction and flying away quickly. It was already the twilight of the following day. Bai Xiaochun and the other 2 were flying rapidly, occasionally taking out jade slips to try and send messages, but they were still unable to contact their sect. Despite their impatience, they were helpless. Fortunately, they had enough elixirs. In the storage bags of the 3 Luo Chen family members Bai Xiaochun had killed, there were some, though not as many as those from the Lingxi sect, but still better than none at this moment. With the help of the elixirs, Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei maintained their composure, suppressing their injuries, and continued forward with Bai Xiaochun in the darkness. Along the way, Bai Xiaochun trembled uncontrollably. Any rustling of leaves or wind caused him to break out in cold sweat, his nerves constantly strained, and his eyes bloodshot. The pain in his body, in particular, made him grimace. This pain wasn't unbearable. It was far less intense than when he cultivated the immortal longevity technique. The pain of the immortal longevity technique was due to cultivation, but today many parts of his body were a bloody mess. He worried that his injuries would worsen and endanger his life, so he couldn't help but frown. Under normal circumstances, Du Lingfei would have looked down on him and despised Bai Xiaochun even more, but her attitude had completely reversed. Her eyes softened as she continuously comforted Bai Xiaochun. It's nothing, Bai junior brother. Don't be afraid. Those injuries may look serious, but they're not life-threatening. Don't move. I'll apply some ointment for you. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's grimacing expression, even though she was in danger, Du Lingfei still covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Her smile held a hint of unspoken thought. She knew Bai Xiaochun was afraid of death, but the more she knew, the more she was moved by his return. She felt that the Bai Xiaochun before her possessed a courage far surpassing others. This courage had forged a resolute and unwavering figure that she could hardly forget. Under Du Lingfei's comforting words, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but feel smug, thinking that his desperate attempt to fight back wasn't so bad after all. and he was being treated so gently by this beautiful Du Lingfei. Ho Yunfei watched this, a hint of amusement in his eyes. During this escape, they could hardly find any peace, and this feeling of relying on each other only strengthened the bond between the three of them. If we can return to the sect junior brother Bai, junior sister Du, this kindness I will never forget, Ho Yunfei said solemnly. If we can return to the sect, a look of longing appeared in Du Lingfei's eyes, but she quickly sighed softly, glancing at Bai Xiaochun, her heart filled with bitterness. She understood that the chances of the three of them surviving and returning this time were extremely slim. Bai Xiaochun also fell silent. Time passed, and 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye. The three of them had barely rested, flying at full speed, and along the way, they repeatedly tried to send messages back using their jade slips, but always failed. Ho Yunfei's injuries had worsened, and Du Lingfei's complexion had gradually turned pale. Exhaustion and injuries had left both of them with depleted spirits. Unfortunately, we can't hide any longer. We must quickly send news back to the sect. According to my calculations, the ritual of the Luo Chen clan is almost complete. Once it's finished, that foundation establishment ancestor will personally appear. And even if we hide well, we will undoubtedly die. Ho Yunfei sighed softly, speaking to Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's expression suddenly changed. He pulled Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei to a mountain crevice and suddenly squatted down. The two men's expressions changed, and they immediately fell silent. Not long after, a streak of light suddenly streaked across the sky. That streak of light was a cloud of blood mist, and within it was a Luo Chen clansman at the 8th level of Qi condensation, looking around. Because Bai Xiaochun had dodged in time, this Luo Chen clansman didn't linger there for long and flew away into the distance. Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded, watching the figure of his opponent disappear into the distance, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. But he knew he couldn't act unless he could instantly kill this person. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before more members of the Luo Chen clan appeared. They're chasing us, Du Lingfei sighed softly, looking at Bai Xiaochun, hesitating for a moment. She was about to say something when Bai Xiaochun pulled her forward, flying rapidly. Along the way, the three of them grew even more silent, the surrounding heaven and earth seemingly filled with pressure, filling them with unease. It seemed as if the shadow of death was growing larger and larger, threatening to crush them all. We still have hope, Ho Yunfei suddenly spoke. The ancestor of the Luo Chen family is only a foundation establishment cultivator. Although he is far more powerful than us, his formations are not boundless. My Ho family's ancestor is also a foundation establishment cultivator. I once had the good fortune to see him set up a formation that could cover a radius of 1,000 miles. Even then, it would require pre-marking certain points, Brother Ho. You mean that even if the ancestor of the Luo Chen family had prepared beforehand, it wouldn't extend beyond a radius of 10,000 miles? Du Lingfei's eyes gleamed as he immediately spoke. That's right. Therefore, the further we are from the Luo Chen family, the greater our chances of using the communication jade slip to contact the sect. As long as we can get the news back to the sect, we will be saved, Ho Yunfei said confidently. A distance of 10,000 miles. Based on our speed, it will take about 6 more days, Bai Xiaochun muttered, gritting his teeth, and continued forward. Along the way, they dodged and weaved, repeatedly encountering members of the Luo Chen clan, each time avoiding them thanks to Bai Xiaochun's special sensitivity to danger. However, this intense concentration, coupled with the relentless rush, made Du Lingfei and Ho Yunfei increasingly tired, their faces gradually turning pale. Their injuries also worsened, and their speed slowed down. In the end, Bai Xiaochun was almost single-handedly dragging them forward. At this point, Bai Xiaochun became even more cautious. His personality preferred stability, his mind was quick, and he was very sensitive to danger, so under his vigilance, the three of them survived for 3 consecutive days. For 3 days, the three of them had been hiding, and Bai Xiaochun was utterly exhausted, his complexion haggard. As they entered a mountain valley before they had even taken a few steps, Bai Xiaochun's mind suddenly raced, and he immediately pulled Du and Ho behind a large rock. But in an instant, a roar echoed from the sky. Bai Xiaochun suddenly pushed them both aside and retreated rapidly. With a loud bang, a beam of white light descended from the air, directly striking the rock and causing it to shatter. Ho Yunfei spat out fresh blood, and blood also trickled from the corner of Du Lingfei's mouth. Just then, a cold snort came from the sky. "So you were hiding here." A seventh-level condensation disciple stood amidst the blood mist, his left hand holding a mirror, his right hand patting his storage bag, taking out a jade slip, intending to send a message. Don't let him send a message. Hou Yunfei was in a hurry, and Du Lingfei's face turned pale as she was about to reluctantly unleash her flying sword. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun, his face pale, was retreating backward, his body trembling, his eyes reddening, and he gritted his teeth fiercely. As he retreated, he suddenly stomped his foot, his right thigh shaking as he concentrated all his blood energy. With a loud bang, the ground behind him shattered, and his body suddenly sprang up, soaring into the air at an extremely fast speed, transforming into a streak of light. In the instant the Luo Chen clansman was about to send a message, Bai Xiaochun had already leapt directly in front of him. The Luo Chen clansman's expression changed. He didn't have time to send a message and immediately retreated, chanting a spell. The mirror in his hand suddenly flashed with light, sending out several white beams of light towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes revealed a fierce glint, yet he didn't dodge at all, letting the beams of light strike him as he charged forward. In the blink of an eye, while the Luo Chen clansman was still in shock, he was already beside him. Two fingers flashed with black light, directly grabbing the man's neck and squeezing fiercely. Shattering lock. With a crack, the seventh-level condensation clansman's eyes widened, blood gushed from his mouth, and he died instantly. He hadn't even managed to send a message before he died. At this moment, blood also spilled from the corner of Bai Xiaochun's mouth. He snatched the opponent's storage bag and returned to Du Lingfei's side. His body staggered, almost falling, and he bit his tongue to maintain his composure. "Go," he pulled Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei. "Let me go," Hou Yunfei suddenly spoke. "You to go, that way your speed will be much faster." Hou Yunfei looked at Bai Xiaochun and Hou Yunfei, decisively saying, "Junior brother Bai, you alone." Du Lingfei looked deeply at Bai Xiaochun. She had intended to say these words to Hou Yunfei a few days ago, and now she was about to speak. "Shut up! I'm so afraid of death, yet I still risked my life. You can't let my efforts go to waste. Let's go together," Bai Xiaochun yelled, interrupting Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei, and then dragged Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei along, suddenly rushing out. The two fell silent, not speaking further, but this touching feeling was deeply etched in their hearts. Bai Xiaochun became even more cautious, constantly changing direction, several times avoiding the pursuit of the Luo Chen family. Another 3 days passed. At sunset, lightning flashed across the sky, and dark clouds gathered. Gradually, rain poured down, large raindrops like peas scattering across the ground, creating a roaring sound throughout the land. An even colder air permeated the area. Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei shivered, their faces turning even paler from the chill. Bai Xiaochun was anxious, knowing they couldn't withstand the cold, so he found a cave and lit a fire. After shielding the flames from the outside, Bai Xiaochun sat down cross-legged, gazing at Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei. The fire crackled, radiating warmth and gradually dispelling the cold outside. Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei's complexions gradually recovered, but they remained pale. Inside the cave, the three remained silent, all staring at the fire, a sense of weariness rising in their hearts. "In 3 more days, we can travel thousands of miles. Haha, when we return to the sect and achieve this great feat, what do you think the sect will reward us with?" Bai Xiaochun laughed, breaking the silence. Du Lingfei glanced at Bai Xiaochun, her eyes gentle. Hou Yunfei wanted to laugh, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face turning even paler, his body swaying precariously. He had used up all his elixirs in the past few days of fleeing for his life. Bai Xiaochun immediately stood up, about to go over to check on him, when suddenly his expression changed. He abruptly flicked his sleeve, blocking the two of them. The stones blocking the cave entrance to prevent the fire were now being blasted open by someone outside with great force. A loud explosion echoed around. The flying rocks were deflected by Bai Xiaochun, and the cold air from outside surged in, causing the fire to flicker. By the light of the fire, a burly man could be seen outside the mountain cave. This man was extremely handsome, holding a long spear in his hand, his eyes revealing a cold glint. He possessed a cultivation level of the 8th stage, appearing even more formidable than Chen Yue. Young master's judgment is very accurate. On such a cold and rainy day, with your injuries, you would certainly avoid me? I have searched hundreds of mountains and indeed found you. Almost immediately after the man spoke, Bai Xiaochun's figure suddenly lunged forward. His eyes revealed a ferocious look, and in an instant, he engaged in combat with the burly man. The rumbling sound echoed around. This burly man, though seemingly arrogant, was inwardly vigilant. He didn't enter the cave at all, but immediately retreated backward. In the blink of an eye, Bai Xiaochun chased after him out of the mountain cave. Amidst the approaching thunderstorm and the pouring rain, he continuously engaged in combat with the burly man. However, it was clear that the man was not attacking but focusing all his efforts on defense. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochun's heart sank. Knowing things were going badly, he gritted his teeth, disregarding his own injuries, and frantically charged forward to kill him. A cold wind blew, extinguishing the fire in the mountain cave. Hou Yunfei struggled to stand, but once again spat out fresh blood. Du Lingfei gritted her teeth, reluctantly controlling her flying sword, and chased after him outside the mountain cave, chanting incantations to assist Bai Xiaochun in his fierce battle with the burly man. A moment later, a mournful scream echoed through the stormy night. The burly man's chest had been pierced by a wooden sword. As for the spear in his hand, before he died, it had pierced Bai Xiaochun's right thigh. Although it didn't go all the way through, it had penetrated about halfway. You can't escape. The young master will be here very soon. The burly man glared at Bai Xiaochun, blood gushing from his mouth. He tilted his head and died instantly. Bai Xiaochun's face was pale, his body trembling. He had sacrificed himself to quickly kill this man. At this moment, his right thigh was racked with excruciating pain. When he looked down, the rain drenched him, and the diluted blood stained the ground beneath his feet. Half of his body was already freezing cold. Du Lingfei staggered over, tears streaming down her face as she saw Bai Xiaochun's thigh. She went to his side and slowly pulled out the spear. The process felt like tearing apart flesh, bone, and blood. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled, but he didn't utter a sound. The dying man's words, spoken with such prolonged silence, had already caused his heart to sink deep. He could even feel the wind shaking from all directions. He understood that in this pursuit, all the members of the Luo Chen clan would appear. Before long, Du Lingfei had carried Bai Xiaochun back to the mountain cave. Bai Xiaochun had taken the long spear. Inside the cave, Bai Xiaochun was panting heavily. His right thigh was very painful, but fortunately, the bones were not damaged and it had been bandaged. Although it had an effect, at this moment, with life and death hanging in the balance, it was considered insignificant. Let's leave now. The Luo Chen clan will arrive at any time. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and stood up. He looked at Hou Yunfei, who was now dying. After several days of torment, his injuries could no longer be suppressed. Du Lingfei was completely exhausted. Her meridians had been slightly damaged during this journey. She had managed to help Bai Xiaochun earlier with trembling teeth. At this moment, she raised her head, gazing at Bai Xiaochun. In the darkness, her eyes were beautiful, possessing a unique charm. Bai junior brother, don't worry about us. Your speed is faster. You alone go, Du Lingfei said gently. Hou Yunfei, beside her, also struggled to sit up, wearily looking at Bai Xiaochun and nodding slightly. We only have 3 more days to travel 10,000 miles. Don't. Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned red, but before he could finish his sentence, Hou Yunfei weakly interrupted him. Bai junior brother, after you leave, send a message back to the sect. Then do junior sister and I might still have a glimmer of hope. Bai Xiaochun gave a bitter laugh. He wasn't a 3-year-old child. How could he believe such lies? He knew very well that after he escaped, by the time the sect arrived, no matter how fast they were, Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei would undoubtedly die. Fine. I'll die, then you can leave. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's apparent refusal, Hou Yunfei suddenly smiled. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled, his eyes fixed on Hou Yunfei's dwindling spiritual energy, his whole body shaking as if he were about to self-destruct his meridians. Bai junior brother, will you leave, or not? Hou Yunfei calmly looked at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun, filled with sorrow, took a few steps back, looking at Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei. His bitterness and complexity had reached their limit. If there is still hope, if there is a next life, I hope I can have the chance to meet you again. Bai junior brother. Survive. Du Lingfei smoothed down the strands of hair blown by the cold wind, tucking them behind her ear. At this moment, her delicate face, though pale, possessed a different kind of beauty than before. She looked up at Bai Xiaochun and whispered softly. The words survive were uttered in an instant, and Bai Xiaochun's body trembled violently, as if struck by a heavy hammer, causing a sharp pain in his chest. He looked at Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei in astonishment, remaining silent. After a long while, he didn't know what he was thinking, but without a word, his body suddenly retreated backward, disappearing from their sight, leaving the mountain cave, and soaring directly into the air amidst the storm. Seeing Bai Xiaochun leave, Hou Yunfei's heart relaxed. Du Lingfei silently watched, her eyes revealing both blessing and farewell. She truly hoped that time could turn back to the moment she first met Bai Xiaochun, so that she could once again get to know Bai Xiaochun. Silence reigned all around, but at this moment, suddenly, Hou Yunfei and Du Lingfei, who were looking at Bai Xiaochun in midair, had their expressions drastically change. Bai Xiaochun stood in midair, his cultivation erupting with a thunderous roar. The spiritual energy within his body continuously surged outwards, spreading in all directions, distorting even the rain curtain. It was like a blazing torch in the dark night, undimmable even by the cold rain. Its power was clearly felt from afar. Thunder and lightning roared in the sky, and all the members of the Luo Chen clan, who were rushing from all directions, noticed it. Chen Heng, in particular, his eyes gleamed brightly. At this moment, everyone was captivated by Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's body flashed, and he suddenly flew away into the distance. As they soared over the mountain with the cave, the low, resolute voice of Bai Xiaochun echoed in Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei's ears. I'll lead them away. You two find an opportunity. Hurry! Tears streamed down Du Lingfei's face. Her heart was in turmoil, while Hou Yunfei's body and mind trembled. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's speed increased dramatically, unleashing his full power, and he roared as he flew in another direction. They're all dead! They're all dead! Luo Chen clan, I couldn't destroy your clan, but I will definitely come here and wipe out your entire clan. Bai Xiaochun let out a mournful, desperate laugh as he fled. The sound of madness suddenly erupted. The direction he was heading seemed to extend beyond 10,000 miles. His appearance gave the impression that all his companions were dead, which was why he had become so deranged, willing to rush out to spread the news and avenge them even if it meant his own death. This scene caused Chen Heng's expression to change. Although he knew there might be foul play, Bai Xiaochun's speed was too fast, and he didn't dare gamble with the fate of his entire family. First, use all your strength to hunt down and kill this person. As for his accomplices, even if they're not dead, they'll definitely be severely injured. Kill this one first, then go find them. All the people unleashed their full speed, charging towards Bai Xiaochun amidst the storm and thunder. The storm raged, thunder and lightning roared across the heavens. A moment later, in the pitch-black mountain cave, Du Lingfei gritted her teeth, wiped away her tears, and a fierce determination shone in her eyes. She knew the only way to save Bai Xiaochun was to break out of this area herself and send the news back to the sect. At this moment, she looked at Hou Yunfei, whose eyes also showed unwavering resolve. No need to help me. We'll split into two groups. Whoever gets out first must immediately send a message to the sect to rescue junior brother Bai. Hou Yunfei had made up his mind. Even if he died, as long as he had his last breath, he would rush out to rescue Bai Xiaochun. The two took deep breaths, braving the rain, and split into two paths outside the mountain cave, running desperately towards the distance. Their bodies were pushed to their limits, but their willpower, at this moment, seemed to have surpassed physical limits, becoming an intense determination. Thunder roared, lightning flashed. Bai Xiaochun was running like a madman, his right thigh already numb. His eyes were bloodshot, the threat of death overwhelming him. He was terrified, afraid of death, feeling death rapidly approaching, threatening to drag him down into the abyss. He didn't know if his actions just now were impulsive, nor did he know if he would regret them. After all, his goal in cultivating immortality was eternal life, but he had no answer to that. Even along this path, a voice in his heart kept telling him run away alone. He just couldn't forget the days they had spent together, sharing life and death. He couldn't forget how Hou Yunfei had used death to suppress himself, forcing himself to flee to avoid death. He couldn't forget the beautiful smile on Du Lingfei's pale face, even more radiant than usual. Between fear of death and loyalty, he chose the latter. Sister Du, brother Hou, we must both survive. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, running desperately. Luo Chen family, you pursue us to the bitter end. Then come on. Bai Xiaochun's eyes revealed a fierce glint, like a wild beast in a desperate situation extending its sharp claws. On a stormy night, thunder rumbled, lightning flashed across the sky, creating a scene of alternating brightness and darkness. The rumbling thunder and the continuous, heavy raindrops, like peas, fell in a torrential downpour. From afar, the sky and earth seemed completely shrouded in rain, a hazy, desolate, and utterly bleak landscape. On the ground, Bai Xiaochun trembled, his eyes bloodshot as he strained with all his might to run, rushing forward. Occasionally, he would violently stomp the ground and leap up like a sharp arrow released from a bow, tearing through the wind. Survive, we all must survive. Bai Xiaochun trembled, muttering this phrase repeatedly, his mind filled with images of Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei. The shadow of death descended, merging with the rain, making the surroundings even colder. Around him, 8 figures in different positions quickly pursued. Chen Heng was also there, although he was the furthest away from everyone. His speed was incredibly fast, transforming into a rainbow streaking through the rain from afar. He flew faster and faster, causing the rain to roar with each pass. You can't escape. No one can get out of the formation set up by my ancestor, Luo Chen. A murderous glint flashed in Chen Heng's eyes. During his pursuit of the 3 opponents, even he hadn't expected that these outer disciples of the Lingxi sect could escape to this extent. They were now only a few days away from escaping the ancestors' formation. Moreover, the person they were hunting possessed extraordinary cultivation. Not only did he manage to kill all of Chen Veit's men, but he also eliminated several more members of the Luo Chen family during this subsequent pursuit. This further confirmed his suspicions that the opponent must be one of the 2 most renowned figures on the southern shore of the Lingxi sect, either Shangguan Tianyu or Lu Tianli. After all, this place was still within the control of the southern shore of the Lingxi sect, and under normal circumstances, people from the northern shore wouldn't appear. A genius of the Lingxi sect, the killing intent in Chen Heng's eyes intensified, even tinged with excitement. Thunder roared, and Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, flying rapidly, his breath heavy, his spiritual energy quickly depleting. At this moment, the sky and earth had become a blur, like an ancient beast opening its wide mouth to cover the entire blue sky. Suddenly, Bai Xiaochun raised his head, his bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely in one direction. Then, the rain screen 10 yards ahead of him suddenly shook, and a powerful force caused a multitude of raindrops to shatter and scatter, striking directly at Bai Xiaochun's face. On the other side of the pouring rain, the first figure of the Luo Chen clan appeared, blocking Bai Xiaochun's path. It was a middle-aged man with a long scar across his face, looking fierce and ruthless, his cultivation at the 7th stage of the Qi condensation realm, great perfection. He strode forward, the enormous axe in his right hand creating a gust of wind. As he approached, he let out a long roar, tilting his head and bringing the axe down with both hands. Get back, the man's voice boomed like thunder, echoing in all directions. Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned bloodshot, and without hesitation, as the axe descended, his left hand instantly turned black, directly striking the axe head-on. With a loud bang, Bai Xiaochun's left hand gripped the axe blade, the immense force sending rainwater splashing in all directions. A sharp, intense pain shot through him, blood gushing out. Thanks to the formidable immortal iron skin that Bai Xiaochun had fully unleashed, although blood gushed from his hand, it wasn't broken. The middle-aged man frowned and pulled with all his might. But Bai Xiaochun's fist, like an iron clamp, remained firmly gripping the axe blade. The man's attempts to pull the axe back didn't budge it in the slightest. This scene caused the middle-aged man's expression to change drastically. When he looked up, he saw Bai Xiaochun's crazed eyes closing in on him. He had never seen this kind of madness in anyone else, only in the eyes of the desperate beasts in the Luoxing mountain range. This sight startled the middle-aged man. In an instant, he conjured several protective shields around his entire body, and without hesitation, he released the axe and retreated rapidly. The man was fast, but Bai Xiaochun was even faster. As Bai Xiaochun's left hand restrained the hammer, his right hand also began to turn black. Just as the lightning flashed across the sky, his pitch-black right hand appeared before the middle-aged man. In an instant, it was close enough to pierce through the defensive light shield surrounding the middle-aged man's body. A cracking sound echoed as the shield shattered into pieces. Bai Xiaochun's right hand, with unstoppable force, instantly penetrated everything. At this very moment, Bai Xiaochun seemed to be in an extreme state, making his throat-shattering lock seem vastly different from normal. Yet a powerful suction force erupted from his palm, causing the middle-aged man, who was retreating, to suddenly freeze. Before he could even react, the world before his eyes was completely replaced by Bai Xiaochun's black hand. With a loud bang, Bai Xiaochun's right hand directly grabbed the middle-aged man's neck, his face filled with ruthless force as he squeezed. Crack! The middle-aged man's eyes showed disbelief, blood gushed from his mouth, and he didn't even have time to cry out. All the bones in his neck were crushed, his head fell straight to the ground, and he died instantly. Even in his dying moments, his eyes were filled with terror. He knew his opponent was powerful and had prepared thoroughly from the start, not to kill him but to stall him and buy time. He never imagined that this small, then outer disciple of the Lingxi sect would be so powerful. Just as this middle-aged man died, two figures in the distance were also rushing towards him at full speed. One of them had a cultivation level equal to Chen Yu's, at the 8th level of the Qi condensation stage. Chen Zhang, seeing the middle-aged man dead, the other two immediately roared in grief. "This is your fault." Bai Xiaochun flicked his right hand, throwing the man's corpse to the ground. His breathing quickened, and he swiftly changed direction, disappearing from sight. His whole body trembled, but his eyes now held an even more ferocious look than before. He knew he couldn't be stopped. Moreover, his intention was to distract the Luo Chen clan members, so he quickly changed direction and ran towards a vast, seemingly endless mountain range in the distance. This mountain range was not on the map and therefore had no name. It simply stretched along a mountain range not belonging to the Luo Crossing mountain range. And this range was even more densely packed with mountains. Even more astonishing, the rain here seemed to fall much more heavily, and the lightning seemed to be concentrated in this area. Looking up, he could see countless lightning bolts striking down in quick succession, forming thunderballs that exploded with a deafening roar in the rain. Taking a deep breath, Bai Xiaochun continued running. Behind him, two members of the Luo Chen clan were in close pursuit, and from all directions, he could see more Luo Chen clan members converging from afar. Furthermore, a rainbow-like figure, Chen Heng, was rapidly approaching. As the Luo Chen clan members got closer, the distance between Bai Xiaochun and the dense forest of the mountain range also narrowed. At this point, he was only about 10 meters away, his entire body soaked. He forcefully pushed off the ground to gain momentum and leapt into the air, seemingly preparing to jump into the forest. "Stop him!" Chen Heng's voice echoed from afar. At this moment, the two clansmen of the Luo Chen family standing closest to Bai Xiaochun, one of whom was at the 8th level of Qi condensation, let out a low growl and grabbed the other at the 7th level of Qi condensation. The two exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's intentions. The 7th level Qi condensation cultivator quickly curled up like a ball, then was forcefully thrown forward by the 8th level Qi condensation cultivator. With a loud bang, he seemed to have concentrated all his cultivation power and unleashed it. The speed of the 7th level Qi condensation cultivator, who had been curled up like a ball, rapidly increased. Amidst the roaring sound, he swiftly pierced through the rain, catching up to Bai Xiaochun in the blink of an eye. In an instant, he was close, his cultivation fully unleashed as he pursued Bai Xiaochun. A deafening explosion rang out, causing Bai Xiaochun to freeze. He then turned and chanted a spell, controlling the wooden sword to roar and charged towards the Luo Chen clansman. However, the man seemed to have lost all regard for his own life, allowing the sword to pierce him. Just before dying, a sinister smile appeared on his lips. His body suddenly exploded with a loud bang, transforming into countless pieces of flesh and blood that gradually formed a rope of flesh and blood, attempting to wrap around Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed, and he recoiled. But as he was distracted, a whistling sound came from behind him, an arrow. It was fired by the 8th level Qi condensation clansman, his large was still trembling, precisely at the crucial moment when Bai Xiaochun had no way to evade. The situation was formed by the extremely skillful coordination with the 7th level Qi condensation clansman who had risked his life just moments before. Bai Xiaochun's eyes suddenly flashed as he saw the imminent danger before him. He seemed to be forcibly stopped, then actively moved towards the wine-tearing arrow. With a thud, the wine-tearing arrow quickly shot forward and embedded itself in Bai Xiaochun's body. The intense pain caused his face to turn pale. Just as the arrow pierced his right shoulder, it seemed to be trapped by the bones in his body, unable to penetrate further. The arrow's material was extraordinary. The immense force from an 8th-level Qi condensation cultivator, being held by the bones, sent by Xiaochun flying, thus avoiding the blood and flesh rope that would wrap around him. Thud! The sharp arrow, carrying by Xiaochun's powerful body, pierced straight into a large tree trunk right at the edge of this dense forest, pinning Bai Xiaochun's entire body to the tree. The Luo Chen clansman who had shot the arrow not far away revealed a look of joy in his eyes. He swiftly moved closer to Bai Xiaochun, simultaneously raising his bow and preparing to fire a second arrow to completely kill Bai Xiaochun if the situation changed. In the distance, the other Luo Chen clansmen all showed ruthless expressions, and they all roared and charged forward. But at this moment, Chen Heng, who was rapidly approaching, suddenly changed his expression. Watch out! Just as Chen Heng's warning sounded, Bai Xiaochun, still pinned to the large tree, forcefully raised his head, his eyes filled with ferocity. He raised his left hand and tightly grasped the arrowhead still embedded in his right shoulder, disregarding the reverse hook of the arrowhead, and decisively pulled the arrow out. A spurt of blood gushed out, along with several pieces of flesh still clinging to the arrowhead. Bai Xiaochun trembled violently in pain, but without hesitation, he unleashed the full power of the purple Qi controlling cauldron technique within him. He then launched it straight towards the 8th-level Qi condensation cultivator of the Luo Chen clan. The whistling sound of the arrow had barely been heard when it, with incredible speed, hurtled straight towards the 8th-level Qi condensation cultivator of the Luo Chen clan. Under the influence of the technique of weighing heavy, weaving light, this seemingly light arrow suddenly became as heavy as a towering mountain. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's entire body fell, his hands simultaneously forming a hand seal and pointing a finger. The flying sword roared forward, forming a double kill formation, unleashing an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Having fought against the Luo Chen clan members for several days, his combat experience had rapidly increased at a terrifying speed, a speed he himself hadn't even realized. It seemed that a hidden fighting talent, normally not outwardly displayed, had been present within him. Now, under the constant threat of life and death, it had completely erupted. The Luo Chen clan member who was about to fire a second arrow also changed his expression. He hadn't expected Bai Xiaochun to be so ruthless. Thinking about it again, it was quite possible that Bai Xiaochun had taken the hit earlier simply to avoid being bound, allowing him to quickly retaliate with such speed. This was Bai Xiaochun's true purpose. The powerful man retreated backward. After all, as a clansman with a cultivation level of the 8th stage of Qi condensation, he had spent years battling ferocious beasts within the Luo Crossing mountain range, possessing rich combat experience. Even though he had lost the initiative, in such a perilous situation, he didn't immediately deploy his defenses upon retreating. Instead, he used this precious time to fully draw the arrow he had only half drawn. "Will you block it or not?" he roared, and simultaneously, the second arrow shrieked forward, heading straight for Bai Xiaochun. His eyes were filled with ferocity. He speculated that Bai Xiaochun would definitely use his flying sword to block it. In that case, his double-killing attack would be neutralized, and he would be forced from a passive position to an active one. But at this moment, Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bloodshot. He was determined not to give his opponent any chance, because once he gets entangled, others will inevitably come closer, and then his death will be certain without a doubt. He gritted his teeth, not controlling his flying sword to block the arrow, but letting it approach and pierce his abdomen. His own arrow, however, unleashed immense power, striking the chest of the Luo Chen clansman. Blood spurted out, and the 8th-level Qi condensation cultivator let out a mournful cry, attempting to retreat. But at that moment, the wooden sword in Bai Xiaochun's hand, accustomed to reaping lives, wrapped around the opponent's neck. In an instant, the head fell. Having finished, Bai Xiaochun also spat out a mouthful of blood, but he didn't stop. He turned and dashed into the dense forest behind him, quickly disappearing into the woods. Within 10 breaths, figures of Luo Chen clansmen rushed to the scene from all directions. Each of them was terrified. They had witnessed the scene firsthand by Xiaochun's ruthlessness, exchanging injury for death, a shocking sight. Without the clan leader Luo Chen, Chen Heng also moved swiftly, appearing at the edge of the dense forest. He glanced at the headless body of the 8th-level Qi condensation clansman, then at the blood-soaked rope of the other one. Falling silent, but his eyes revealed an even more intense killing intent. Chen Feng, Chen Gu, you to quickly search for those few to prevent this guy from using a diversionary tactic. The others follow me. We will not return until we get this guy's head. Chen Heng flicked his sleeve, stepping into the forest first. Behind him were 5 clansmen, including 3 8th-level Cha condensation cultivators and 2 7th-level Cha condensation cultivators. The 2 7th-level Cha condensation cultivators obeyed Chen Heng's command and turned to search in another direction, while the 3 8th-level Cha condensation cultivators, their eyes filled with murderous intent, followed Chen Heng into the dense forest. Deep within the nameless mountain range, Bai Xiaochun was dizzy and disoriented, his injuries on his shoulder, abdomen, and right thigh all severe. In this rainy night, the biting cold penetrated his body, causing his already trembling body to shake even more uncontrollably. Am I going to die? Bai Xiaochun laughed bitterly. Seeing the countless wounds on his body, the excruciating pain brought tears to his eyes. Images of his parents' deaths and the sight of their gradually cooling bodies filled him with terror. Perhaps it was from that moment that he began to fear death intensely. I still want to live. Bai Xiaochun wiped away the tears welling up in the corners of his eyes with his left hand. He fiercely clenched his teeth, which were almost numb from the cold, and ran headlong through the forest. He didn't know where he was, nor where he would go next. Only one powerful thought occupied his mind: survive. The fear of death had now become a powerful driving force, propelling Bai Xiaochun forward through the stormy night. He even slowly realized that, after several life-or-death battles, his cultivation had begun to show signs of weakening. It seemed that the distance to breaking through to the 6th level of the Cha condensation realm was not far off. As time passed, the sun rose in the distance, its rays piercing through the leaves and falling on the forest raindrops, creating a beautiful, shimmering light. However, the rain in the forest showed no sign of stopping. Behind Bai Xiaochun, Chen Heng and the other 4 in the forest also quickly chased after him. Chen Heng's expression grew increasingly grim. The enemy's speed was too fast. Despite their serious injuries, they were unable to catch up. Even after a night of pursuit, the enemy's direction and tracks were becoming increasingly unclear. The thunderstorm had washed away almost all remaining traces. Even though they were all from a cultivation clan in the Luo Crossing mountain range, constantly interacting with ferocious beasts, they couldn't discern any trace of him under this heavy rain. Spread out and search. This person is severely injured and can't have escaped far. The 3 of you maintain a distance of 100 yards from each other. If you find him, don't engage in combat, retreat immediately and send a message to me. Chen Heng gritted his teeth, speaking each word distinctly. The 3 8th-level Cha condensation clan members hesitated for a moment, but nodded in unison and quickly dispersed. Time passed, and after a day, Bai Xiaochun was utterly exhausted. He had long since reached his limit. If it weren't for his intense will to survive, he would have collapsed long ago. His lips were dry and cracked, his face haggard, and his running speed had slowed. After walking for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, his expression suddenly changed, and he glared intensely to the right. A figure also darted out, not towards him, but turning back to flee. This was the long-faced young man, one of the 3 Luo Chen clansmen with 8th-level Cha condensation cultivation. He retreated, simultaneously squeezing the jade slip in his right hand. The news was immediately transmitted outwards. Bai Xiaochun's heart sank, and he quickly leapt up, flying rapidly towards a depth in the dense forest. The long-faced young man's expression also changed. He was quite wary of Bai Xiaochun and was hesitating whether to pursue when he saw 2 figures more than 200 feet away rushing towards him, and his face lit up with joy. The 2 approaching figures also had 8th-level Cha condensation cultivation, and in the distance, a rainbow appeared. It was Chen Heng. The other 3 rushed towards this place at lightning speed, shouting. Judging by their speed, it would take about 10 breaths for the 2 8th-level Cha condensation cultivators to arrive, while Chen Heng would appear in about 20 breaths at most. Seeing this, the long-faced young man laughed loudly, becoming decisive, unleashing his cultivation with a thunderous roar, and also creating a huge protective light shield around himself. He potted his storage bag and took out the greatsword he held. This greatsword was about 7 feet long and looked ancient. In his hand, the young man swung it, slashing in all directions with incredible sharpness. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he grinned, simultaneously unleashing his highest speed to pursue Bai Xiaochun. The genius of the Lingxi sect, killing you would surely bring immense satisfaction, far more fulfilling than killing those rogue cultivators. The long-faced young man's laughter rang out, and the long sword in his hand flashed down, instantly creating a beam of sword light that cut through the air, accompanied by a whistling wind. His left hand formed a hand seal, pointing forward, and a fist-sized fireball instantly appeared, hurtling towards Bai Xiaochun. With a loud bang, even in the midst of a thunderstorm, the explosion sent a blast of heat spreading in all directions. Bai Xiaochun stopped, turning around, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He understood that if he didn't quickly deal with his opponent, he wouldn't be able to escape. But just as Bai Xiaochun turned, the long-faced young man suddenly retreated, his eyes still full of mockery. He absolutely wouldn't give Bai Xiaochun a chance to get close, because he had only one goal: to hold Bai Xiaochun back. Bai Xiaochun clenched his fists and turned to continue running, but very quickly, the long-faced young man harassed and pestered him again. After a few more breaths, 8th level Cha condensation cultivators also approached. Seeing Bai Xiaochun, both of them unleashed their full cultivation and charged straight at him. At the same time, the long-faced young man laughed loudly, no longer dodging, but instead unleashing his full speed along with the other two, forming 3 different directions and rushing towards Bai Xiaochun. 3 8th level Cha condensation cultivators simultaneously attacked. Chen Heng, who was rushing from afar, felt a little relieved because he knew that no matter what tricks the opponent used, he was undoubtedly going to die. "It's a pity you can't grow," Chen Heng said indifferently. But in the blink of an eye, his expression suddenly changed. In the distance, as 3 figures roared and unleashed their individual divine abilities and techniques, Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand, forming a hand seal, and a flying sword shot straight towards one of them. At the same time, he clenched his right fist and punched another. A loud bang resounded as his flying sword was blocked, but his punch landed, causing blood to gush from the mouth of the 8th level Cha condensation cultivator, forcing him to retreat. Bai Xiaochun himself also spat out blood, his old wounds reopening. But before he could retreat further, the long-faced young man rushed forward, his long sword radiating a sharp light as he thrust it towards him. Facing imminent danger, Bai Xiaochun could only narrowly avoid being stabbed in the heart, and in doing so, the sword pierced through his chest. The intense pain caused Bai Xiaochun to sweat profusely, his whole body trembling. The long-faced young man let out a laugh, intending to pull out his sword, but suddenly Bai Xiaochun gripped the long sword tightly against his chest, ignoring the hilt still embedded in his body, and charged forward. As if at a cost, he appeared right in front of the long-faced young man. Just as the young man was stunned, then suddenly terrified, his scalp tingling with the imminent threat of death. Just as he was about to release his grip on the sword and retreat, Bai Xiaochun's right hand flashed with black light, instantly grabbing the long-faced young man's neck. The long-faced young man's eyes widened, but before he could finish speaking crack, he crushed it. This happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, one of the 3 8th level Cha condensation cultivators of the Luo Chen clan was instantly dead, and the other two gasped for breath. But at this moment, there was no time to think, and they charged straight at Bai Xiaochun. Blood gushed from Bai Xiaochun's mouth. His body trembled as he retreated, directly crashing into a large tree behind him. As the long sword in his abdomen struck him forcefully, his right hand grabbed it, suddenly pulling it out and sweeping it horizontally towards one of the men. However, the opponent dodged, and at the same time, the other 8th level Cha condensation cultivator also approached, his right hand forming a hand seal, unleashing a powerful force. With a loud bang, Bai Xiaochun's body flew into the air. He spat out blood, his clothes turning crimson. The 2 Luo Chen clan members also simultaneously pursued him. Facing imminent death, Bai Xiaochun still didn't despair. His strong will to live made him let out a low growl as he chanted a spell. A long spear and a large hammer appeared, along with 2 flying swords. Using his death check controlling peak technique, he fiercely unleashed a powerful blast outwards. The expressions of the 2 Luo Chen clan members changed, and they immediately cast spells, transforming into countless black smoke to block it. A loud explosion echoed, the shockwave spread, and those magical artifacts scattered in all directions. Blood continuously flowed from Bai Xiaochun's mouth as he staggered backward. "It's over." The 2 8th level Cha condensation clan members rushed forward for the 3rd time. This time their speed was even faster, and their cultivation power erupted to its limit. In an instant, they were close, wanting to hunt down Bai Xiaochun. Survive, I must survive. A look of madness appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. The spiritual energy in his body was like oil running out. He let out a hoarse roar, and the weak spiritual energy that had accumulated in the countless tiny meridians, in the countless flesh, bones, and tissues of his body over the years, erupted like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Boom! The spiritual energy within these tiny meridians, which had expanded during numerous life-or-death battles, finally awakened completely in this critical moment, surging violently towards Bai Xiaochun's main meridians. In an instant, it converged into a massive river flowing throughout his entire body. A series of thunderous sounds, like the resounding roar of drums, surged forward like a raging torrent, expanding many meridians. At the same time, a surge of cultivation, the power of the 7th stage of Qi condensation, suddenly erupted from Bai Xiaochun. The two 8th stage Qi condensation clansmen, sensing the 7th stage Qi condensation cultivation, were utterly shocked, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief. A breakthrough in battle. How is this possible? While the two were still in shock, Bai Xiaochun suddenly raised his head. A glint of light appeared in his eyes. This surge of spiritual power, though unable to alleviate Bai Xiaochun's injuries, once again brought life back to his already weakened state. His figure flashed forward, appearing directly in front of one of them. Amidst the shocked cries of the Luo Chen clansmen, his entire right hand turned black, suddenly unleashing the shattering lock. With a crack, the 8th level Qi condensation clansman, completely unable to dodge, was uncontrollably thrust into Bai Xiaochun's right hand, as if willingly offering himself up. His neck crushed by Bai Xiaochun's grip. The other man's scalp tingled, and upon seeing Bai Xiaochun looking at him, he immediately let out a cry, his body recoiling abruptly. Intense fear flashed in his eyes. Bai Xiaochun had completely overwhelmed him. Young master, save me, as he retreated. This last remaining 8th level Qi condensation cultivator cried out urgently. At this moment, Chen Heng was less than 30 feet away. Seeing the scene unfolding before him, he screamed. You want to die? Bai Xiaochun didn't even glance at Chen Heng, his right hand forming a hand seal and pointing. Immediately, the scattered magical artifacts all vibrated, emitting a powerful buzzing sound, as if responding to Bai Xiaochun's call. In an instant, they all flew up at an extremely fast speed, far exceeding their previous speed. In a single move, they all flew straight towards Chen Heng, blocking his path. The sounds of banging echoed. Blocked by those magical artifacts, even though Chen Heng had a cultivation level of the 9th stage of Qi condensation, he couldn't shatter them all in an instant, being momentarily hindered. While Chen Heng was being blocked, Bai Xiaochun's figure flashed out, approaching the fleeing 8th stage Qi condensation clansman. His eyes filled with murderous intent, he threw a punch. With a loud bang, the 8th stage Qi condensation clansman spat out fresh blood. He was about to retreat further, but he didn't see that Bai Xiaochun's left hand had already formed a hand seal. A wooden sword silently appeared behind the 8th stage Qi condensation clansman, instantly piercing through his skull, carrying fresh blood, and appearing before Bai Xiaochun. The 8th level Qi condensation cultivator's eyes widened, staring blankly at the entire world. His body slumped to the ground with a thud, convulsing a few times, blood gushing from his mouth, and he died instantly. Having done all this, Bai Xiaochun staggered. Although he had broken through his cultivation level, the series of killings just now had depleted his cultivation. At this moment, blood continuously flowed from the corners of his mouth, and he suddenly retreated, once again hiding in the forest. He knew that although only one person remained of the opponent, that person was also the strongest. Bai Xiaochun had long sensed that the other person's cultivation level was at the 9th layer of the condensation realm. 9th layer of the condensation realm. Bai Xiaochun's heart was bitter, but his strong will to live made his blood fire burn. He understood that at this moment, either the opponent died or he died. There was no third choice. Almost immediately after he retreated, Chen Heng let out an earth-shattering roar, and the blood mist surrounding his body violently spread outwards. At this moment, those magical artifacts trembled, showing signs of shattering, then quickly collapsed. Chen Heng instantly flew out, his breathing heavy, looking at the corpses of the 3 clansmen scattered around him, letting out an even more furious roar. His eyes turned red, and he chased after Bai Xiaochun, fleeing at high speed. The two, one fleeing and one pursuing, ran further and further into the nameless mountain range. Thunder roared in the sky. Although it was daytime, the lightning was not clearly visible, but the rain was getting heavier and heavier. Are you Shangguan Tianyu or Lu Tianli? Chen Heng's voice, filled with killing intent, rang out, and he simultaneously chanted a spell. Immediately, 9 streams of blood mist appeared from all sides, like 9 blood serpents, constantly piercing forward, occasionally spitting out blood-red light. Heading straight towards Bai Xiaochun. I am your grandfather. Bai Xiaochun's face turned pale, but his senses were sharp, allowing him to dodge several times. Seeing the young master of the Luo Chen family getting closer and closer, Bai Xiaochun's trembling body leapt up, assuming a posture as if he wanted to rush forward. Chen Heng, behind him, also suddenly wanted to jump, but Bai Xiaochun kicked a large tree in front of him. The tree shook violently. Bai Xiaochun's body, using this force, suddenly shot up, spinning in midair and charging straight towards Chen Heng, who was pursuing him from behind. No matter who you are, you will die today. A murderous glint flashed in Chen Heng's eyes. He formed a hand seal and suddenly swung it. 9 blood pythons on all sides opened their wide mouths, devouring Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned bloodshot, and he let out a low growl, his hands forming a series of incantations. The remaining spiritual energy in his body surged out. Immediately, a purple cauldron appeared, enveloping his body, allowing the 9 blood pythons to devour him at will. His speed didn't slow down at all as he charged straight towards Chen Heng. A mere trifle, Chen Heng sneered, also forming an incantation. The 9 blood pythons instantly transformed into mist, condensing into a single, blood-red skull that floated above his head, directly striking the purple cauldron. A deafening roar erupted, the cauldron trembled, and with a creaking sound, shattered and exploded. The blood mist skull, though more than half dissipated, remained. Almost instantly upon impact, the cauldron shattered, and Bai Xiaochun immediately rushed out, instantly piercing through the broken cauldron and hurtling straight towards the mist below. At the same time, within the mist, Chen Heng's eyes flashed. The moment the mist dissipated, his figure suddenly surged forward from the blood mist, his right hand simultaneously forming a hand seal. His entire right hand was enveloped in mist, conjuring a ferocious demonic face in his palm. As soon as he emerged, he saw Bai Xiaochun in front of him. Their eyes met, and they directly clashed. One was a fist, the other a palm. One was the immortal iron skin erupting with dazzling black light, the other a ferocious demonic face, a bizarre technique. A deafening explosion resounded. Bai Xiaochun spat out fresh blood, his whole body crackling, and he flew backward like a kite with a broken string, breaking many branches along the way. As for Chen Heng, he only trembled, his face pale, and his blood surging within him. He was also terrified by Bai Xiaochun's immense power. His body flashed, instantly chasing after Bai Xiaochun. As he raised his right hand, a thick mist spread out, covering a radius of 10 meters, forming a gigantic human face that merged with him, charging towards Bai Xiaochun to suppress him. Bai Xiaochun's eyes showed a fierce look of being cornered. His body twisted violently in midair, and as he turned, his right hand suddenly rose, pointing at Chen Heng. With this single gesture, his purple check-controlling cauldron technique suddenly erupted. It wasn't to control an object, but to control Chen Heng's body. This method of use was something Chen Heng had never heard of before. He immediately felt a powerful force enveloping him from all sides, as if an invisible hand had seized his body. Chen Heng sneered, his cultivation suddenly expanding. The blood-colored face behind him suddenly let out a low growl. A creaking sound echoed, and Bai Xiaochun's spiritual energy was directly severed. But Chen Heng's body also paused slightly because of this. The moment he paused, the wooden sword roared and flew towards him. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's figure suddenly rushed forward, not hesitating to pay a heavy price, activating his immortal iron skin, and charging forward with a roar. Ridiculous! Chen Heng waved his sleeve. The blood-colored face behind him pierced through his body, colliding with the wooden sword. The wooden sword trembled, but did not collapse, instead piercing through the blood-colored face, creating a hole. Bai Xiaochun's body followed the hole, relying on his immortal iron skin, desperately charging out despite being injured. Chen Heng's eyes flashed and his right hand formed a hand seal and pointed. Instantly, a blood-red arc, resembling a curved saber, appeared, heading straight towards Bai Xiaochun. In a flash, this arc-shaped blood-red arc struck Bai Xiaochun directly, leaving his abdomen a bloody mess. At the same time, his fist, imbued with his entire cultivation, also struck down. As the resounding explosion echoed, Chen Heng's body trembled, and he retreated several steps, his face turning slightly pale. But Bai Xiaochun's attack was far from over. His speed had almost doubled, as if he didn't care about his own life. A full-scale attack. Boom! 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 Bai Xiaochun's speed was too fast. He was circling around Chen Heng, giving him no chance to react. Punch after punch, kick after kick, creating a whirlwind. Chen Heng's face turned grim. He chanted incantations, forming a protective shield around his body, and a large amount of mist dispersed. He and Bai Xiaochun, within this dense forest, amidst the storm, continuously clashed, creating a series of explosive sounds. The more they fought, the more terrified Chen Heng became. He had previously held this outer disciple of the Lingxi sect in extremely high regard, but now, experiencing it firsthand, he realized he had underestimated him. To be able to continuously pursue and kill more than 10 of his clansmen, and effortlessly annihilate an 8th-level Qi condensation cultivator, such skill was absolutely not something an ordinary Qi condensation disciple could achieve. Although the Lingxi sect is a major sect with far better cultivation resources than cultivation families outside, there shouldn't be such a huge disparity. His physical body is incredibly resilient. What kind of body refining technique is this? He can clearly reach such a level. And his speed and strength are also achieved through body refining. Chen Heng waved his sleeve, and the mist surrounding his body suddenly dispersed, attempting to force Bai Xiaochun out. But Bai Xiaochun ignored his injuries and charged forward again. Amidst the resounding explosions, Chen Heng's face grew even paler. His most terrifying ability is his recovery. If his cultivation reaches the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm, then I am no match for him. Chen Heng couldn't imagine that someone so severely injured could still possess such explosive power. It's worth noting that if those injuries had affected anyone else, they would have likely fainted by now. But time and again, even though Bai Xiaochun was on his last legs, he still persevered. A quick victory, kill this guy quickly, avoid complications. A cold glint flashed in Chen Heng's eyes. But at this moment, Bai Xiaochun's eyes suddenly flickered, his body suddenly retreated, and as he raised his hand to perform a hand seal, the purple Qi transformation cauldron reappeared. With a resounding explosion, this enormous cauldron hurtled straight towards Chen Heng. Chen Heng narrowed his eyes. All the mist surrounding his body suddenly condensed, transforming into a giant hand, blocking the cauldron. The moment the two collided, the cauldron, lacking any force, shattered upon impact. Seeing this, Chen Heng knew he had been tricked, but his expression remained unchanged, only his eyes became fiercely sharp. Crimson Demon, he spoke indifferently. In an instant, a large amount of blood-red color appeared all over his body, transforming him into a crimson figure. Almost immediately after he turned crimson, Bai Xiaochun's left leg directly traced a semicircle, striking towards Chen Heng, raising a gust of wind that tore through the air, using all his strength. Chen Heng sneered, and the moment Bai Xiaochun's left leg reached him, he swung his right hand forcefully, directly colliding with Bai Xiaochun's left leg. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded, accompanied by a resounding screeching sound. Bai Xiaochun cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face, his body recoiling. He stared at Chen Heng with wide eyes, his heart pounding. How did this guy's strength increase so dramatically in an instant? The Crimson Demon's power, turning his whole body crimson, makes him so powerful. Bai Xiaochun was trembling with pain. His left leg was twisted, though not torn, his flesh and blood were crushed, and his bones were broken. He gasped for breath, exhausted from the journey, his injuries worsening. Many times, Bai Xiaochun felt like he was about to collapse, but he found his body recovering rapidly. He was extremely surprised. It seemed his injuries were slowly healing. In his opinion, this was probably the effect of the immortal longevity technique. Meanwhile, Chen Heng's right hand looked normal, but upon closer inspection, it was trembling. The skin was redder on the outside, and underneath, his bones were riddled with cracks. You have body refining techniques, but my Luo Chen family has them too. Chen Heng charged forward at an incredibly fast speed, even faster than Bai Xiaochun. as if he had transformed into a different person, possessing immense strength. In the blink of an eye, the two were once again locked in fierce combat in the forest. The sounds of battle echoed loudly. During this intense fight, Bai Xiaochun's right thigh was injured, his left leg shattered, his body unstable, and he was forced to retreat repeatedly. The threat of death was growing ever stronger, and Chen Heng before him was the strongest enemy Bai Xiaochun had ever encountered. Facing this imminent danger, bloodshot eyes filled Bai Xiaochun's, and his right hand suddenly rose. His entire hand turned pitch black, unleashing the power of the shattering lock, like a black lightning bolt, striking directly at Chen Heng's neck. A fierce light flashed in Chen Heng's eyes. He had encountered this move before and had already prepared for it. At this moment, his whole body glowed crimson. The moment Bai Xiaochun's right hand approached, he grabbed Bai Xiaochun's right hand and squeezed it fiercely. With a crack, all the bones in Bai Xiaochun's right arm shattered. This scene made Chen Heng frown. He hadn't expected it to be so simple. But then, his heart trembled. Remembering the ruthless method of using a spear to kill, he immediately retreated, twisting his neck further back. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's left hand, carrying a black light, suddenly approached, grazing Chen Heng's neck. But instead of stopping, it grabbed Chen Heng's shoulder. The power of the shattering lock erupted, and with a crack, Chen Heng's face instantly turned pale, sweat pouring down. The bones in his left shoulder were completely shattered. This intense pain caused Chen Heng to let out a low growl. His entire body glowed with a crimson light, emanating immense power, and he grabbed Bai Xiaochun's left hand. Bai Xiaochun tried to pull his hand back, but Chen Heng's speed was incredibly fast. He had already grasped Bai Xiaochun's hand. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared softly while chanting a spell, intending to point at Bai Xiaochun's forehead. A ruthless look appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, and his body suddenly trembled. With a crack, disregarding the broken fingers on his left hand, he twisted his body, causing his right thigh to lift with a tearing sound. With a loud bang, he slammed into Chen Heng. Chen Heng spat out fresh blood, his body recoiled, and he had no choice but to release Bai Xiaochun's hand, allowing Bai Xiaochun to quickly retreat. This retreat widened the distance between them to about 10 meters. Bai Xiaochun's hands were crippled, his entire right arm was shattered, and although his left arm could still be lifted, his fingers were twisted, making it impossible to use the shattering lock technique. His legs, in particular, were trembling. His left leg was completely deformed, and his right thigh was covered in blood. The kick he just received had worsened the injury. He could barely stand, leaning against a large tree, biting his tongue fiercely to prevent himself from fainting. He had reached his limit. At this moment, only his left arm could move. Everything else was numb, yet he still tried to feign a willingness to fight again. As for Chen Heng, at this moment his eyes were bloodshot. His left shoulder was completely shattered. His left arm was impossible to lift, obviously crippled. Several bones in his abdomen were broken, causing fresh blood to continuously spill from the corners of his mouth. "I underestimated you." Chen Heng stared at Bai Xiaochun, his voice hoarse. He hadn't expected that hunting down a severely injured Bai Xiaochun with his cultivation level would be so difficult. The opponent's body-strengthening technique, in his opinion, was almost an immortal secret technique. He was so badly injured yet still not dead. As for himself, he had almost unleashed all his techniques, even deploying the Crimson Demon's secret technique. But this battle of techniques should end now. Chen Heng took a deep breath. The crimson color all over his body instantly seemed to transform into gas, rising with his body and then condensing into bursts of blood mist in the air. The skin on his body quickly recovered to normal, though his entire body seemed to have weakened considerably. This life-or-death battle was difficult even for Chen Heng. The opponent before him possessed an overwhelming desire to live, especially his recovery power, which was astonishing. This kind of trade for kill was truly shocking. Crimson Demon's secret technique, Blood Blade Slash? Chen Heng bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. In an instant, the blood transformed into a blood mist, merging with the surrounding fog. The fog immediately swirled, instantly transforming into a blood-red long blade. This blade was illusory, over a meter in diameter, and within it, countless faces suddenly materialized, emitting cries of agony. With a single gesture from Chen Heng, this blood-red long blade lunged straight towards Bai Xiaochun. After unleashing this secret technique, Chen Heng's entire body weakened once again. Leaning against a large tree nearby, his face was pale, and his hair had turned gray. He glared at Bai Xiaochun, a cruel look in his eyes. An unprecedentedly intense sense of danger erupted within Bai Xiaochun's body. He even had a strong premonition that no matter how he dodged, he couldn't escape, as if he were trapped in the netherworld. Even the ground in front of him cracked open, and the large tree behind him withered instantly. That blood-red long saber had directly slashed down. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled, his pupils contracting. He didn't want to die, but the regenerated power of the immortal longevity technique was almost impossible to reverse. At this moment, as his body trembled and he saw the long saber approaching, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Without hesitation, he immediately raised his left hand and swung it forward. Instantly, a dark light shot out from his body, growing larger in an instant, blocking his path and transforming into a large cauldron. It was the turtle pattern cauldron. The moment the large cauldron appeared, the blood-colored long saber directly struck it. A deafening, ear-splitting sound erupted, and the blood-colored long saber trembled, then shattered into countless pieces. With a thud, it became a massive fragment. As for the turtle cauldron, not even a tiny crack appeared. It was merely struck by a powerful force, transforming into a dark light and disappearing into Bai Xiaochun's body. Impossible! Chen Heng's body trembled, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had already weakened from using this secret technique, and now that the technique was broken, the backlash within his body caused his spiritual power to instantly dry up, and his vision blurred. What is that? That's your turtle clan. Bai Xiaochun, having found a way out of a desperate situation, blood gushed from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't stand steady and slid down the large tree, collapsing to the ground. He smiled, a smile filled with misery. What a pity! I have no weapon. He felt the life force in his body rapidly fading. Everything before him was blurry. He wanted to summon his wooden sword, but he lacked the strength. Wanting to summon the turtle pattern cauldron, he discovered he couldn't even summon spiritual energy, let alone open his storage bag. No matter what secrets you have, after you die, everything will be mine. Chen Heng panted, similarly on his last legs, but still slightly better off than Bai Xiaochun. He stared at Bai Xiaochun, and after a few moments of silence, reluctantly sat up straight, took a long sword from his storage bag, and walked towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun looked back at him, remaining silent, his eyes filled with bewilderment. He thought of the village, of Dao Pan, of Li Qing'o, of the Lingxi sect, and many other figures, Du Lingfei, Ho Yanfei, Ho Xiaomei. Chen Heng walked step by step towards Bai Xiaochun, lowering his head to look at Bai Xiaochun, whose entire body was enveloped in death energy. He could see that Bai Xiaochun's entire body was crippled. He couldn't even open his storage bag, and the spiritual energy in his body had withered away. Remember my name. The one who will kill you, Luo Chen clan, Chen Heng. Chen Heng slowly raised the sword in his hand. Normally, he could make the sword fly out with a flick of his sleeve, but now it felt heavy in his hand. Killing a prodigy, this feeling is incredibly good. Chen Heng endured the overwhelming fatigue, a ferocious look in his eyes. He gripped the long sword in his right hand and fiercely plunged it into Bai Xiaochun's abdomen. But in the instant he thrust, Bai Xiaochun's still functioning left arm suddenly slammed into the ground. With a crack, the bone shattered, a sharp white bone fragment piercing through the skin, protruding about 3 inches. At that moment, his body suddenly leapt up, his left arm swinging with incredible speed, unleashing the last ounce of his life force. The moment the long sword pierced his own stomach, his arm landed on Chen Heng's neck. The white bone directly pierced one side of Chen Heng's throat. Having done this, Bai Xiaochun's body collapsed, his breath faint, completely unconscious. Chen Heng's body trembled. Everything happened so fast, so quickly that he had no preparation, so quickly that his weary body was completely unable to dodge. A large amount of fresh blood gushed from his mouth and neck, staining the surrounding ground crimson. Chen Heng tried to cover his mouth, but couldn't stop the blood from flowing. He stared in astonishment at the blood-stained white bone on Bai Xiaochun's arm. He felt absurd, he couldn't believe it. Unwillingness showed in his eyes. His future, his pursuit, everything he had, at this moment, turned into a tragic laugh. A fatal blow. Chen Heng staggered back a few steps, slowly falling to the ground, breathing his last. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open. Deep in the dense forest on the nameless mountain range, the thunderstorm had weakened at some point, ceasing completely by sunset. In the distance, only the dim twilight remained, but a faint, incomplete rainbow could still be seen. It seemed as if, as the sun set, this rainbow was gradually fading away, shattering into fragments. The forest was eerily quiet. Even the smell of fresh blood had dissipated. Only the corpses scattered along the path bore witness to a fierce bloodbath that had once taken place here. Chen Heng lay motionless on the ground, his eyes still reflecting a lingering will, a mixture of unwillingness and disbelief. Beside his body, Bai Xiaochun lay motionless. If his life were a flame, it was now more than 90% extinguished, leaving only a flicker of hope struggling for survival. After a long while, footsteps echoed from afar, treading on fallen leaves in the muddy water, approaching step by step. The footsteps faded when they reached Chen Heng. It was an old man in a long black robe, his white hair flowing in the wind, his face wrinkled. A profound, unmistakable aura of ancient sorrow emanated from him. He seemed to have lived in this world for far too long, so long that this aura of sorrow had transformed into a deathly presence, enveloping everything around him. Obsession condenses the soul even in death. The soul does not dissipate. It can endure for a while. As the hoarse, indistinct voice reverberated, a crack suddenly appeared on Chen Heng's forehead, and a blue stream of energy shot out, condensing into a palm-sized soul image in midair. It was Chen Heng, but his eyes were hazy, as if he had lost all his senses, trembling with cold. The old man flicked his sleeve, and immediately Chen Heng's soul flew out, merging into his finger and disappearing without a trace. After taking Chen Heng's soul, this mysterious old man silently turned his head to look at Bai Xiaochun, his expression somewhat complex, gradually revealing memories in his eyes. I didn't expect to see. The immortal longevity technique. The old man closed his eyes, and after a long while, he let out a soft sigh. This sigh seemed to alter the surrounding void, causing time in this area to flow differently than usual, as if separating it from the world. Countless plants and trees swayed, and in an instant, they seemed to vanish, turning into dust. Chen Heng's body, visibly withering to the naked eye, turned into a skeleton in just a few breaths, then into dust, dissolving into the muddy water. Only Bai Xiaochun, far from decaying, instead received a large amount of invisible life force, which merged into his body, rapidly healing his severely injured form. The old man slowly closed his eyes, standing there like a statue, motionless. If one examined his body closely, it seemed there was no breath, no life force. His entire being seemed to cease to exist in this world, like a group of lingering souls unwilling to be reborn. At the same time, the moment Chen Heng died, in the Luo Chen family's territory within the Luo Crossing mountain range, the Luo Chen ancestor suddenly opened his eyes, a wave of unease rising in his heart. The old man's gaze swept across the clansmen on all sides. Although he saw that many of the 11 clansmen he had sent out had died, Chen Heng's soul tablet remained intact, and only then did his heart feel a little more at ease. It was only 3 outer disciples. Why is it taking so long? Moreover, many clansmen have died, but with Henger's cultivation, it shouldn't be a problem. Perhaps Henger has already killed those 3 juniors and is on his way back. As Ancestor Luo Chen pondered, this feeling of unease lingered. His eyes flashed, and he sent several more clansmen at the 7th level of the Cha condensation realm to investigate. After doing all this, a fierce light shone in his eyes, and he took a deep breath. No matter what, there's only 1 day left until the blood reversal great technique can be successfully completed. Ancestor Luo Chen gritted his teeth, suppressing all his uneasy thoughts. He knew he had no way out, no other choice. He just needed to endure 1 more day. That would be enough. At this same moment, in a mountain valley less than 10 miles from the range of Ancestor Luo Chen's formation, Ho Yunfei's face was pale, unable to move forward any further. He vomited blood and collapsed with a bitter laugh. Brother Bai, I'm so sorry, I couldn't save you. Before losing consciousness, he clenched his fist tightly, his heart filled with sorrow and helplessness. In another direction, Du Lingfei's hair was disheveled, her body emaciated to the extreme. 7 or 8 of her meridians were severed, her appearance completely different from her former beauty. Her eyes were empty, like a soulless corpse, relying entirely on an astonishing will to keep her going as she staggered through the air. In her hand, she held a jade slip, her mind filled with only one intense thought. Rush out, send a message back to the sect. Save. By Xiaochun. Step by step, falling and getting back up. Even though her clothes were badly damaged, even though the fresh blood had dried, even though her vision was blurring, she still persevered, rushing forward. Time slowly passed, and Du Lingfei had long forgotten her injuries, forgotten about her life. She didn't know how long she had been walking until she finally took this one step, her whole body trembling violently, feeling as if she had emerged from the water, causing her lifeless eyes to instantly regain their intense focus. I've come out. Du Lingfei's lips were dry and cracked, trembling as she clutched the jade slip in her hand. The jade slip, which had remained motionless for half a month, now vibrated violently, like an invisible passageway, piercing through all space, connecting her with the sect, and bringing them together again. The Luochen clan has rebelled. Senior brother Feng died in battle. Senior brother, whose fate is unknown, junior brother Bai led the enemy away to save us and is being hunted down. We beg the sect quickly send reinforcements. After Du Lingfei received the news, her whole body went numb. She sat down, turned her head to look at the vast expanse of land behind her, and tears streamed down her face. She couldn't forget Bai Xiaochun's resolute figure upon his return, couldn't forget Bai Xiaochun's heroic charge to lead the Luochen clan members away, and couldn't forget all the events along the way. Junior brother Bai, senior brother Ho survived, Du Lingfei cried, tears flowing incessantly, her whole body giving way, and she fainted. Almost immediately after Du Lingfei sent the news back to the sect, at the Lingxi sect, on the southern bank of Xiangyun Mountain, the mission hall was bustling with activity, with many outer disciples coming and going. Deep inside the building, a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe was sorting through the sect's assignments. Before him lay thousands of jade slips. Every disciple who received an assignment had their information recorded on one of these slips. Suddenly, one of the jade slips flashed with light. The middle-aged man's expression remained unchanged as he waved his hand, sending the slip flying towards him. After scanning it with his divine consciousness, his eyes widened and he jumped to his feet. The Luochen family has rebelled. His breathing quickened. This was too serious. Whether true or false, he needed to report it immediately. If anyone dared to suppress such a matter, it would be a grave crime. Without delay, the middle-aged man immediately took out a purple jade slip from his person and hastily sent a message. This intelligence report was delivered directly to the law enforcement hall. Although Qian Dakin was a member of the law enforcement hall, his status was low, and this matter was far beyond his ability to handle. After the entire law enforcement hall received this intelligence, they immediately began investigating. At this moment, the law enforcement hall guarding the Lingxi sect displayed astonishing efficiency. In just a short while, they immediately confirmed the intelligence was true. Very quickly, the sound of war drums echoed throughout the southern bank, reverberating in all directions. All the disciples of the southern bank were startled. The outer disciples didn't know what these war drums were, but the inner disciples of the Three Peaks, regardless of who they were, instantly changed their expressions upon hearing the war drums, and looked up sharply. What happened? The battle drums are beating. Without bloodshed, without annihilation of the clan, Lingxi will not return. My God, well, everyone present was terrified. A chilling, each voice suddenly echoed throughout the southern bank of Lingxi sect. I am Aang Ya from the law enforcement hall. All inner disciples of the three southern mountains cancel all missions, activities, and seclusion. You have 20 breaths to assemble within the sect. No mistakes allowed. Upon hearing this, all inner disciples of Qingfeng Mountain, Xiangyun Mountain, and Ziding Mountain, regardless of what they were doing, trembled and rushed out without hesitation. Even those engaged in more important matters dared not delay, because the name Aang Ya represented the elder of the law enforcement hall, and also represented ruthlessness and heartlessness. He also had another Taoist title, the Sage. Once the old man appeared, it meant something had happened that angered the sect, requiring murder, requiring extermination. Boom! 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 Countless figures roared towards the mountain gate. Looking around, there were about 2,000 people on the southern bank. Normally, only a few of these people were seen, but today they all appeared, shaking all the outer disciples. Even more so, a group of disciples in black robes from the law enforcement hall. numbering several hundred, rushed out first. Leading them was an old man with flowing red hair, his entire body radiating killing intent. He was Anya. At this moment, around the mountain gate, there were about 2,000 people, all with extremely serious expressions. The Luochen family has rebelled. By order of the sect master, we will spare no one, not even a dog or a chicken. We request the Taoist master to transmit the order. Anya flicked his sleeve, and immediately the center of the Changdao mountain of the Lingxi sect shook violently, erupting with several beams of light. These pillars of light transformed into an enormous transmission array in midair, suddenly descending and enveloping over 2,000 disciples inside and outside the mountain gate. The transmission array was about to begin. All the outer disciples of the southern shore gasped in astonishment. Seeing this scene, a strong sense of pride for their sect surged within them. The Luochen family was merely a small family to the Lingxi sect, with only one foundation establishment cultivator. But today, the Lingxi sect had mobilized over 2,000 people for a few outer disciples, and even the ruthless Anya had appeared. This was clearly a threat to all the cultivation families within the Lingxi sect's territory. This wasn't a case of using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. This was a deliberate act of using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Even for just a few outer disciples, they could still mobilize such a large force without hesitation. For the disciples, this kind of understanding was intensely powerful. The Lingxi sect, which had stood firm for 10,000 years, had risen from a small sect to its current position step by step. Naturally, it possessed astonishing qualities. At this moment, suddenly, in the main hall on the summit of Xiangyun Mountain, Li Qinghu's face turned pale, and his figure exploded outwards. An overwhelming aura of killing intent erupted from him, creating a raging storm that roared in all directions, rushing straight towards the formation dot in the blink of an eye. Li Qinghu approached and stepped inside the formation. His face was grim, his whole being like a sharp blade unsheathed, radiating an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Anya glanced at Li Qinghu, his eyes narrowing slightly. Among the 3 sect masters of the southern bank of Lingxi sect, he paid particular attention to Li Qinghu because his will was also the will of the entire southern bank of Lingxi sect. Because, besides his identity as a pharmacist, Li Qinghu's talent was extremely rare. In just 100 years of cultivation, his cultivation had already reached the late stage of foundation establishment, and he could even be considered one of the few in the sect capable of breaking through foundation establishment to the golden core stage. I heard that among those 4 outer disciples, one has some connection with Li Qinghu while Anya was still thinking. The formation around him exploded, emitting a dazzling light. In that instant, a deafening explosion resounded, and both the old man and Li Qinghu, along with 2,000 disciples present, became indistinct and then vanished. Previously, it would have taken Bai Xiaochun and the other 2 months to reach this place, but with the teleportation array of the Lingxi sect, it only took a few breaths for them to arrive. A thunderous roar, like a lightning strike, descended upon the spot where Du Lingfei was still unconscious. The entire sky suddenly darkened, and layers of clouds seemed to be torn apart by invisible hands. Then, amidst the deafening explosion, a massive array appeared. It slammed down and was etched directly into the ground, causing the surrounding 100 miles to tremble and burst into flames. Long cracks appeared, intertwining to form an array seal. Within a 100-mile radius, all vegetation, all rocks, even an entire mountain, instantly turned to dust and vanished without a trace. The overwhelming power of the array completely annihilated everything in its path. Only Du Lingfei's position was protected when the formation descended, leaving her completely unharmed. With the formation in place, under the tremors of the ground, figures quickly emerged from their hazy state and became clear. Soon, over 2,000 inner disciples of the Lingxi sect appeared. They still retained the power of the teleportation imprint, allowing them to teleport again. Anya and Li Qinghu hurried forward, heading straight to where Du Lingfei was still unconscious. Several female disciples also came to her side, dressing her in more clothes and infusing her with spiritual energy. A moment later, Du Lingfei slowly opened her eyes. Her expression, initially panicked, transformed into tears upon seeing her fellow sect members, and a surge of emotion quickly spread throughout her body. Moreover, as an outer disciple of Xiangyun Mountain, upon seeing the sect leader Li Qinghu, tears streamed down her face like rain. While still being helped up by her fellow disciples, she hurriedly said, "Sect leader, save junior brother." Bai Du Lingfei's face was pale, her voice filled with pleading. What happened to Bai Xiaochun? Li Qingao stepped forward, instantly appearing before Du Lingfei. He suppressed the anger and worrying in his eyes and urgently asked, "Junior brother Bai, cause he wanted to save me and senior brother Ho Yunfei." He single-handedly lured away the pursuing Luo Chen clan members. Du Lingfei's voice was choked with sobs as she recounted Bai Xiaochun's entire escape. Although the more than 2,000 disciples surrounding them were still unfamiliar with Bai Xiaochun, after hearing Du Lingfei's story, their expressions were deeply moved. The entire tragic process left them all gasping in shock. Feng Yan died in battle protecting his fellow disciples. Ho Yunfei and Du Lingfei risked their lives to escape, while the Luo Chen family dispatched two groups of pursuers, including those at the 8th and 9th levels of Qi condensation. Such a pursuit, if it were any other inner disciple, even if they were alone, would surely have resulted in a near-fatal death. Moreover, according to Du Lingfei's account, Bai Xiaochun's actions were full of loyalty and righteousness, even befitting a prodigy. He could have escaped alone, but instead returned to save his fellow disciples, killing several powerful enemies despite being at a higher level, and relentlessly fleeing for half a month, carrying two severely injured disciples, covering nearly 10,000 miles. Finally, he decided to sacrifice himself for the greater good, luring away the enemy to leave his fellow disciples with a glimmer of hope for survival. Thanks to this, Du Lingfei was able to relay the news to the sect. Otherwise, the sect would still be unaware of the Luo Chen family's rebellion. In an instant, Bai Xiaochun's image in the hearts of the inner disciples became clearer than ever, an image full of loyalty, an immense figure, like a heroic, iron-blooded warrior. The minds of the law enforcement hall members were all shaken, and Qian Dakin was somewhat bewildered. He couldn't reconcile Bai Xiaochun's image with the one described by Du Lingfei. He had secretly instigated some unpleasant incidents earlier, and was worried the sect would investigate. Although he wasn't certain Bai Xiaochun was the little turtle, he was a narrow-minded and jealous person, preferring to kill the wrong person rather than let the guilty one go free. Upon hearing the news of Feng Yan's death, I breathed a sigh of relief. This way, the whole affair would surely have gone unnoticed. Another person also let out a sigh of relief. It was the ruthless and cold-blooded Aiying Ya, also known as the Taoist Chai. A look of respect appeared in his eyes. With his cultivation, he could tell at a glance that Du Lingfei's words were true, and she might not even have recounted the entire situation. Such a disciple, our Lingxi sect will never allow him to perish here. Aiying Ya flicked his sleeve, quickly arranging for hundreds of inner disciples to search for Bai Xiaochun and Ho Yunfei with all their might. Li Qingao remained silent, slowly raising his head. His eyes were slightly red, and his heart was filled with bitterness. Bai Xiaochun's actions made him feel that he hadn't misjudged the child, but he understood that under such circumstances, Bai Xiaochun's chances of survival were extremely slim. You were brought up the mountain by me, Li Qing, whose entire body erupted with overwhelming killing intent. He took a step forward, his whole body flashing, and using all the remaining teleportation power on everyone. He suddenly became indistinct and headed straight towards the Luo Chen family. Aiying Ya sighed softly in his heart. Hearing Du Lingfei's words, he understood that Bai Xiaochun was in grave danger. At this moment, he also flashed, and with the remaining 2,000 disciples, he continued to teleport. A deafening explosion resounded in all directions. Li Qingao and Aiying Ya, along with the 2,000 disciples, instantly appeared in the air above the Luo Chen family's courtyard in the Luo Crossing mountain range. At this moment, the clouds in the sky instantly shattered, creating a shockwave that swept in all directions, and the power of heaven and earth erupted. As countless cries of alarm erupted from the courtyard, the image of the formation descended directly upon the Luo Chen family's mansion. Boom! The formation slammed into the ground, the bluestone paving of the Luo Chen family's mansion instantly shattering into dust, and the building itself trembled and collapsed. Screams erupted from the courtyard, and figures swiftly flew out, filled with rage and despair, their cries filled with sorrow. The two stone lions at the gate and the fruit trees in the garden instantly transformed into puppets, attacking in all directions. But Li Qingao stepped forward first, sweeping his sleeve, shattering the two stone lions with a resounding crash. The fruit trees trembled, their fruit quickly falling to the ground in an attempt to escape, but they were all killed by the disciples. The explosions continued incessantly. The place had been surrounded by the disciples of the Lingxi sect, who were clearing everything out before advancing. Li Qingou swiftly flew to the ruins of the Luo Chen family's courtyard. His right hand formed a hand seal, pointing a finger, and a ball of blue flames appeared, spreading rapidly outwards. His hair fluttered in the wind, and an earth-shattering force erupted. The sea of fire quickly spread in all directions, impacting the ruins of the courtyard, sweeping everything away. The clansmen who were rushing forward let out mournful cries, their bodies incinerated, instantly annihilated. Li Qingou lifted his right foot and stomped down on the ground. The earth beneath him quickly shattered, and a huge crack appeared, as if torn open, revealing an underground palace. As soon as this palace appeared, a pool of blood suddenly surged up, and the Luo Chen family's ancestor instantly emerged. Upon seeing Li Qingou, his expression was filled with despair. The formation was about to be completed right before his eyes when suddenly the Lingxi sect advanced. If it were anyone else, he could have relied on some preparations to fight them off, but this time it was Li Qingou and Yang who had come. He quickly retreated, uttering a mournful and sorrowful cry. Run! The more people you can escape, the better. The Luo Chen clansmen inside the underground palace trembled and quickly fled in all directions. But all 8 directions were surrounded. As Yang, with an expressionless face, waved his sleeve, all the inner disciples began to sweep through and slaughter everyone. Li Qingou stared intently at the blood lake surrounding the Luo Chen clan's ancestor, his expression changing. Not only him, but Yang also showed boundless anger upon seeing this blood lake. Slaughtering mortals like this, if your clan is not annihilated, heaven will not tolerate it. Li Qingou flicked his sleeve, and the sea of fire erupted all around. At the same time, mournful cries continuously echoed from all directions. The entire inner sect disciples of the Lingxi sect were no longer merely slaughtering, but utterly crushing. 2,000 people, hundreds killed. Witnessing the deaths of his clansmen, his direct descendants, and even those from other bloodlines perishing tragically under the Lingxi sect's onslaught, Ancestor Luo Chen coldly raised his head and roared, then swiftly retreated. But the moment he retreated, a deafening explosion rang out, and a sea of fire surged from all 8 directions at incredible speed, its overwhelming force engulfing him completely. Li Qinghu's face was grim as he raised his right hand and clenched it tightly. Boom! Ancestor Luo Chen let out a heart-wrenching cry, his entire body engulfed in flames. In an instant, his flesh and blood became indistinct and then turned to ashes, ultimately killed by Li Qinghu with a single blow. This scene caused all the inner disciples to gasp in shock. Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared intensely at Li Qinghu, his heart trembling. Li Qinghu stood in midair, then after a moment, he waved his hand, and the sea of fire around him erupted once more, completely incinerating all of Luo Chen's clansmen. Then he looked into the distance, his expression dejected, and sighed softly. Bai Xiaochun, I Li Qinghui apologize to your Bai family. He bitterly walked straight towards the distance. He couldn't rest easy leaving Bai Xiaochun to others and had to search for him himself once more, even though at this moment, the chances of his survival were only a glimmer of hope. Watching Li Qinghu disappear into the distance, with the sea of flames still raging behind him, the inner disciples all around gradually felt a surge of enthusiasm and excitement. The stronger their sect became, the brighter their future would be. Disperse and search for Bai Xiaochun with all your might. Whoever finds him, I will personally reward them with contribution points. Along the way, if you find any members of the Luo Chen clan outside, kill them all. Yang withdrew his gaze from Li Qinghu's back and slowly said. The disciples then quickly dispersed in all directions. Within this 10,000-mile radius, more than 2,000 people continuously searched for a month. During this month, almost every place within 10,000 miles was scoured, but unfortunately, no one found any trace of Bai Xiaochun. However, along the way, the corpses of the Luo Chen clan members killed by Bai Xiaochun were discovered one after another, further shocking the inner disciples. Those Luo Chen clansmen were usually killed instantly, making it hard for everyone to imagine how a 6th-level Qi condensation outer disciple could accomplish so much. Qian Dajin also gasped in shock. He suddenly felt that it would be best if Bai Zikun died. If he were still alive, he was certain he wouldn't be his match. Moreover, seeing Li Qinghu's extreme anger, he felt extremely anxious and secretly lamented his misfortune. Damn it, with such a background, why didn't you tell me sooner? If you had told me, I wouldn't have dared to anger you furthermore. When they saw the corpses of the 3 8th level Condensation Luochen clansmen in the forest of the nameless mountain range, the scene was so gruesome that they could imagine the situation at that time, and their minds were all greatly shaken. After searching for over a month, everyone finally understood that Bai Xiaocheng was definitely dead. He likely died in the dense forest of this nameless mountain range, a place teeming with ferocious beasts. There were too many reasons to explain why someone could die here without their body being found. Moreover, from the mouths of the 2 remaining clansmen sent by Chen Hen to search the surrounding area, they learned that the person pursuing Bai Xiaocheng was likely the young master Chen Heng, a cultivator at the 9th level of the Condensation realm. They then concluded that Bai Xiaocheng was truly dead. After a month, everyone finished their search and returned to the sect. Ho Yunfei was also found. His injuries were severe, but thanks to the sect's full-scale treatment, they were not in too much danger. This time, he and Du Lingfei had rendered considerable service to the sect, but their hearts were filled with sorrow and memories, not joy. Neither of them wanted to return, but their injuries were too severe, forcing them to go back. Li Qing'o remained, spending 2 months alone searching the nameless mountain range. Except for a few inaccessible areas, he had practically traversed the entire range. But strangely, he still couldn't find any trace of Bai Xiaochun. It seemed that Bai Xiaochun and this forest, though belonging to the same place, were in 2 completely different worlds. If I hadn't brought you up the mountain, Li Qing'o closed his eyes, his mind replaying scenes from Bai Xiaochun's time at Mao Mountain, his terrified reaction to lightning. Then recalling himself carrying the screaming Bai Xiaochun into the 10,000 Snake Valley, the sect's preliminary competition, and the top 10 stone tablets. In silence, he sighed, his whole being seemingly aging, before gathering the blood-stained fragments of clothing he had collected along the way. Finally, Li Qing'o quietly stepped out of the dense forest, transforming into a rainbow and flying away into the distance. The rebellion of the Luo Chen clan ended here. The Lingxi sect's swift and decisive suppression of the rebellion created a resounding sensation, causing all the sects occupying the 4 eastern continents of the cultivation world, as well as the cultivation families in the eastern lower reaches of the Tongshan River, to become even more wary of the Lingxi sect, one of the 4 major sects in the eastern lower reaches, dominating the Donglan continent. The Lingxi sect had uncovered many clues regarding the reasons for the Luo Chen family's rebellion. The matter of the bloodline mark was merely one explanation. However, the deeper underlying reasons, after synthesizing all the clues, were so significant that the Lingxi sect was deeply shaken. If the Lingxi sect failed to prevent this, it could lead to widespread chaos. If the Luo Chen family succeeded, all the cultivation families in the Lingxi sect's territory would immediately rebel upon hearing the news. If more enemies had invaded at that time, it could have caused the sect to suffer extremely heavy losses and might even have destabilized the sect. Therefore, the contributions of the 3 people, Du Lingfei and Bai Xiaochun, were extremely important, especially Bai Xiaochun's actions. Without his selfless sacrifice, this news would hardly have been transmitted back in such a timely manner. In fact, Bai Xiaochun's actions in this incident moved many people. After all, in the cultivation world, selfish people are numerous, and Bai Xiaochun's ability to not abandon his fellow disciples and flee alone, even risking his life to lure the enemy to save them, is extremely rare. The fact that such a disciple was lost caused great regret in the hearts of both the sect master and the elders of the sect. This incident had far greater implications, and after more clues were uncovered, the Lingxi sect fell silent. For some reason, they did not continue the investigation, but all the Foundation establishment cultivators in the sect became much more vigilant than usual. It seemed a storm was brewing. After the 7 sect masters from the north and south, including the sect master and all the elders, met and analyzed the situation, everyone reached a consensus. Du Lingfei, Ho Yunfei, and even Feng Yan, who are now dead, have made great contributions. Especially Bai Xiaochun, he has truly accomplished a great feat. Before the storm comes, what is needed even more is a spirit of existence, a spirit that our Lingxi sect has maintained for 10,000 years. Bai Xiaochun sacrificed his life to achieve such a great feat. We must remember his kindness and hold a proper funeral for him. The sect will never forget any disciple who has contributed to the sect. The sect master of Lingxi sect, Zhang Yuandong, uttered these final words. From then on, although the sect did not pursue further investigation into the underlying reasons for the Luo Chen family's rebellion, it seized this opportunity to vigorously publicize and wholeheartedly praise Bai Xiaochun's great act of self-sacrifice for the greater good of the sect, saving his fellow disciples. His story spread throughout the sect, making all the disciples on both the north and south shores aware of Bai Xiaochun, and of how Bai Xiaochun could easily sacrifice everything to save his fellow disciples. The sect, for the sake of such a loyal and righteous disciple, absolutely did not let him down. While Li Qingou alone could have wiped out an entire family, they still mobilized 2,000 inner disciples from the South Shore, a massive display of force, like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. This made all the disciples in the sect remember Bai Xiaochun's name and deeply moved them. Even though the sect deliberately orchestrated this kind of deliberate action made the disciples envious. This was the tradition of the Lingxi sect, an unchanging tradition for 10,000 years. Anyone who harms our disciples will be hunted down at any cost, no matter how far away. No disciple of the Lingxi sect who ventures out will ever be alone. As long as the Lingxi sect exists, there will always be the sect's eternal support behind them. This tradition has now transformed into a powerful sense of recognition, making disciples willing to sacrifice everything for the sect, even their lives, to protect it and their home. This is the Lingxi sect 10,000 years ago, just a small sect with fewer than 10 members. Regarding Bai Xiaochun's life and death, the sect master had already invited a supreme elder skilled in divining the heavenly secrets to personally perform a divination. Unfortunately, after performing the divination, they were unable to detect any trace of Bai Xiaochun's existence in this world, only finding a thick aura of death. Only then was it officially confirmed that Bai Xiaochun had died in battle for the sect. A few days later, one early morning, a relentless downpour continued, and the mournful sound of bells echoed throughout the Lingxi sect. Countless disciples, clad in black robes, silently emerged from their quarters, their faces filled with sorrow, and gradually gathered on the slopes of Xiangyun Mountain. There stood a tombstone, its surface engraved with a portrait of Bai Xiaochun, his smile radiant. Zhang Daopan stood in astonishment among the crowd, watching each person gather, then gazing at the tombstone bearing Bai Xiaochun's name. The rain drenched him, soaking his clothes, and he wept. He recalled countless scenes with Bai Xiaochun, secretly eating spirit pearls together, laughing together, trading outer disciple quotas together, stealing chickens together. Zhang Daopan's expression was one of reminiscence, his heart empty, a profound sadness that seemed to darken the entire world. The brothers from the fire-stove chamber, including Heisan, were all filled with sorrow and grief, their eyes brimming with tears. Su Baocai, Chenzi and Zhao Yiduo, and even Elder Su and Elder Joel, those who had known Bai Zikan since he first entered the sect, were present, their faces filled with grief. Zhou Dinche also arrived, silently gazing at the tombstone. Upon hearing Bai Zikan's story, the first image that came to mind was his fervent search for the spirit-tailed rooster all those years ago. Hou Yan Fei, clung tightly to Bai Houzi Mei, stood amidst the crowd, his hands clenched, his whole body trembling, his expression filled with sorrow. Bai junior brother Hou Yan Fei gave a bitter laugh. After returning to the sect, he often drowned his sorrows in alcohol, his mind forever haunted by Bai Zikan's image as he lured away the powerful enemy. More and more people arrived, and the slopes of Xiangyang Mountain were now packed with disciples. Everyone who comes here silently gazes at the tombstone. Du Lingfei stood before the tombstone, her face pale, rain falling on her face, making it unclear whether it was rainwater or her own tears. Her expression was one of panic, her already beautiful face now even more sorrowful. Clearly you could have survived. I survived, but you left. Du Lingfei's grief deepened. These past few days, she had become increasingly haggard. Every time she dreamt, she saw Bai Xiaochun's figure, that iron-blooded figure returning only to suddenly turn and leave, causing her heart to ache and her tears to flow even more profusely. The mournful sound of the bell echoed, lingering for a long time. Within the echoing bells, many rainbow-colored streaks slowly approached from afar the heads of the 7 peaks, all the elders of the sect, and even the sect master himself. Everyone wore black robes, and upon reaching the tombstone, each person looked over, their faces filled with sorrow. Deep within Li Qinghu's heart, bitterness and self-reproach lingered for a long time. Bai Xiaochun, an outer disciple of the Lingxi sect's Xiangyun Mountain, a shining star in the path of medicine, a prodigy in the Tao. In the battle at the Luochen clan, he killed many rebels of Luochen, sacrificing himself for his fellow disciples and upholding righteousness for the sect. He made an immeasurable contribution to the sect with his life. The disciples of our Lingxi sect will forever remember this. The sect master spoke slowly, his voice echoing in all directions. His voice was filled with sorrow. Du Lingfei couldn't hold back her tears, and Ho Yunfei, Zhang Dapen, and several others also wept. Today, we specially bestow upon Bai Xiaochun the title of glorious disciple of our Lingxi sect. The sect master's voice rang out again, shaking everyone's hearts. Those 4 words, glorious disciple, resonated throughout the crowd. The title of glorious disciple is the highest honor bestowed upon the entire Lingxi sect, a unique title with profound meaning, representing a status far superior to that of the inner disciples. It's on par with the list of inheritors. One side is for the deceased, who have received the highest honor, and the other for the living, who have inherited the strongest legacy. In the past 10,000 years, the Lingxi sect has only had 9 individuals achieve the title of glorious disciple, each having died in battle after making great contributions to the sect, and then being posthumously honored. Today, a 10th has appeared. No one here feels this is inappropriate, because it was all achieved by Bai Xiaochun at the cost of his own life. From the moment Bai Xiaochun entered the sect until his sacrifice, he never had a master. A child who could use his life to achieve such great merit for the sect. We cannot allow him to be alone and cold in the underworld. Today, my deceased master, true immortal Ling Luo, has taken Bai Xiaochun as his disciple. Thus, in the underworld, he can still pursue the great Tao, while the sect master was still speaking sorrowfully. Li King nodded slightly, looking towards the tombstone. His eyes filled with grief. Everyone observe a moment of silence. The sect master closed his eyes tightly and slowly bowed his head towards the tombstone. At that moment, the disciples all bowed their heads in unison. After a few breaths, the moment of silence ended, and Du Lingfei wept uncontrollably. While everyone was still mourning, in a place deep within the forest of the nameless mountain range, Bai Xiaochun's eyelashes trembled, then slowly opened, and he sneezed. After a sneeze, Bai Xiaochun suddenly woke up. His consciousness was still in the state it was in before he was seriously injured and fell into a coma, so upon waking, he instinctively clutched his left arm and screamed in agony. However, his scream was cut short halfway through. He looked down at his left arm in astonishment, then at his body, feeling here and there, even lifting his clothes to look at his small, white, soft belly. Oh, how come there are no wounds left? Bai Xiaochun's eyes showed fear. He recalled the story told by an old man in the village, who said that after death the soul would go to the underworld. Today, he had not a single wound on his body, clearly indicating that only his soul remained. He trembled as he looked around, realizing that this place was like a desolate wasteland. The grass and trees on the ground withered, and Shen Heng's corpse was gone. Looking into the distance, everything was shrouded in fog. Only a few areas were visible, while the rest were hazy and indistinct. Layers of deathly aura permeated the surroundings, sending chills down one's spine. It's over, I've lived almost half my life peacefully, and now I'm throwing my life away. Bai Xiaochun became even more certain. He was dazed, his face filled with sorrow as he groaned. I haven't even given Du Lingfei a chance to repay me and the promise senior brother Ho made to me. No one knows I'm the Turtle Clan member yet. I haven't eaten enough of the spirit-tailed chicken. I haven't achieved immortality yet. The more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the more heartbroken he became, tears welling up in his eyes. But just as he was still groaning in grief, suddenly a cough came from behind him. The cough came so suddenly that it startled Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun quickly crawled forward and rolled around to look behind him, a wooden sword appearing in his hand. Who is it? Bai Xiaochun asked anxiously. He suddenly saw, right where he had been standing, an old man in a black robe looking like a zombie, staring at him with a gloomy expression. The death aura emanating from the old man was particularly evident, his face pale and wrinkled, as if he had just crawled out of some grave. Combined with the eerie atmosphere all around, it created an extremely terrifying feeling. After seeing him clearly, Bai Xiaochun's whole body instantly broke out in goosebumps, and countless legends about demons and ghosts taking people's lives flashed through his mind. But he quickly remembered that he was already dead, so he quickly regained his composure, let out a cold snort, and slowly stood up. Alright, you're a ghost, and I'm a ghost. Anyway, I'm already dead, so we're all ghosts. Who's afraid of who? Bai Xiaochun stepped in front of the old man, circled around him once, and hissed a few times. You must be the ghost of this nameless mountain range. Don't be nervous. I just happened to pass by and died here. I'll be leaving soon. Sai, I wonder if becoming a ghost will allow me to continue cultivating immortality and become an immortal ghost. Bai Xiaochun sighed, his heart filled with sorrow as he spoke. The old man frowned, looked at Bai Xiaochun, and asked, Do you want to die so badly? Bai Xiaochun was stunned. For a moment, he seemed to remember something and quickly bit his tongue. When he felt the excruciating pain, Bai Xiaochun couldn't believe it and bit down again. This time, the pain was so intense that tears streamed down his face, but his expression was one of overwhelming joy. He gesticulated wildly, raising his hand to the sky and roaring, I'm not dead. Haha, Bai Xiaochun, my cultivation is unparalleled, invincible in the world. How could I possibly die? Bai Xiaochun excitedly grabbed the old man's hand. But in that instant, his hand suddenly passed through the old man's body without being able to grasp it. Even as it passed through the old man, he felt a strong, chilling aura. Bai Xiaochun's whole body stiffened, and he stared blankly at the old man. Then his pupils widened, and he let out a mournful scream, recoiling violently. A ghost, he had thought he was dead and that everything was fine. But at this moment, he was truly terrified. Memories of the vengeful ghosts taking lives flooded back into his mind. He retreated until he reached the edge of the mist, where an invisible barrier suddenly appeared, preventing Bai Xiaochun from escaping. He pressed himself against the barrier, trembling as he clutched the wooden sword in his hand, his eyes bulging. Thoughts raced through his mind, and finally, he looked at the old man with an extremely pitiful expression. Grandpa, what other unfulfilled wish do you have? I, Bai Xiaochun, will definitely help you fulfill it. The old man in black robes looked at Bai Xiaochun with a strange expression. He felt that the person before him was not the same person he had seen before, and a thoughtful look gradually appeared in his eyes. Perhaps only those with such a personality would choose to cultivate the immortal longevity technique, the old man murmured softly, feeling relieved as he shook his head and chuckled, then turned and floated away into the distance. The immortal longevity technique is divided into the immortal scroll and the longevity scroll. The immortal scroll has 5 volumes, and the longevity scroll has 5 volumes. You are cultivating the first volume of the immortal scroll, which is also the most widely circulated. The immortal skin. Today, the iron skin has reached its peak, and the bronze skin has reached its minor peak. The old man in black gradually walked away, but his voice, like a faint whisper, drifted into Bai Xiaochun's ears. The immortal scroll breaks through the 5 great chains binding life. The longevity scroll breaks through the 5 great eternal seals. Cultivate diligently. If you can reach the immortal golden skin level, then you can touch the first layer of the binding chains. Whether you can break through the chains or not depends on your fate. Meeting you is a matter of fate. I'll give you a pill that can help your immortal skin achieve a breakthrough, reaching the great perfection of bronze skin. I'll also give you a jade slip containing the 2nd volume of the Immortal Diamond. Immortal longevity technique. This technique is extraordinary. The old man had already gone far away, his figure becoming blurry, but his voice still faintly echoed. Then, 2 streaks of rainbow light instantly flew and hovered in front of Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's mind trembled, staring blankly at the old man's retreating back. At this moment, he completely understood that the reason he hadn't died, the reason his injuries had healed, was all thanks to the other party's help. And the reason was that he himself cultivated the immortal longevity technique. Even though Bai Xiaochun was extremely afraid of death, he valued gratitude greatly. He knew full well that his injuries were a matter of life and death. At that moment, his whole body trembled. He took a deep breath, then knelt down and bowed deeply towards the departing old man. Thank you for saving my life and teaching me your cultivation techniques, senior. Please tell me your name, Bai Xiaochun hastily called out. I am the Tomb Guardian. The old man had completely merged with the heavens and earth, his voice faint, carrying a sense of melancholy and memories from countless ages ago, faintly echoing. Just then, the invisible barrier separating him from the mist creaked and instantly shattered into tiny fragments, dissipating. This reconnected the sealed space with the outside world. A gentle breeze ruffled Bai Xiaochun's hair. He looked up into the distance, remaining silent for a long time. Immortal longevity technique, 5 great chains binding life, 5 great eternal seals. He murmured softly. These were things he had never heard of before. After half a day, Bai Xiaochun sighed and looked at the elixir and the jade slip floating in front of him. He reached out and picked up the jade slip, then scanned it with his divine consciousness. Inside, it indeed contained the contents of the 2nd volume of the immortal scripture. After retrieving the jade slip, Bai Xiaochun's gaze fell on the pill. Even though he had become a potion apprentice, he still couldn't discern the pill's grade. After carefully examining the pill in his hand, his naturally cautious nature filled his eyes with contemplation. However, he understood that if the black-robed senior wanted to harm him, there were many ways to do so, therefore this pill would only benefit him, posing no harm. After pondering and carefully examining it, he put the pill away and instantly flew out. Looking around at the dense forest, his heart was filled with emotion, recalling the fierce battle with the Luo Chen clan members earlier. The danger he had faced still filled him with fear. I wonder how senior sister Du and senior brother Ho are doing. Did they manage to escape? Bai Xiaochun mused, not bothering to take out the jade slip to contact the sect. He worried that if the Luo Chen clan wasn't annihilated, the vibrations of the jade slip might cause some trouble. He reached into his storage bag, took out Feng Yan's Windwalker, and tested it. He found it usable. His eyes lit up with joy. Having already figured it out, he didn't rush to leave but found a cave in the mountain range to rest. Then he took out the turtle pattern cauldron and refined the elixir the old man had given him. Very quickly, the elixir flashed with a silver light, revealing 3 spirit patterns. Taking the elixir, Bai Xiaochun swallowed it with determination. In an instant, his body exploded with a resounding bang, and a burst of flames erupted, transforming into an indescribable surge of vital energy that rapidly spread throughout his body. His whole body trembled, but he gritted his teeth and persevered, channeling the immortal longevity technique to surge through his body. As time passed, his skin, once black, turned a bronze color, which deepened until he appeared to be made of bronze. His internal power continued to surge, and the overwhelming feeling of strength within him continued to well up. However, the effects of the medicine hadn't worn off yet. After Bai Xiaochun refined the elixir 3 times, it had reached an astonishing quality. Just as his skin completely turned bronze, his entire body trembled violently and a cracking sound, like something shattering, echoed in his ears. At that moment, cracks appeared on Bai Xiaochun's skin, and these cracks multiplied and intertwined throughout his body. Intense pain surged through him, but Bai Xiaochun endured it patiently. Gradually, a silver light emerged from the cracks. Immortal skin, divided into 4 levels: iron, bronze, silver, and gold. Even the old man in black couldn't have predicted that the pill he gave Bai Xiaochun, after being refined by him, would propel his immortal skin to break through the bronze skin stage. Then, it would break through again. A rumbling sound echoed within Bai Xiaochun's body. After struggling for several days, his skin cracked even more. Finally, it was as if he were shedding his skin, gradually peeling it away, each piece of skin revealing a silver hue beneath. On the 10th day, the last piece of skin shattered and fell, leaving Bai Xiaochun completely enveloped in silver light from head to toe. The silver was somewhat faint, but when he opened his eyes, a silver gleam flashed within them. His entire body flashed, moving at an incredibly fast speed, creating a terrifying whistling sound. Compared to before, his speed was at least twice as fast. With joy in his eyes, Bai Xiaochun clenched his right hand and pointed it directly at the rocky mountain in front of him. A loud bang echoed, and the cliff face shattered in an instant, not just into small pieces, but completely destroyed. This power was several times stronger than before. Bai Xiaochun was filled with excitement, taking a deep breath. He was now confident that if he had to fight Chen Heng again, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. After this test, his body's defenses were even more astonishing. His entire body, imbued with the immortal silver skin, meant that even the 3 times refined wooden sword couldn't inflict any damage on him. Bai Xiaochun excitedly looked at his body after circulating the immortal longevity technique, his skin quickly returning to its original white complexion. He changed his clothes and, with his fastest speed, sped off into the distance, his face beaming with triumph. Inside the forest, Bai Xiaochun continued moving forward, gradually discovering some remaining traces, further solidifying his suspicions. Upon exiting the mountain range, he increased his speed, and after several days, returned to the Luoxing mountain range, finding the Luo Chen family's estate now a pile of ruins. It seems Du Lingfei and Hou Yongfei have successfully sent the news back to the sect. Bai Xiaochun recalled the earlier tragedy, a wave of sorrow washing over him. After a while, he turned, jumped onto the Windwalker, and sat cross-legged, controlling it to fly away. With a whooshing sound, the flying ship quickly transformed into a rainbow, hurtling straight into the distance. Let's return to the sect. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were filled with anticipation. Thinking about the great merit he had made for the sect, he was sure to be rewarded handsomely upon his return. This thought made him even more excited, and then he looked at his storage bag. He had taken the opportunity to organize things along the way. Inside the storage bags of the Luo Chen clan members were quite a few items, including spirit stones. Moreover, inside the storage bag of one clan member he couldn't remember, there was a fist-sized seed, resembling a still-beating heart, seemingly containing life within, though its aura seemed to be growing weaker. Upon discovering this, even with his herbal expertise, it took him half a day to realize that it was a type of fruit that almost only existed in legends. It was an extremely precious fruit called the beast-nurturing seed. It is said that this fruit, after absorbing the essence of a spirit beast, can automatically conceive and reproduce. For extremely powerful but incredibly difficult to reproduce beasts, the spirit beast seed is priceless. Moreover, some cultivators who possess powerful spirit beasts always desire to obtain more descendants of these beasts. Unfortunately, these species usually exist alone, so the value of the spirit beast seed in these cases is even more precious. Although it is unknown how this precious species fell into the hands of that Luo Chen clansman who was chasing him, Bai Xiaochun can confirm that this person must have obtained some great opportunity. This is understandable, since the Luo Chen clan is located in the Luo Crossing mountain range, and this mountain range is always full of mystery. Even he himself had to ponder for a long time before recognizing this item, and surely the clansman Luo Chen who obtained the beast cultivation seed wouldn't have recognized it either. So preserving this item was completely inappropriate. Therefore, along the way, Bai Xiaochun searched for a few more pieces of wood with spiritual energy, made them into a wooden box, and placed the beast cultivation seed inside. Only then did the life fluctuations of the beast cultivation seed gradually stabilize. After putting away the wooden box, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief and continued to control the wind-walking boat, roaring as it flew. Following the same path, it went straight back, and the distance to Lingxi sect grew shorter and shorter. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Previously, when they first set out, because they didn't have many spirit stones, the three of them only dared to fly the flying boat at night. But now that Bai Xiaochun had plenty of spirit stones, he didn't care about the expenses of operating the flying boat. Therefore, it only took him a month to see the southern side of the Lingxi sect's mountain gate in the distance. This trip, going back and forth, took more than half a year, and I finally returned. Bai Xiaochun stood up, his hair fluttering, displaying the demeanor of a peerless master. But then he suddenly remembered something, feeling a little uneasy. So he quickly took out the tattered outer disciple robe that had been torn during the bloody battle with the Luo Chen family earlier, and put it on. Then he put on a look of unwavering loyalty to the sect, appearing utterly miserable, coupled with the tattered, blood-stained robe. It was clear at a glance that he had just survived a life-or-death situation. Only then did he somewhat feel satisfied and steered the flying boat straight forward. However, as he approached the mountain gate, just as he was about to enter, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared, pushing his flying boat away. Bai Xiaochun's body suddenly swayed, almost falling. At the same time, a rainbow-colored light flew from the southern gate, and a young man with a cold, indifferent expression calmly stepped out and looked towards Bai Xiaochun. "Where are you from, fellow Taoist? May I ask what brings you to our Lingxi sect?" The young man frowned as he finished speaking. He looked at the windwalker in front of him, then glanced at the robes Bai Xiaochun was wearing. Using our Lingxi sect's windwalker, dressed in the robes of an outer disciple, yet being stopped outside by the sect's formation. "Who are you?" A cold glint appeared in the young man's eyes. Simultaneously, his right hand formed a hand seal, releasing his 8th level Cha condensation cultivation. "Senior brother, what's going on? Why can't I enter the sect? I'm Bai Xiaochun, an outer disciple of Xiangyun Mountain." Bai Xiaochun quickly stepped back a few steps, observing the situation. He felt the current predicament was somewhat unclear and hurriedly spoke. The young man in front of him frowned, about to say something, when he suddenly froze. "You are Bai Xiaochun." He carefully examined Bai Xiaochun, finding him increasingly familiar. After all, he had attended Bai Xiaochun's funeral and seen Bai Xiaochun's portrait on the tombstone. At this moment, he was startled, and the bloodstains on Bai Xiaochun's clothes made him gasp. Weren't you dead?" "I'm not dead," Bai Xiaochun said, slightly bewildered. The young man's expression suddenly brightened, and he quickly took out a jade slip to transmit news back to the sect. The news of Bai Xiaochun's return quickly spread throughout the sect. On Xianyun Mountain, Li Qing'o, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes wide, his whole body trembled, and he abruptly stepped out. At the same time, this news quickly reached the sect master. The sect master of Lingxi sect was stunned. His divine consciousness quickly swept across the southern side of the mountain gate, and upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, in just a few breaths, a wave of disbelief erupted from the sect, so loud that it could be faintly heard outside the sect. At the same time, the sect bell rang out. Bai Xiaochun! Wasn't he dead? How did he return alive? Immediately afterward, countless figures rushed out of the sect, shouting, with Hou Yunfei leading the way. He quickly dashed out, and upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, his face showed disbelief. Although he had always refused to believe that Bai Xiaochun was dead, having experienced the pursuit by the Luochen family, he knew perfectly well that no disciple could have survived such a chase. At this moment, he was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears welled up in his eyes. "Junior brother Bai," he laughed loudly, and in an instant, he rushed to embrace Bai Xiaochun's neck, his emotions so overwhelming that he couldn't speak. "Senior brother Ho," Bai Xiaochun stared at him. At this moment, he vaguely understood that the sect had already considered him dead, so seeing Hou Yunfei so unhesitatingly made him feel happy. "Come on, let's go back to the sect." Hou Yunfei excitedly pulled Bai Xiaochun straight into the mountain gate. Led in by him, Bai Xiaochun also entered the mountain gate smoothly, and the young man behind him followed, his eyes filled with emotion as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. He himself had participated in the annihilation of the Luochen clan, and had witnessed the horrific battlefield in the forest along with the corpses of the Luochen clansmen. Bai Xiaochun's return alive filled him with immense fear. The moment Bai Xiaochun stepped into the mountain gate, countless figures from all directions rushed towards him. Nine Pan, Zhang Da Pan, Hasten Pan, and the other fat senior brothers from the miscellaneous services area all trembled. They surrounded him, and Zhang Da Pan quickly rushed to hug Bai Xiaochun tightly, tears beginning to fall. Bai Xiaochun was deeply moved. Looking at the crowd surrounding him, he suddenly felt that everything he had gone through before was worthwhile. At that moment, a rainbow appeared, and inside it was Li Qing'o. He looked at Bai Xiaochun with disbelief, still clutching a bag filled with Bai Xiaochun's blood-soaked clothes. Of all the people present, he was arguably the one who understood the life-threatening dangers Bai Xiaochun had faced. "Greetings, headmaster." Bai Xiaochun quickly approached, bowing to Li Qing'o. "It's good that you're alive." "It's good that you're alive." Li Qing'o, usually so composed, trembled at this moment, reaching out his right hand to pat Bai Xiaochun's head, his eyes filled with emotion. "This is my home, and I, your disciple, am willing to brave the flames of war for the sect." Bai Xiaochun raised his head, puffing out his chest and loudly replying. At the same time, he deliberately rolled up his sleeves, revealing the tattered and stained patches on his clothes. More and more people from the three peaks on the southern shore kept coming forward. Seeing Bai Xiaochun and the bloodstains on his body, they were all deeply moved. Especially at this moment, Bai Xiaochun's words echoed in all directions, shaking everyone who heard them. Their gazes towards Bai Xiaochun all felt this person was truly the genius of the sect. More and more people arrived, and then a woman's sobbing voice came from afar. It was Du Lingfei. For the past few days, she had been washing her face with cares. Her whole body was extremely haggard. When she heard people talking about Bai Xiaochun's return, her mind was muddled, and she turned and ran here. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's figure, tears streamed down her face again. She rushed forward and hugged his neck, crying and laughing at the same time, her expression one of bewilderment, as if she couldn't believe the scene before her was real. This made Bai Xiaochun feel incredibly warm inside. His hand instinctively reached up to touch something, but remembering the many people surrounding him, he restrained himself. "Senior sister Du, I told you, as long as I, Bai Xiaochun, have a breath left, I will absolutely not let you suffer any harm, Bai Xiaochun said indifferently, his chin held high, a look of arrogance on his face, uttering an extremely nauseating sentence. But time and again, when Du Lingfei heard these words, her whole body softened, and the deep affection hidden in her eyes melted into sweet nectar. The figures of the law enforcement hall quickly appeared, led by Yang Ya. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, he felt a slight shock, but deep within his eyes was a strong sense of interest. Furthermore, the attire Bai Xiaochun wore, coupled with his words to Li Qing'o, made him silently nod in approval. Bai Xiaochun, I'm Yang Ya of the law enforcement hall. Hearing the words law enforcement hall, Bai Xiaochun's heart suddenly trembled. However, after remembering his recent great service, he straightened his chest and bowed to Yang Ya. This matter concerns the Luo Chen family. Follow me to see the sect master. Yang Ji's face showed a rare smile as he pointed his right hand at Bai Xiaochun. A cloud of spiritual mist immediately appeared beneath Bai Xiaochun's feet, lifting him into the distance. Li Qinghu's eyes were also filled with joy. Then he transformed into a rainbow and disappeared. As for the other disciples, upon seeing Bai Xiaochun leave, a wave of excited discussion arose among them, some fearful, some admiring. However, the news that Bai Xiaochun was not dead spread with astonishing speed. Eventually, the entire Lingxi sect heard the news. Some rejoiced, while others were filled with sorrow. Meanwhile, Qian Dakin sat trembling in his cave dwelling, his expression filled with anxiety and fear. Damn it! How did he not die? Such a dangerous and grueling pursuit, how could he not die? Perhaps he doesn't know that I arranged this mission for Himmies. He must not know. Qian Dakin's face remained expressionless. Finally, he could only sigh, his heart filled with worrying and unease. The Lingxi sect has 8 mountains, 4 on the north bank, 3 on the south bank, and the center is the main mountain. Also the concentration point of the Lingxi sect's core forces. Normally, the sect's leader, Zheng Yuandong, handles all sect affairs here. At this moment, following the resounding chime of the bell, all the sect leaders from the mountains on both the north and south banks personally arrived and sat neatly in the main hall, while the sect leader sat in the central seat. Soon after, Li Qing'o and Yang Ya brought Bai Xiaochun to the outside of the main hall. They entered, while Bai Xiaochun waited outside. Outside the main hall, 4 disciples stood guard on either side, all looking at Bai Xiaochun with curiosity. Bai Xiaochun smiled at the 4 people. This was his first time here, so he looked around. The spiritual energy was dense, the fragrance of flowers and herbs was like a celestial realm, and moreover, there was no noisy commotion, but rather a great deal of tranquility. In this respect, Xiangyun Mountain was vastly different, incomparable. After all, this was a crucial place of the sect, and any disciple who came here was extremely cautious, but Bai Xiaochun seemed completely unaffected, his expression calm as usual. This scene filled the 4 disciples with admiration, secretly thinking that he was indeed worthy of being a figure capable of performing such great deeds for the sect. That relaxed demeanor of his was something ordinary people could never possess. Actually, it's true that Bai Xiaochun was very afraid of death, but thinking about all the merits he had accumulated, he absolutely couldn't die here, so he felt no fear at all. He even held his head high and puffed out his chest, somewhat anticipating what kind of reward he would receive. With my merits, I'll definitely get 100-year lifespan extending pill, 1,000,000 contribution points, the best cave dwelling, and the status of an inner disciple. Haha, Bai Xiaochun became more and more excited as he thought about it, but after waiting for a long time, he still didn't hear anyone calling him in from the main hall. Bai Xiaochun was a little surprised, but waited for a long time. Finally, after a whole day, he heard a helpless voice coming from inside the main hall. Bai Xiaochun, come in. Bai Xiaochun's spirit suddenly trembled. He took a deep breath, assuming a posture of someone willing to brave the flames for the sect, and quickly entered the main hall. Upon entering, he quickly clasped his hands and bowed. Disciple Bai Xiaochun of Xiangyun Mountain greets the sect master and all the seniors. After bowing, Bai Xiaochun looked up and saw an old man in the center of the hall. His expression calm but imposing, dressed in a white robe, his cultivation unfathomable. Around him were 8 other people, 6 men and 2 women, including Li Qing'o and Yang Ya. At this moment, everyone was surprised to see Bai Xiaochun return alive, and they secretly assessed him. As for the clothes Bai Xiaochun was wearing, They glanced at him several times, and with their discerning eyes, they could tell that the ragged, tattered patches on his clothes were the result of fierce battles, not intentional tearing. Bai Xiaochun's appearance at this moment was pure and innocent, seemingly obedient and compliant. His attitude was neither arrogant nor humble, and his demeanor was calm and composed. Seeing this, although everyone's expressions remained normal, they had a rather good impression of him. However, they still felt a little strange. Bai Xiaochun, tell me in detail the entire situation of your mission to the Luo Chen family this time, Li Qingou said gently, looking at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's expression became serious, and he calmly recounted everything that had happened along the way, but he didn't mention the old man in black, as that was his own secret. Except for that, when it came to Feng Yan's sacrifice or the hardships along the way, he cleverly avoided mentioning his own contributions at all, mainly focusing on the loyalty of Feng Yan, Du Lingfei, and Hou Yunfei. It's all because I'm useless. Senior brother Feng died saving me. It's all my fault. The more he spoke like this, the more admiring glances he received from the sect master and others. However, these people had cultivated for many years. Their minds were like old demons, and they could discern his character from the clothes Bai Xiaochun was wearing. Nevertheless, they still greatly appreciated him. After falling unconscious, you're completely cured. The sect master chuckled, not paying much attention to Bai Xiaochun's explanation. In any case, each disciple has their own little secrets. Loyalty to the sect is enough. If one insists on completely controlling these matters, internal strife within the sect will inevitably ensue. Bai Xiaochun, your reward was bestowed upon you by the sect several months ago. You are the glorious disciple of our Lingxi sect. When the sect master uttered the 4 words glorious disciple, a strange feeling arose in his heart. This was the first time he had witnessed a glorious disciple alive and well like this. They had discussed this extensively in the main hall earlier, and everyone felt very awkward. After all, the title of glorious disciple was extremely important. Previously, it was only bestowed upon those who had died in battle, and no living person had ever received that title. But today, Bai Xiaochun had appeared before them so cheerfully. Therefore, upon hearing the news that Bai Xiaochun was still alive, everyone was stunned. Moreover, this title could not be revoked. The funeral had already been held, and his merits remained. This made everyone feel dejected, which is why Bai Xiaochun waited outside the main hall for an entire afternoon. After deliberation, since there was no better way to change the situation, everyone could only follow the sect rules and continue to let Bai Xiaochun retain this status. Glorious disciple, Bai Xiaochun was stunned. He had never heard such a title before. Moreover, after waiting for another afternoon, he watched helplessly as the sect master and the seniors in front of him all wore strange expressions, yet no one mentioned the next reward. Unable to bear it any longer, he asked, "Nothing else?" Bai Xiaochun asked, "Nothing else." The sect master finally replied with a forced smile. Bai Xiaochun immediately became impatient, wanting to open his mouth to explain the principles and how arduous his journey had been, how he had narrowly escaped death. When Li Qingou suddenly coughed, Bai Xiaochun's temperament was perfectly clear to him. Hurry up and thank the sect master. The title of glorious disciple has only been bestowed upon 10 people in the entire Lingxi sect so far. You are the first in 1,000 years, and therefore the only one to hold this title. Being a glorious disciple surpasses even inner disciples. It's the highest honor in the Lingxi sect. Therefore, your descendants will enjoy all the sect's resources, being born as inner disciples. Furthermore, your family lineage will be protected by the Lingxi sect forever. The 9 great families in our Lingxi sect are all glorious families. This is the birth of a brilliant and glorious status, Li Qingou explained further. After hearing the explanation, Bai Xiaochun's face suddenly clouded over. His imposing aura instantly deflated, and he gave Li Qingou a pitiful look, then glanced at the sect master. He didn't know what to say anymore. He clearly understood the true identity of this glorious disciple. He looked quite promising, but in reality, everything was prepared for the dead. The rewards bestowed were only for future generations, yet he was still alive and well at this moment. Bai Xiaochun realized with great sorrow that he had fallen into the situation of a father envious of his own daughter. Thanks, sect master. Bai Xiaochun's face was gloomy, his voice weak and listless. From today onwards, you may address me as Sect Master Senior Brother. Sect Master Genuendong quickly cleared his throat, his heart filled with an overwhelming sense of unease. Previously, the old man agreed to let Bai Xiaochun become his disciple because he believed Bai Xiaochun had sacrificed himself. But today, the other party had returned alive, and imagining himself, at his age, calling a young man not even 20 years old his brother, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Ah, Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. His emotions were fluctuating wildly. When he entered the main hall, his heart was filled with expectation, but the reality was too cruel, and his spirits plummeted. But then, this kind of change occurred. Considering your merits, and since you have no master, I will arrange for you to become my disciple. Therefore, from now on, I will be your senior brother. The sect master's heart grew increasingly uneasy. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his eyes filled with excitement. He felt that the sect treated him very well. Thinking that the sect master's master must be a supreme elder, he felt incredibly excited, his eyes shining brightly. Now, who would dare bully me anymore? My master is so powerful, haha. Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed, quickly clasping his hands and bowing deeply. Thank you, sect master. Brother, where is our master? I also want to visit him, Bai Xiaochun asked eagerly and happily. No need to rush. The portrait of our master before his passing is still placed in the back mountain for worship. I've arranged for someone to prepare it, and then I'll take you there. The sect master's expression was somewhat strange before he spoke. Passed away worshipped in the back mountain, Bai Xiaochun felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. He stood there, only those words echoing in his mind, and it took him half a day to react that he had become a disciple of a master who had long since passed away. Bai Xiaochun felt a surge of rage, his head spinning. His mood plummeted once again, leaving him utterly devastated. He couldn't even remember how he left, wandering aimlessly behind the sect master to the back mountain. After bowing to the painting as his master, he vaguely made his way from the main peak back to Xiangyun Mountain. At Xiangyun Mountain, upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, all the disciples rushed to pay their respects, their eyes filled with curiosity. Some kind-hearted person even took the bewildered Bai Xiaochun to see his tombstone. Looking at the tombstone before him, Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt his world darken. I bowed to a painting as my master. Bai Xiaochun didn't know how he got back to his small courtyard, and he sat dazed in front of his wooden house. Only then did he stand up, filled with grief and indignation. For the next few days, he sat there dejectedly, lost in thought. It wasn't until half a month later that he recovered from the shock. With a sorrowful sigh, he stepped out of the courtyard, preparing to go find Zhang Daopan to talk things over. Just as he stepped out, he encountered an outer disciple who, upon seeing him, instinctively bowed deeply. Greetings, Senior Uncle Bai. Bai Zikun took a few steps before suddenly stopping, his eyes flashing. He grabbed the outer disciple. What did you just call me, Senior Uncle Bai? You're the sect master's junior brother, so of course I have to call you Senior Uncle Bai. The outer disciple was stunned, quickly adding. Bai Xiaochun released his grip, the light in his eyes brightening, his heart pounding. He suddenly realized his current status wasn't so bad after all. His seniority was frighteningly high. He licked his lips, then burst into laughter. His resounding laughter startling the outer disciple, who recoiled in bewilderment, not understanding why Bai Xiaochun had suddenly gone mad. Bai Xiaochun quickly suppressed his laughter, cleared his throat, and adopted a senior-like demeanor, nodding slightly to the other man. He didn't bother looking for Zhang Daopan anymore, instead heading towards the sex mission assignment area with a heart full of anticipation. Because that's where the most people were. At the same time, on Xiangyun Mountain, Li Qing'o, having just returned, immediately went into seclusion. He sat cross-legged in his meditation chamber, pondering for a long time before finally flicking his sleeves and beginning to refine pills with a solemn expression. This little brat Bai Xiaochun has a bad temper, so we need to prepare a life-saving magic weapon for him. Unfortunately, I'm not skilled in refining artifacts, so I'll just refine a furnace of 9 absolute pills and exchange it with the Dangxi sect. This kind of magic weapon, prepared for a Cha condensation disciple, looks like it's for future generations. The Dangxi sect will surely demand a huge sum. Li Qing'o shook his head, not paying any more attention. Even he, Bai Xiaochun, needed a great deal of effort to refine the 9 absolute pills, but thinking of Bai Xiaochun's near-death experience, He quickly concentrated and prepared to open the furnace. Ba Xiaojun was extremely good at finding amusement in anything. At this moment, he found amusement in being the sect master's junior disciple, so he was overjoyed and swaggered along the sect's mountain path, spotting the mission location from afar. Bai Xiaojun quickly cleared his throat, adjusted his clothes slightly, and adopted the demeanor of a senior, his chin slightly raised, his hands clasped behind his back as he slowly approached. The mission location was bustling with people coming and going, the most lively place in Xiangyun Mountain. Every day, many outer disciples came and went, their voices echoing from a distance. Very quickly, Bai Xiaojun arrived at the mission location. He stood there, a smile he considered benevolent on his face, looking towards the outer disciples. Almost immediately upon his appearance, he was noticed, especially by the outer disciples who were discussing their assigned tasks. Their gazes swept over Bai Xiaojun, and they were all slightly startled. "It's Uncle Bai." "Greetings, Uncle Bai. Greetings, Uncle Bai." They hurriedly bowed to Bai Xiaojun. The word spread, drawing more attention to Bai Xiaojun, and soon, almost all the outer disciples present came forward to pay their respects. "Everyone has worked hard." Bai Xiaojun, delighted by the title Uncle Bai, smiled and greeted everyone, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked straight ahead. As for the outer disciples on all four sides, when they looked at Bai Xiaojun, they all showed admiration, whispering to each other, "Uncle Bai, that's the sect master's junior brother." Especially the stewards in the mission room. After seeing Bai Xiaojun, they all hurriedly stood up and bowed, causing the entire mission room to stop moving. This scene made Bai Xiaojun even more excited. "You all continue, don't mind me. Today I'm here on behalf of the sect master to take a look at the outer disciples of our Lingxi sect." Bai Xiaojun was secretly beaming with joy. As soon as he said that, the outer disciples on all sides bowed once again. Even the elders of the mission room came out and nodded slightly towards Bai Xiaojun. But time and time again, although Bai Xiaojun said he didn't want anyone to pay attention to him, he didn't leave the place, but instead walked among the crowd, smiling and nodding to everyone he met. Wherever he went, the three words Uncle Bai were constantly uttered from the mouths of the outer disciples. Some even repeated it more than 10 times. As time passed, everyone's expressions became somewhat strange, realizing that Bai Xiaojun had come here simply to hear people call him Uncle Bai. Bai Xiaojun, seeing that it was convenient, waved his hand at everyone and swaggered away. The mission room then resumed its operation. "This identity is amazing." Bai Xiaojun's eyes lit up. Even until noon, this still made him feel joyful both physically and mentally, and more importantly, he discovered that this identity was unlike that of ordinary people. "Glorious disciple, junior brother of the sect master. Doesn't this mean that from now on, no one in the sect will dare to tease me anymore?" Thinking this, Bai Xiaojun laughed heartily and hurried to the 10,000 medicine pavilion. The 10,000 medicine pavilion was also crowded with people. Before long, Bai Xiaojun arrived. Looking at the 10 stone tablets and hearing the various greetings of Uncle Bai, Bai Xiaojun felt a pang of emotion. He lingered there for a long time, until everyone's expressions gradually became strange, before reluctantly leaving. Although it was already dusk, he showed no signs of fatigue and went to the residence of the majority of the outer disciples. As soon as Su Beokai stepped out, he saw Bai Xiaojun in front of him and quickly bowed. "So it's Xiao Bao. Your cultivation hasn't changed much since I left half a year ago." "That can't be. You must diligently cultivate." Bai Xiaojun patted Su Beokai on the shoulder, gesturing for him to speak. Su Beokai was startled, his eyes widening. Hearing Bai Xiaojun call him Zibo like that, his heart trembled. He was so grown up, only his father had ever called him that. No one else had ever called him that before. At this moment, he felt uncomfortable, but he didn't dare to object, only nodding in agreement. This venerable one." Bai Xiaojun suddenly realized that with his status, he couldn't use the word "I," so he thought of Li Qinghu's usual form of address and changed it to "this venerable one." "This venerable one is unfamiliar with this place. Zibao, you lead this venerable one around to get acquainted with this place." Bai Xiaojun quickly cleared his throat, his small hands clasped behind his back, and tilted his chin up. Su Beokai, helpless, hurriedly led Bai Xiaojun around the area. When the outer disciples returned, they were all astonished to find Bai Xiaojun again. Many of them had even encountered Bai Xiaochun earlier in the day at the mission room and the 10,000 medicine pavilion. Now they exchanged glances, unable to resist bowing once more. Bai Xiaochun once again felt the glory of his status, watching the outer disciples bowing to him with smug satisfaction. He finally left late at night, feeling content. Passing by the spirit-tailed chicken breeding grounds, he conveniently stopped by. Soon after, the sounds of bowing to Uncle Bai echoed once more. When he left, he was carrying two spirit-tailed chickens. This is the advantage of status. Before, I had to steal chickens to eat, but now I can just take them. Humph, the sect master is my senior brother. Who would dare offend him? Bai Xiaochun hummed a little tune all the way back to his residence, feeling smug. The next morning, as soon as the sun rose, Bai Xiaochun, in high spirits, got up, tidied his clothes, and struck various poses in front of the bronze mirror. Only after choosing a pose he felt best suited his status did he go out. He had practically turned this into his career. This time, instead of going to the mission room, he went to other crowded places in Xiangyun Mountain, even attending a Xiangyun Mountain martial arts competition. Throughout the day, he heard countless people address him as Uncle Bai. Bai Xiaochun felt like he had achieved enlightenment and become an immortal, his face beaming with excitement. And so, the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, he continued this for over 10 days. By the end, almost every outer disciple of Xiangyun Mountain had addressed him as Uncle Bai dozens of times. Everyone was going crazy over Bai Xiaochun. Calling a child uncle once was one thing, but doing it repeatedly only made them more and more annoyed. Bai Xiaochun found life incredibly fulfilling this way. He actually enjoyed meeting acquaintances, always going up to greet them. Nephew Yidwo, don't go. It's been a long time. One day, Bai Xiaochun saw Zhao Yidwo. His eyes immediately lit up, and he rushed over to pull him back. Zhao Yidwo's face twitched slightly upon hearing the words Nephew Yidwo. Uncle Bai, we've met so many times these past few days. Bai Xiaochun glared, quickly clearing his throat. He was about to speak when he noticed a figure not far away, who, upon seeing him, immediately turned to leave. Oh, isn't this junior nephew Chen Xiang? Long time no see. Bai Xiaochun hastily let go of Zhao Yidwo and quickly stopped Chen Xiang, his face beaming with joy. Chen Xiang was almost going crazy. These days, he had encountered Bai Xiaochun at least 3 times a day as far as he knew. Everyone in Xiangyun Mountain who knew Bai Xiaochun felt the same way. There was also that unfortunate fellow who liked to call himself Langjia, who, it was said, encountered Bai Xiaochun at least dozens of times a day. Senior Uncle Bai, that I have something to do. I'll leave first. Chen Xiang was practically fleeing for his life, hastily stepping aside. More than 10 days later, the outer disciples of Xiangyun Mountain almost pretended not to see Bai Xiaochun whenever they saw him. This displeased Bai Xiaochun, so he became even more proactive. Oh dear, you look so familiar to me. Come here, remind me, have we met before? Bai Xiaochun grabbed someone whu had previously admired Zhou Xunqi. This outer disciple had a gloomy expression, and Bai Xiaochun pulled him aside for a long, drawn-out conversation. Only after the disciple repeatedly mentioned Uncle Bai more than 30 times did Bai Xiaochun feel satisfied and let him leave with a sullen face. But this wasn't the solution. After seeing so many people trying to avoid him, Bai Xiaochun felt he should be more proactive. So in the following days, he would cough to remind people of his presence. However, the effect was somewhat frustrating for Bai Xiaochun. Fortunately, in Xiangyun Mountain, besides Du Lingfei, there was another girl that Bai Xiaochun found extremely adorable. She was Hou Xiaomei. This Hou Xiaomei almost daily proactively appeared before Bai Xiaochun. Without Bai Xiaochun having to cough, she would jump up excitedly, sweetly chasing after him and calling him uncle, seeing the other outer disciples feeling resentful. Bai Xiaochun became even more pleased and smug. Moreover, Hou Xiaomei had once been taught by Bai Xiaochun and greatly admired the mysterious and unpredictable little turtle in the sect. Once, when she was following behind Bai Xiaochun, she even casually asked about Bai Xiaochun's opinion of Little Turtle. Little Turtle. That's a mysterious and unpredictable person with extraordinary talent. This person is like a white cloud in the blue sky, making everyone look up to him. Bai Xiaochun quickly coughed, proudly saying, barely suppressing the urge to tell Hou Xiaomei that he was Little Turtle. He made up his mind that he had to find a moment when everyone was paying attention to tell Ho Xiaomei about his great identity. I feel the same way. I've told many people that Little Turtle is a character who disregards fame and fortune, pursuing the ultimate limits of the medicinal path, light and carefree. Like a white cloud in the sky, Ho Xiaomei's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Within the sect, there was a brief period when rumors circulated that Bai Xiaoqun was Little Turtle. However, this theory was quickly dismissed. After all, everyone had their own imagined Little Turtle, but no matter how they thought about it, it seemed impossible to completely equate him with Bai Xiaoqun. After all, the 10 herbal and spirit beast stone tablets didn't record names, only symbols of each person's unique medicinal path, making it difficult to distinguish them. Bai Xiaoqun didn't pay much attention to Ho Xiaomei's words, instead focusing his attention on Zhou Xinqi, one of the 5 great beauties of the southern shore. I wonder what kind of expression the arrogant Zhou Xinqi will have when she calls me Uncle Bai, thought Bai Xiaoqun, his excitement rising. He focused his daily search on Zhou Xinqi. His efforts paid off, and one day he spotted her soaring through the sky, perched on a blue flower basket. Nephew Xinqi, Bai Xiaoqun shouted urgently. Zhou Xinqi's face, perched on the blue flower basket, instantly turned grim. She had heard about Bai Xiaoqun's actions over the past month, knowing that the outer disciples of Xiangyun Mountain had been talking about the white transformation. The words nephew Xinqi sent shivers down her spine. She quickly pretended not to hear, accelerating her pace, but she couldn't have imagined. Bai Xiaoqun was stubbornly running on the ground. Nephew Zhou Xinqi, come here, let's talk about life together. Bai Xiaoqun was overjoyed. He had been searching for Zhou Xinqi for a long time, and today he finally met her. How could he let her go? Zhou Xinqi gritted her teeth and sped up her flight. She quickly flew out of Xiangyun Mountain, finally escaping Bai Xiaoqun. Bai Xiaoqun looked at Zhou Xinqi's distant figure, sighed, and felt regretful. It's nothing. It's just knowing how to fly. Later, I can fly too, and then you'll have another chance to call me Uncle Bai, Bai Xiaoqun grumbled. Seeing that it was getting dark, he turned to find Du Lingfei. As soon as Du Lingfei saw Bai Xiaoqun, she covered her mouth and giggled. Uncle Bai, Uncle Bai, Uncle Bai. Bai Xiaoqun was immediately delighted, finding Du Lingfei increasingly adorable the more he looked at her. However, within a few days, due to Du Lingfei's previous merits, she was taken as a disciple by an elder and assigned to Donglin City as an attendant in the Lingxi sect. This was an excellent opportunity for Du Lingfei. A few years in Donglin City would qualify her, and with her accumulated merits, she could even be directly promoted to inner sect. Furthermore, she would have significant privileges in Donglin City and access to far better cultivation resources than within the sect. Bai Xiaoqun felt regretful. After bidding farewell to Du Lingfei, he continued his pursuit of pleasure in Xiangyun Mountain. Time passed like this. Another month went by, and throughout Xiangyun Mountain, the term Uncle Bai had become taboo, causing everyone to sigh wryly whenever they thought of it. Fortunately, at this point, Bai Xiaoqun realized that continuing like this was unacceptable. I, Bai Xiaoqun, am the junior disciple of the sect master of Lingxi sect, and the senior uncle of all the disciples. I'm not just affiliated with the Xiangyun Mountain lineage. I can't favor one side over the other. Perhaps I should go and explore other peaks. Bai Xiaoqun pondered, then, with a dignified air, headed towards Ziding Mountain. A month later, the outer disciples on Purple Peak Mountain were going crazy. This month, Bai Xiaoqun's appearance had shown them what it meant to make being a senior disciple their life's work. They discovered that no matter where they were on Purple Peak Mountain, they would see a pale-faced, slightly thin young man with a smug, yet unconcealed expression on his face, swaggering around. He would cough at anyone he met, and if someone didn't know him, he would even proactively introduce himself. They had said Senior Uncle Bai so many times their mouths were practically sore, but they were powerless. Bai Xiaoqun was the sect master's junior brother, his seniority surpassing all the other disciples. If any disciple dared to disrespect him, it would be a violation of the sect rules. Finally, thankfully, everyone found Zhang Depin, who intervened to persuade him. Only then were they able to send Bai Xiaoqun, who was like an ancestor, off to Qingfeng Mountain. Another month passed, and the disciples of Qingfeng Mountain were all going crazy. Especially Chen Fei and his 2 companions, who were utterly distraught during this month. Bai Xiaochun frequently appeared at their doorstep on Qingfeng Mountain, and each time, if Chen Fei and his companions didn't repeatedly call out Uncle Bai 100 times, it wouldn't be over. Even under Bai Xiaochun's relentless harassment, if Chen Fei and his companions showed even the slightest disrespect, he would immediately report them to the law enforcement hall, terrifying them and keeping them extremely cautious. Finally, almost in tears, they confessed about Qian Deijin, only to be tortured until they were unrecognizable. Only then did Bai Xiaochun let them go, sighing as he left Qingfeng Mountain, feeling a little guilty himself. The outer disciples all know me, but none of the inner disciples have ever seen me. Especially that Qian Deijin. Does he really think I've forgotten him? Bai Xiaochun pondered for a long time, then nodded deeply, feeling that his future life had become more interesting, and hurried to find the inner disciples. For a period of time afterward, Bai Xiaochun's figure could still be seen on all three mountains, but mostly in the inner disciples' residential areas. With his status, he could enter almost any place in the Lingxi sect. However, very quickly, Bai Xiaochun lost interest. Most of those inner disciples were in seclusion, and he didn't see many of them for months. Especially Qian Deijin, countless formations outside his cave dwelling were activated, and he was too scared to come out. Bai Xiaochun stood blocking Qian Deijin's exit for a whole month, but he didn't see the other party's face, and no matter how much he called for surrender, he received no response. I don't believe it either. Bai Xiaochun stood at the entrance of Qian Deijin's cave dwelling, intending to blast open the formation. But the formation of an inner disciple's cave dwelling was simply too difficult to forcibly open. Seeing that he couldn't do it, Bai Xiaochun wanted to find more people to join forces and blast open Qian Deijin's cave dwelling. Just then, two figures suddenly approached from a distance. They were two inner disciples, one tall and one short. After getting closer, they looked at Bai Xiaochun without bowing and calmly spoke. Uncle Bai, this matter concerns Qian Deijin. Could you please give our young master some face and let him go? Our young master is Shangguan Qianyu, the taller inner disciple deliberately emphasized. Shangguan Qianyu was one of the three top geniuses of the three mountains on the southern shore. It could even be said that his talent was rarely seen in the entire southern shore of the Lingxi sect, perhaps even once in 1,000 years. Although he was an outer disciple, he was certain to become a foundation establishment cultivator in the future, causing many elders in the sect to treat Shangguan Qianyu differently from others. Especially since he was considered the hope of surpassing the northern and southern shores, he received even more intense training. Furthermore, Shangguan Qianyu had many followers on Qingfeng Mountain. Bai Xiaochun's expression remained unchanged. If it were before, he would have been afraid, but even though he feared death, that didn't mean he was cowardly. As long as the situation didn't involve death, he was very bold. His current status meant that death was almost impossible within the sect. At this moment, he looked disdainfully at the two people talking and smiled, seeing me, yet clearly not bowing. You to have quite the nerve. Who gave you permission to be so arrogant? Is it that Shangguan Qianyu who has no respect for elders? Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve, speaking indifferently. As soon as he spoke, the expressions of the two inner disciples changed. The taller inner disciple's eyes immediately flashed with fierce malice. Uncle Bai, you should be more careful with your words. He hadn't finished speaking when Bai Xiaochun's figure vanished in an instant. While the taller inner disciple was still stunned, a gust of wind struck his face. Bai Xiaochun had appeared before him. His speed was incredibly fast, beyond their comprehension. Before the two could even react, Bai Xiaochun's right hand rose, and a slap, like a clap of thunder, landed on the face of this high-ranking inner disciple. The robe of this tall inner disciple instantly emitted a protective light shield. This was one of the inner disciple's magical artifacts. But almost as soon as this light shield rose, upon contact with Bai Xiaochun's hand, it instantly shattered into pieces, offering no resistance whatsoever. Bai Xiaochun's hand, imbued with the immense power of a volcano, suddenly descended. With a loud bang, the inner disciple's eyes were filled with starlight, his head buzzed, and he felt as if he had been violently struck by a mountain. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body like a kite with a broken string, thrown violently outwards, flying more than 10 meters away. He didn't even have time to scream before falling unconscious. This happened too unexpectedly. The shorter inner disciple standing beside him stared in astonishment, his head spinning, and instinctively recoiled. Seeing his companion knocked unconscious by a single slap from Bai Xiaochun, and then glancing at Bai Xiaochun, the man gasped, swallowing hard. Yu, he pointed at Bai Xiaochun, his body trembling, his mind reeling. He couldn't believe Bai Xiaochun's physical strength was so terrifying. After all, this was the 8th level of the Cha condensation realm. Isn't Elder someone a mere inner disciple like you can just point at like that? Bai Xiaochun turned to look at the short inner disciple, speaking as he walked forward. The short inner disciple let out a pained cry, his body recoiling violently. But before he could get far, he heard a howling wind. Bai Xiaochun was instantly close, delivering another swift slap. Just then, a chilling voice suddenly came from below the mountain. Stop! As the sound rang out, a figure rushed forward at lightning speed. Bai Xiaochun didn't even glance at him, his hand striking down even faster. With a loud bang, countless fragments of the short inner disciple's teeth flew out, blood gushed out, his body contorted, and he was sent flying far away, falling unconscious. After doing all this, Bai Xiaochun flicked his small hand up and looked at the figure rapidly approaching from below the mountain. This was a middle-aged man, with a cultivation level of the 9th layer of the condensation realm, on par with Chen Heng. He stared at Bai Xiaochun, laughing angrily. Didn't you hear what I just said? Damn it, Bai Xiaochun, this junior disciple, do you also want a slap? Bai Xiaochun tilted his chin up, smiling as he spoke. The two of them earlier, plus the one in front of him, Bai Xiaochun could see that they had absolutely no respect for him. He even harbored a sense of contempt, as if he were superior. He was deeply disgusted by such inner disciples. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and he stopped abruptly. Bai Xiaochun's physical strength had terrified him, and he had felt breathless just moments before. Recalling it now, he immediately took a deep breath. Moreover, given Bai Xiaochun's status, even the law enforcement hall couldn't say anything about his previous actions. Bai Xiaochun, my young master has given you permission to come and pay your respects. The middle-aged man stared at Bai Xiaochun. After a long pause, he took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, and stated his purpose for coming. He had received orders from Shangguan Tianyu to summon Bai Xiaochun. In his opinion, his young master was making a big deal out of nothing. Bai Xiaochun was merely a lucky disciple who had performed some meritorious deeds, a petty individual who had killed a few weak members of a cultivation family. If he wasn't lucky, he wouldn't have been praised by the sect like this. It's truly not worth the young master, who is about to be promoted very quickly and even has a glimmer of hope of reaching the golden core stage, sending someone to deliver a message. Even if it was just to tell Bai Xiaochun to come and pay his respects, according to this middle-aged man, it was a loss of dignity. A mere outer disciple, even if he's a prodigy, what difference does it make? He should be the one to come and see me. From this incident, Bai Xiaochun clearly sensed the arrogance of Shangguan Tianyu. Given his status, it's one thing for the other party not to come in person, not to deliver a message, and to even tell him to come and pay his respects. He flicked his sleeve, and a strong gust of wind blew. Anger immediately flared in the middle-aged man's eyes. Bai Xiaochun, our young master sending you to pay your respects is already a great honor for you. So many people want to pay their respects but don't have the chance. He stopped speaking abruptly, his expression changing drastically, and he recoiled violently, but he was still a step too late. Bai Xiaochun's figure instantly appeared in front of him, and a thunderous slap landed. You dare! The middle-aged man's Cha condensation cultivation level immediately erupted. As he chanted a spell, several wind blades materialized, blocking his path. But as soon as these wind blades appeared, a deafening explosion resounded. Under Bai Xiaochun's unstoppable force, the wind blades shattered completely, offering no resistance whatsoever. Bai Xiaochun's hand instantly broke through all obstacles and landed on the middle-aged man's face. A loud bang followed. A blood-curdling scream rang out. The middle-aged man's body was thrown more than 10 meters away before it finally came to a stop. Even Chen Heng is inferior. No wonder he accepts others as his master. Get out! Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve, arrogantly snorting. The middle-aged man looked at Bai Xiaochun in fear, his body trembling. His left cheek was swollen, blood oozing from between his teeth as he quickly retreated. Only after the other party had gone far away did Bai Xiaochun turn to look at Qian Dakin's cave dwelling, his eyes narrowing. He was afraid of death, so he always sought revenge against anyone who intended to kill him. Even if Qian Dakin had come to find Shangguan Tianyu, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't let it go. These past few days, he had appeared to be casually staying within the sect, but in reality, he had already investigated Qian Dakin. Do you think hiding inside means I can't do anything to you? Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly, turning and leaving. Given his current status, it didn't take long before a mission jade slip flew out from the law enforcement hall, passing through Qian Dakin's cave dwelling and appearing before him. Just like Bai Xiaochun before, it was a dangerous mission that had been forcibly assigned. Qian Dakin felt bitter for a long time, but he had no choice but to go out and carry it out. He also considered going out to avoid disaster, but he underestimated Bai Xiaochun's vengeful nature. Bai Xiaochun had already arranged more than 10 such missions for Qian Dakin and had secretly contacted Hou Yangfei. The Hou family was a cultivation clan with a foundation establishment ancestor, deep roots, and a highly valued Bai Xiaochun. Moreover, Hou Yangfei and Hou Xiaomei were also his allies. Therefore, they would naturally assist in this matter, guaranteeing that Qian Dakin would unexpectedly perish while carrying out this mission. The law enforcement hall was well aware of Qian Dakin's situation. However, since Bai Xiaochun was already dead at the time, and the matter wasn't suitable for public dissemination, no immediate investigation was conducted, but it was recorded in a file. Now that Bai Xiaochun has returned and wants to deal with the matter, the law enforcement hall hasn't offered any resistance, seemingly even feeling indebted. Therefore, they allowed Bai Xiaochun to act as he pleased, and internally, Qian Dakin has already been added to the death list. Near the peak of Qingfeng Mountain, there was a small trail, at the end of which lay a lake teeming with goldfish. Beside the lake was a secluded cave dwelling, its solitary abode creating a tranquil atmosphere, and the spiritual energy was far more concentrated than in the residences of other disciples. At this moment, a young man sat by the lake, dressed in the robes of an inner disciple. His handsome features, with long black hair cascading down his shoulders, gave him an air of intelligence and dashing beauty. His fair skin made even the female disciples feel inferior, especially his eyes. Though still square-shaped, they held a hidden light, occasionally flashing, giving him a uniquely special aura. His right hand held a few small fish, occasionally tossing them into the pond in front of him, where they were quickly devoured by the golden yellow fish below. At this moment, the middle-aged man whom Bai Xiaochun had slapped was approaching along this small path, his face still pale and bruised. But as he drew closer, he slowed his pace, his expression showing respect as he bowed respectfully to the young man. "Greetings, young master, that Bai Xiaochun is truly inconsiderate. I made it very clear that I wanted him to come here to pay his respects. Yet, he was incredibly arrogant and relied on his status to be extremely conceited," the middle-aged man said through gritted teeth. "If that's the case, then so be it. A mere nobody, I only called him here on a whim," the young man said indifferently, without raising his head or showing any concern. "Young master is absolutely right. He's just a nobody. The title of glorious disciple is only for the dead, and as for the sect master's junior brother, his status is truly ridiculous. Bowing to a dead man as his master," the middle-aged man nodded and sneered. Suddenly, his heart trembled as he realized the young man before him had looked up at him with a cold gaze. Young master, the middle-aged man felt a sudden fear. "He's a nobody. You don't need to pay attention to him." "But the sect master's master was once a patriarch of the sect. How can you address him like that? Go to the cold pond and punish yourself by slapping your mouth for 3 months." The young man withdrew his gaze and continued feeding the goldfish in the pond. The middle-aged man's heart trembled, and he quickly nodded and excused himself. After settling matters with Qian Dakin, Bai Xiaochun returned to Xiangyun Mountain, not bothering with the entanglement with Shangguan Jianyu at all. He had rendered great service, and unless he betrayed the sect, his life would absolutely not be threatened. However, although he was the senior uncle, almost everyone was gradually avoiding him, so he hadn't yet enjoyed the feeling of being addressed as such, which made him feel a little sentimental. Until one day, he accidentally passed by the scripture lecture hall, and suddenly his spirits lifted. He discovered that simply by coming there, he would immediately be rewarded with a seat, sitting alongside the elders lecturing on the scriptures and observing all the disciples below. After experiencing this once, Bai Xiaochun immediately felt extremely pleased, so he visited the scripture lecture halls of all the mountains even more frequently. Even while seated, he occasionally smiled and nodded at the disciples below, his eyes reflecting the same joyful admiration as the Foundation establishment elder beside him. This scene not only left the Foundation establishment elders beside him bewildered, but also deeply troubled the disciples below. They all glared at Bai Xiaochun with resentment, yet there was nothing they could do about it. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun found many new ways to flaunt his connection to the sect master, frequently appearing alongside the Foundation establishment cultivators in the sect, always receiving similar treatment. Upon seeing any Foundation establishment cultivator, he would immediately approach them, addressing them respectfully as senior brother or senior sister, leaving those cultivators speechless. However, this happened so many times that it was hard to avoid a strange expression on their faces, and the disciples beside them were forced to continue addressing him as Uncle Bai. This situation lasted for a while, until one day Bai Xiaochun saw Li Qingou and couldn't help but affectionately call out, "Hey, senior brother Li." Li Qing, whose expression was somewhat haggard. Only today had he finally managed to refine the 9 absolute pill. He was about to go out when he heard this and was startled. After looking around, he realized it was Bai Xiaochun. His face wrinkled slightly. After all, although he had been refining pills these past few days, he had heard a lot of things related to Bai Xiaochun, which had given him a headache. Now, seeing Bai Xiaochun dare to address him like that, Li Qingou glared at him. As soon as Bai Xiaochun finished speaking, he felt a pang of regret. Seeing Li Qingou glare at him, he immediately gasped, because in this sect, the person he feared most was none other than Li Qingou. "Uncle Li, I was wrong." Bai Xiaochun's expression became incredibly pitiful, his voice trembling as he spoke. Li Qingou looked at Bai Xiaochun, a wave of helplessness washing over him. He glared at Bai Xiaochun again, then reprimanded him for all his recent misdeeds. "I'm going out for a while. It'll take a few months at the earliest, or about a year at the latest. Don't be frivolous these days. Diligent cultivation is the right path." Li Qingou gave a few more instructions before turning and leaving. Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief, watching Li Qinghu's retreating figure. Although there was fear in his eyes, there was also a deep respect for his elder. He had also heard from Du Lingfei that after he disappeared, Li Qingou had searched for him alone for 2 months, even returning with a few tattered pieces of his clothes and constantly blaming himself. This kind of warmth was something Bai Xiaochun had rarely experienced in his life since his parents died of illness. Therefore, he had long since come to regard Li Qingou as family. After being reprimanded by Li Qingou, Bai Xiaochun calmed down for half a month, no longer seeking out others and coughing. However, when passing by Zhou Xinqi's cave dwelling, he was still preoccupied with the fact that among all his acquaintances, Zhou Xinqi had yet to call him Uncle Bai. Several more days passed, and he saw Zhou Xinqi again, still the same image of her swiftly moving across the blue silk cloth. Unable to fly, Bai Xiaochun could only watch her figure disappear into the distance, his heart filled with sorrow. There are very few disciples in the sect who can fly using magic artifacts, unless it's a special cultivation technique like Chen Heng's. Otherwise, they have to rely entirely on that magic artifact. It's unfair. Aren't these magic artifacts all given by my master? My master. Bai Xiaochun sighed repeatedly. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. His eyes blinked a few times, then he turned and headed straight up the Dao Seed Mountain. As the sect master's junior brother, he encountered no obstacles and quickly ascended to the mountaintop, entering the main hall where sect master Zheng Yuandong resided. Sect master senior brother. Sect master senior brother. I want to light incense for our master. Bai Xiaochun swaggered in, shouting loudly. Zheng Yuandong, who was sitting cross-legged in the main hall, opened his eyes and sighed. For the past few days, many people had come to him to complain about Bai Xiaochun's actions, filling him with regret. But the die was cast, and he couldn't change anything, so he had to pretend not to notice. After all, apart from this terrible hobby, Bai Xiaochun hadn't committed any malicious acts against anyone, so it was acceptable. At this moment, hearing Bai Xiaochun's loud shout, Zheng Yuandong slowly walked out and cleared his throat. His expression was serious. "All right, I heard you. Junior brother greets the sect master." Bai Xiaochun's demeanor immediately became submissive. Upon seeing Zheng Yuandong, he quickly clasped his hands and bowed. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's submissive appearance, Zhang Yuandong sighed again. By today, he truly understood Bai Xiaochun. He shook his head with a wry smile and led Bai Xiaochun back to the Forbiddance area in the back mountain. In a cave nestled in the back mountains, a painting hung on the wall. It depicted a middle-aged man with a slight smile on his face, his gaze fixed on the distance. The entire painting exuded a peculiar aura, making the figure appear lifelike and vibrant. Below the painting was an altar, adorned with offerings of spiritual fruits and incense. The cave itself appeared elegant yet solemn. Upon entering, Bai Xiaochun immediately went to the painting, then knelt down, bowing 9 times with utmost reverence. "Master, your disciple greets you," Bai Xiaochun said, his eyes filled with devotion as he looked at the painting of his master. Zhang Yuandong, standing beside him, nodded in agreement, feeling that although Bai Xiaochun was a mischievous fellow, his heart was still full of respect and loyalty. Judging by his experience, the reverence on Bai Xiaochun's face was genuine, not feigned at all. But then Bai Xiaochun spoke again. "Master, your disciple is in a terrible predicament. I don't know how to fly. Other disciples have all been given magical artifacts and life-saving items by their masters, but I have none, master. Your disciple doesn't care much about those external things. As long as I can offer incense to you, your disciple will be content. Perhaps, master, you have a spirit in heaven and can conjure up a magical artifact to give to your disciple in a dream." Hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, Zhang Yuandong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Master, before, your disciple, in order to protect the sect, to ensure the sect's 1,000-year legacy remains unbroken, and for the sake of the sect's righteousness, endured relentless pursuit, facing death countless times. All the magical artifacts on my person were shattered during that time. Now, having returned to the sect, I am left with nothing but empty hands. My purse is shriveled, all my belongings are gone. I'm even less than a mere servant, master. You don't need to feel pressured, it's all right. Even though your disciple has no protective magical artifacts, no flying magical artifacts, I am determined to brave the flames for the sect, and I will never refuse to do what is right. However, if by chance there is a period of time when I no longer come to offer incense to you, it means that because I lack protective magical artifacts and flying magical artifacts, I cannot escape quickly, and my life is lost at that time. I will come to find you myself, and we will meet again down there." As Bai Xiaochun spoke, he tilted his head to look at the sect master behind him. Zhang Yuandong's face contorted. He was truly stunned and frightened by Bai Xiaochun. Even with his many years of cultivation, this was the first time he had encountered such a rare disciple as Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, he felt awkward and looked up at the portrait of his master, suddenly recalling many old memories, especially the first time he had become a disciple of his master, when his master had given him some protective artifacts. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuandong sighed and looked at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes gradually softening. Not long after, Bai Xiaochun followed Zhang Yuandong out of the cave. Along the way, Zhang Yuandong watched Zhang Yuandong intently until they reached the main hall of the Dao Cultivation Mountain, where he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Bai Xiaochun. Then, the old man raised his right hand, and 2 luminous spheres appeared in his palm, one yellow, one white. The yellow sphere was a flying sword that could fit comfortably in the palm of his hand. Upon its appearance, the surrounding space instantly warped, and intense heat radiated outwards, giving it an extraordinary appearance. The sword's blade was adorned with intricate and enigmatic runes that occasionally flashed brightly, each flash causing a small tremor in the surrounding void. The white sphere was a small shield, also fitting comfortably in the palm of his hand. Its entire body was translucent like white jade, and its surface was carved with vivid images of immortal cranes. Occasionally, this small white jade shield emitted waves of warmth. Upon seeing these 2 items, Bai Xiaochun felt they were extraordinary. His eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. However, he quickly noticed a slight difference. 3 distinct silver patterns were clearly visible on the surface of both the sword and the shield. The Golden Crow sword, within which is sealed a golden crow, carries the burning power of flames. The transformed golden crow possesses a cultivation level equal to that of the user. This sword excels at flight, its power reaching its peak at the early foundation establishment stage, but its explosive power is many times greater. The Divine Crane Shield, a protective artifact imbued with the soul of a celestial crane, can withstand an attack from a foundation establishment cultivator or below in life or death situations. I sent both of these items to the Grand Master for 3 rounds of spirit refinement. But unfortunately, I didn't dare continue the refinement process. When I first joined the sect, my master gave me these items, and today I'm giving them to you on his behalf. Zhang Yuandong looked at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes filled with warmth and encouragement. Thank you, master. Thank you, senior brother sect master. Bai Xiaochun was overwhelmed with emotion, quickly accepting them, reluctant to let go. Because of the turtle cauldron, Bai Xiaochun paid some attention to spirit refining. And he also knew early on that in the sect there was a famous foundation establishment elder in the Purple Peak Mountain who was skilled in spirit refining. As long as a disciple in the sect went to the elder and paid a certain number of contribution points, the elder would help them. 1 or 2 attempts would be perfectly successful, but after 2 attempts, the success rate would decrease. Seeing that both of these magic weapons contained 3 rounds of spirit refining, this saved Bai Xiaochun the 3-colored fire, and he no longer needed to hide his abilities in front of others. Returning to Xiangyun Mountain, Bai Xiaochun practiced the Golden Crow Sword and the Divine Crane Shield until he mastered them. After infusing the Golden Crow Sword with Bai Xiaochun's spiritual power, it quickly emitted an extremely hot heat. This is truly a treasure. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, then raised his hand and chanted a spell, pointing forward. A resounding sound echoed, and the Golden Crow Sword transformed into a flash of light, instantly shooting far away, radiating intense heat along its path, causing the surrounding space to warp. Bai Xiaochun chanted another spell, and the spiritual power in his body surged into the sword. The aura emanating from the Golden Crow Sword quickly expanded several times, then transformed into a hazy golden crow. Although the Golden Crow's form was still indistinct, only its outward appearance was visible, but as soon as it appeared, a powerful pressure emanated around it, causing the surrounding temperature to skyrocket. Even just this pressure alone was enough to deeply shock Bai Xiaochun's mind. His breathing quickened as he stared intently at the Golden Crow Sword, the light in his eyes growing brighter and brighter. Finally, overwhelmed with joy, he burst into laughter. This sword is much better than my little wooden sword. It's so good to have a master. Bai Xiaochun's whole body flashed, and he quickly leapt onto the sword, stepping on the illusory Golden Crow. Although the Golden Crow's image was still blurry, Bai Xiaochun felt as if he were stepping on solid ground. Moreover, the sword was powered by his own spiritual power, so it felt like a part of his own body. He stepped on the Golden Crow, then pointed his finger, and his whole body roared as he soared through the air, circling Xiangyun Mountain in a large loop. The sword's speed was already very fast, but as it flew past places where many people were gathered, he unconsciously slowed down, raising his head and puffing out his chest, creating a series of astonished gasps. At this point, he smugly increased his speed and sped away. I, Bai Xiaochun, can finally fly. Bai Xiaochun's face was full of excitement. He happily left the 10,000 medicine pavilion. He was about to turn and circle around a few more mountains when suddenly, the Golden Crow beneath his feet dimmed and disappeared. The Golden Crow Sword suddenly fell, causing Bai Xiaochun's body to stagger. He screamed in fright and fell. Fortunately, it wasn't a deep abyss below, but just a small path within the sect. He had to regain his balance and fly again, finally landing safely. He then looked towards the slope of Xiangyun Mountain on the other side, estimating the considerable distance to the foot of the mountain. He wondered if, with his immortal skin, he would die if he fell. His face suddenly turned pale. Too dangerous, Bai Xiaochun trembled. Only then did he pick up the Golden Crow Sword, feeling that the spiritual power in his body was almost completely depleted. He could now deduce the reason why he had nearly fallen to the ground earlier. Flying on a sword consumes too much spiritual power for a Cha condensation cultivator. If it were a 7th level Cha condensation disciple, they certainly wouldn't be able to sustain flying for more than 10 breaths without stopping. Even Bai Xiaochun, with his spiritual power refined many times, couldn't last more than 100 breaths. Worried about falling to his death, Bai Xiaochun didn't dare to try again and only looked around to see if anyone had seen his recent predicament. Immediately, he noticed a burly man not far away staring at him blankly, his mouth wide open as if terrified by what had just happened. Hey, isn't that junior nephew Lang? Bai Xiaochun glanced at the man, glared at him, and then quickly approached him. The burly man finally reacted, but upon hearing the 3 words nephew Lang, his whole body trembled, and he bowed with a mournful expression. Disciple Liu Agu, greetings to Uncle Bai Ai. I didn't see anything just now. This Liu ago was the same guy who called himself Ling. The one the fire stove room had sold the outer disciple quota to in the past. Bai Xiaochun snorted a few times, intimidated him, and, certain that Liu Agu wouldn't reveal this matter, patted him on the shoulder, promised him some good things, and then left. Liu Agu wiped the sweat from his forehead and then hurried away. Along the way, Bai Xiaochun secretly congratulated himself on his luck. Only Liu Agu had accidentally witnessed the embarrassing situation. For example, if he were to fall right in the middle of the chaos at the 10,000 Medicine Pavilion, his heroic reputation would be completely ruined for the rest of his life. As a person, one shouldn't seek too much fame. Fame is also a kind of trouble. Bai Xiaochun sighed, then clasped his hands behind his back and walked back to his small courtyard. After a moment of hesitation, a look of determination appeared in his eyes. No, I should still cultivate. In other words, not being able to fly for long is just a small matter. What if, in the future, I'm running for my life and end up falling to my death instead of being chased by enemies? That would be too unfair. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun glanced at the golden crow sword and the divine crane shield. Furthermore, I should also think about the future. These two magic treasures should be concealed a bit. That way, others will only think it's a hobby of mine. And later, if I bring out more spirit-refining magic treasures, it won't attract too much attention. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment. Then, he quickly pulled out the green and red liquids he always prepared and smeared them onto the surface of the golden crow sword and the divine crane shield. Afterward, he covered them with several gloomy spiritual runes before examining them, his face full of satisfaction. When my alchemy skills improve, I can concoct some of these spiritual liquids myself to apply, which will give me even more confidence. Bai Xiaochun was inherently cautious. Even though he now held the title of the sect master's junior disciple, allowing him to act freely, he still needed some kind of safety net to ensure things didn't go too far. It's a pity I don't have enough cultivation yet. Last time, Zhou Xinji had a cultivation level of the 8th stage of Jie condensation. If my cultivation increased, I could fly on my sword for a longer period. Bai Xiaochun made up his mind. After the events involving the Luo Chen clan, he deeply felt the cruelty of the cultivation world, understanding that the speed of escape was the crucial factor. If he could have flown on his sword at that time, even with Du Lingfei and Hou Yunfei, it wouldn't have been so easy for the Luo Chen clan to catch up. It's still better to practice alchemy. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were filled with determination. Given his status, the sect wouldn't hesitate to provide him with herbs, but he obviously didn't need to spend any contribution points on alchemy formulas. Therefore, life in Xiangyun Mountain became quiet again, and it was rare to see Bai Xiaochun. He took a large quantity of alchemy formulas, along with all the items and spirit stones he had acquired from the Luo Chen clan, exchanged them for a considerable amount of medicinal herbs at the market at the foot of the mountain, and went to the alchemy pavilion to begin his secluded alchemy practice. Time flew by, and by the time Bai Xiaochun returned, half a year had already passed. During this half year, the entire South Shore, accustomed to constant discussions about the sect's ever-changing affairs, suddenly fell silent, a fact that surprised some. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's status as a glorious disciple had gradually spread from the sect throughout the entire Eastern Forest continent. The Eastern Forest continent had a large number of cultivation families, many of which had significant connections to the Lingxi sect, such as the Hou family and the Luo Chen family. For the disciples of the Lingxi sect, while the title of glorious disciple was extremely prestigious, it was insignificant compared to the title of the sect master's junior brother. However, for those cultivation families, it was the opposite. They valued the glorious disciple far more than the title of the sect master's junior brother. One could say that they wouldn't even bother paying attention to a mere junior disciple of the sect master, but a glorious disciple caused an entire cultivation family to go into a frenzy. After they learned that Bai Xiaochun was a glorious disciple, in a short period of time, all the ancestors of the cultivation families became extremely excited. In their eyes, Bai Xiaochun was clearly a gold mine, a living seed of glory. No matter which cultivation family it was, as long as they formed a marriage alliance with Bai Xiaochun and waited for his descendants to be born, the child's future would be infinitely bright. Moreover, the family that flourished afterward would also become glorious with the support of the Lingxi sect. Thus, the supporting family would also quickly develop like a kite soaring through the wind, like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. It's worth noting that the Lingxi sect only had 9 glorious families to this day. These 9 clans still wield some influence over the sect's decisions, though insignificant. It demonstrates their importance. Belonging to such a colossal power, they inspire both fear and extreme admiration from other cultivation clans. However, in the past, they were powerless to change these matters, unable to break through the established order, and could only send their clan members to join the Lingxi sect, hoping to earn merit for the sect during their lifetime and attain the status of a glorious disciple. But today Bai Xiaochun has appeared. Even more remarkable is that he doesn't belong to any cultivation clan, but comes from the mortal world. Furthermore, he doesn't even have a Dao companion yet. This is the most obvious display of the clan's glory, causing all the cultivation clans throughout the Eastern Lin continent to become agitated. Quickly bring all the most beautiful female members of our Chu family, and follow me to pay respects to Taoist Bai. Fire, you are the jewel of our Zhao family. You must flatter Bai Xiaochun as much as possible. As long as he notices us, the crisis facing the Zhao family will be immediately resolved. Although the women of our Sun family are not outstanding, we have resources. Prepare a generous gift for me and go pay your respects to Taoist Bai. Almost all cultivation families began to stir, unleashing all sorts of schemes, even secretly mobilizing their clansmen to contact Bai Xiaochun. On the North Shore, things also began to move. In a short period of time, Bai Xiaochun's name had spread throughout the Eastern Lin continent. The Marquis was doing the same. Yun Fei, your relationship with Bai Xiaochun is not ordinary. This matter you must help the family. As for your younger sister, it seems to me she already has her heart set on Bai Xiaochun. You should find an opportunity to bring them together. The Hou family's patriarch, a middle-aged man, summoned Hou Yunfei and Hou Xiaomei and began to speak some profound words. Hou Xiaomei heard this, her face flushed, and she pouted before quickly running away. Hou Yunfei felt a little worried, but reluctantly nodded in agreement. A few days later, people from various cultivation families arrived one after another, gathering outside Bai Xiaochun's small courtyard on Xiangyun Mountain. Some of those with more timely information simply waited outside the alchemy pavilion, eagerly anticipating Bai Xiaochun's emergence from seclusion. A few days later, a loud explosion echoed from inside Bai Xiaochun's alchemy room. Bai Xiaochun emerged with a dejected expression. My experience in refining first-grade elixirs is almost complete, but why are second-grade elixirs so difficult? Bai Xiaochun's mournful voice echoed. For the past few days, besides cultivating, he had been refining elixirs. The herbs in his bag were almost completely depleted. He had originally intended to try refining second-grade spiritual medicine, but found the difficulty had doubled. Even with meticulous attention to detail, he kept failing. Each attempt revealed numerous problems, and the more he tried, the more problems arose. At this moment, he sighed as he left the alchemy pavilion. Looking up, he immediately saw many people sitting cross-legged outside the alchemy pavilion. These people were standing in groups of 5 or 3, about 10 in total, most of them young, unfamiliar women. There were plump and thin women vying for beauty, with all sorts of appearances. A group of women, like chirping birds, immediately brightened upon seeing Bai Xiaochun. Each woman was accompanied by an elder. These elders, upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, were also overjoyed, quickly rising to their feet, and the whole group rushed towards him. Stop! What do you want? Bai Xiaochun stared, somewhat bewildered, instinctively taking a few steps back. Bai Daoist friend, I am Zhao Tianhai. Zhao Yiduo is my nephew. Haha, Bai Daoist friend, a young hero, indeed handsome and refined. Brother Bai, you are truly a dragon among men, majestic and extraordinary. You look like a ROC soaring through the clouds. Your future is limitless. Cough cough, I am Sun Yunchen, and these ladies are all female members of my Sun family. Do you need a few more female attendants to serve you? Fellow Taoist Bai, I am Chitie. The moment I saw you, I felt an overwhelming aura of heroism, as if I were witnessing the future overlord of our Eastern cultivation world. We've only just met, yet it feels like we've known each other for a long time. Look at these women beside me, each one a precious jewel of my Chu family. Countless voices, one after another, rang out. Bai Xiaochun widened his eyes, stepping back once more. After a long while, he realized these people had come to offer their clan women as gifts. He didn't know why. Seeing that these girls were all quite beautiful, and many of them fit Bai Xiaochun's aesthetic preferences, and now they were naturally offering themselves to him. As if they wouldn't give him any face if he refused, Bai Xiaochun became even more wary. But he was also a smooth talker. At this moment, his face betrayed no inner thoughts, instead displaying a cheerful smile. He exchanged a few words with each of the responsible representatives from each clan, quickly making his way back. Before he could even return to his residence, he encountered numerous people blocking his path. Each person spoke of similar things, offering farewells to clan women, giving away resources, and offering countless benefits. What major event has occurred? Could it be that they've discovered some extraordinary immortal from my ancestors? Could it be that I, Bai Xiaochun, am not just an ordinary mortal? Bai Xiaochun, am actually someone with a great background. My God, I didn't even know this. Bai Xiaochun was gradually becoming terrified, his thoughts racing as he hurried away. Upon returning to his residence, he was surrounded by a group of cultivators from various clans who had been waiting there. The entire group's eyes gleamed with longing, as if they could get anything they wanted with just a nod from Bai Xiaochun. Especially the girls, each one like this, surrounding Bai Xiaochun, glaring at each other like enemies, pushing and shoving. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochun's scalp tingled. He was surrounded, and everything he touched felt soft and yielding. He even felt his clothes being pulled off. Just as he was terrified, a cold snort came from afar. Hou Xiaomei, her eyes wide with rage, her face swollen and bruised, was approaching, tearing at a woman. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! What are you all doing? This is the Lingxi sect of Xianyun Mountain. You girls, do you have any sense of propriety? Get out of the way! And you skinny as a bean sprout, what are you doing here watching the commotion? And you, fat as a sow, get out of the way! Hou Xiaomei's voice was filled with anger as she pushed away all the girls who were swarming around Bai Xiaochun. She was furious. Despite her small stature, she seemed to possess boundless strength. In this confrontation, the other girls immediately ignored her and started shouting. Hou Xiaomei stood with her hands on her hips, her demeanor venomous, her words sharp and cutting, attacking Bai Xiaochun's weak points. Bai Xiaochun seized the opportunity to retreat back into the courtyard, only to find his clothes had loosened. How terrifying! Bai Xiaochun gasped, still frightened, and looked out the door. The young lady was standing at the entrance, engaged in a heated argument with a group of women, single-handedly fighting against more than 10 of them. Eventually, the leaders of the cultivation families couldn't bear it any longer and stepped forward one by one to persuade everyone to leave. Before leaving, they bowed to Bai Xiaochun, promising to visit again another day. It wasn't until sunset that the area outside the gate became quiet again. However, from a distance, one could still see quite a few members of various cultivation families sitting cross-legged, waiting. Those cultivation families who could reach this place all had their own methods and tactics. Those who could remain here wouldn't be driven away. Bai Xiaochun felt that something major must have happened. Seeing that the area outside was quiet, he grabbed Hou Xiaomei's hand and pulled her closer. Hou Xiaomei, usually very feisty to outsiders, blushed instantly at Bai Xiaochun's touch. Her head felt dizzy and she obediently followed Bai Xiaochun's lead, being pulled to his side. Xiaochun brother, there are so many people here. What do you want to do? Hou Xiaomei whispered, her voice soft and gentle like a mosquito's buzz. Bai Xiaochun was stunned. Seeing Hou Xiaomei's reaction, he was immediately surprised and patted her face. Seeing that Hou Xiaomei was still not calm, he patted her again. What's wrong with you? Hou Xiaomei snapped back to reality, immediately kicking him in embarrassment, realizing she had misunderstood. She threw a jade slip to Bai Xiaochun, then quickly bowed her head and ran out. Seeing Hou Xiaomei run away, Bai Xiaochun was somewhat bewildered. He looked at the jade slip Hou Xiaomei had left behind, and after scanning it with his spiritual sense, his eyes widened. He carefully examined it again. After a while, he stood in the courtyard, taking a deep breath. Family glory, this jade slip was given to Hou Xiaomei by Hou Yangfei. There were some things he truly didn't know how to say, so he recounted the entire story of how Bai Xiaochun's status as a glorious disciple had attracted so many cultivation families. Finally, he vaguely uttered a sentence. The Marquis and his family also have a great desire for a descendant with Bai Xiaochun's bloodline, hoping. that this descendant can possess half of the Marquis's bloodline. Bai Xiaochun remembered the Marquis's younger sister's appearance from before, so he stroked his chin, his eyes slowly revealing a gleam. His attention wasn't focused on the Marquis's younger sister, but rather on the fact that this was a great boon for him. I didn't expect. I thought that this reward was all useless, that only the status of the sect master's junior brother would allow me to look down on everyone in the sect. I didn't expect that this glorious disciple status, which I didn't care about, would be so supreme outside the sect. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips, his heart pounding. Choose your own partner at will, offer up all your resources, there's hope for immortality. Bai Xiaochun chuckled, the light in his eyes shining even brighter. He was originally worried about the excessive consumption of resources in refining second-grade spiritual medicine, feeling powerless to cope. But now, so many people were vying to offer their resources, giving away whatever they wanted. What a pity! If only I could have everything, Bai Xiaochun muttered softly, a sudden flash of inspiration striking him. That's right, why can't I take everything? Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat and returned to his room. He didn't rest that night, instead focusing on this matter. The next morning, his spirits were high, and he quickly got out of bed. When he pushed open the main door and went out into the courtyard, he saw people from various cultivation families waiting outside. Fellow Taoist Bai, greetings, fellow Taoist Bai. I am here on behalf of the ancestor to pay my respects, everyone spoke up, their voices echoing incessantly. Bai Xiaochun tilted his chin and flicked his sleeve. All right, each family can come forward. We can discuss matters later. Bai Xiaochun smiled faintly and casually pointed to a family. Immediately, the head of that cultivation family was overjoyed and, accompanied by his female relatives, hurried forward. Soon, he and his relatives departed, their expressions showing a mixture of apprehension and apprehension. The other cultivation families in the surrounding area were all worried, and each immediately relayed the news back to their respective families. Thus, another family entered. Time passed, one family after another. By the end of the day, Bai Xiaochun had received over 10 cultivation families in one go. He didn't want to accept any of the female clans, nor did he refuse any, but he said he still needed to consider it, that the matter was too big, and he needed more time to think. As for the so-called gifts of introduction, he also refused them all. I, Bai Xiaochun, arrive with dignity and sit with dignity. If I haven't decided whether or not to form a marital alliance with your noble family, it's really not appropriate to accept these gifts. This was the response Bai Xiaochun gave to each visiting family. But the more he said this, the less foolish any cultivation family was to actually take the gifts. Therefore, they all politely stood up, saying that if they couldn't become in-laws, they could still be friends in the future. Only then did Bai Xiaochun reluctantly accept them. These cultivation families weren't fools. They understood Bai Xiaochun's intentions from his words. In reality, they were waiting to consider all the families before choosing the most suitable one. However, this was also within their expectations. They weren't afraid of the gifts. What they feared was that Bai Xiaochun wouldn't have the inclination to choose a partner. Therefore, the next day, not only did the number of visitors not decrease, but actually increased. Many cultivation families even offered their clan daughters, saying that they didn't necessarily need to become partners. Even a mate to warm his bed would suffice, as long as their bloodline was acknowledged by Bai Xiaochun. The families who came to visit Bai Xiaochun competed fiercely with each other. Bai Xiaochun was shocked and chilled by the gifts he received. In the end, even if he wanted to refuse, the other party would think he looked down on their family. All right, I accept. Is that not allowed? Bai Xiaochun had received gifts for 7 or 8 consecutive days, and he had become accustomed to seeing a crowd of people waiting at the door every morning. 3 days passed, and one early morning, when Bai Xiaochun opened the door, he was astonished. There was no one outside. He looked up into the distance, and it was the same. Only a few 5-colored phoenixes were gracefully flying in the distance. These phoenixes were Elder Zhou's beloved pets, often circling Xiangyun Mountain, especially in the early morning when they would fly in flocks, a beautiful sight that many disciples envied. Bai Xiaochun rubbed his eyes, feeling that he hadn't opened the door correctly, so he opened it again, but it was still the same. Only then did he realize with a start what happened. Bai Xiaochun exclaimed in surprise, hurriedly going out and asking Ho Yunfei to inquire. and he received an answer. Last night, the sect master issued an edict. He, in his capacity as your senior brother, announced to all the cultivation families that the sect has a rule that no one is allowed to choose a partner within 100 years. Therefore, everyone had no choice but to leave. Hao Yunfei sighed, looking at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was stunned, feeling very wronged. This is cutting off my path to success, ruining my romantic prospects, Hao Yunfei chuckled wryly. Then, as if remembering something, his expression suddenly became serious, and he slowly opened his mouth. Xiaochun, I heard from a friend at Qingfeng Mountain that you and Shangguan Tianyu had some conflict. Qian Dakin is fine, the sect will handle it, but Shangguan Tianyu is not a simple person. Is there anything complicated? Is his rank higher than mine, having been in the Lingxi sect for many years? Bai Xiaochun now understood the sect's method of cultivating disciples. The general direction was to encourage disciples to help and compete with each other, but strictly forbade the slaughter of fellow disciples. The sect rules served as the overall governing principle, with all the elders of the peaks and the sect masters assisting in management and the law enforcement hall to deter wrongdoing. The sect master controlled the overall situation. With over 100,000 people on both the north and south sides of the Lingxi sect combined, it was naturally impossible to meticulously manage every small detail. Disciples fighting and conflicting, even those with improper intentions, were simply impossible to control. However, rewards and punishments were clear and impartial. Anyone who crossed the line would be severely punished. Bai Xiaochun had already rendered many great services to the sect, coupled with his mastery of herbs and his formidable combat power. These things were naturally known to the sect, and they valued them highly, but they wouldn't spend every day attending to him like a servant. Even if someone provoked him, they would immediately jump out to stop them. No other disciple received such treatment. Neither Shangguan Tianyu nor Bai Xiaochun were like that. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun felt that the Shangguan Tianyu he had never met, although extremely arrogant, was a renowned prodigy. Even now, as an outer disciple, he had inner disciples willingly calling him young master, but he still didn't pay attention to it. Hao Yunfei pondered for a moment before continuing. This Shangguan Tianyu has lofty ambitions, aiming to one day enter the legendary inheritance list. Therefore, he has consistently suppressed his cultivation, refusing to break through, hoping to wait for the special trials between the 8th level Qi condensation geniuses of both the north and south sides of the inner and outer sects. He wants to enter the inner sect as the top ranked, thus increasing his chances of entering the inheritance list in the future. Otherwise, he could have already applied to participate in the inner sect promotion trial. After all, having reached the 8th level of Qi condensation, he can most likely successfully complete the trial and become an inner sect disciple. Why do they all want to be on the inheritance list? I heard Subeokai say that Zhou Xinqi and Lu Tianlu also have similar aspirations. Bai Xiaochun was slightly startled. Although the lineage list is of the same rank as your glorious disciple, it's a different system within our Lingxi sect. Lingxi sect is different from other sects. It has two systems, one for managing and overseeing the sect, and the other for continuously striving to elevate the sect's status. Below the 3rd level of Qi condensation are menial tasks, and below the 8th level are outer disciples. Upon reaching the 8th level of Qi condensation, one can request a trial, and after success, be promoted to inner disciple. If one can achieve foundation establishment, they will immediately become an elder, and even have the hope of becoming the head of all the mountains. If one can break through to golden core within 2 cycles of 60 years, they will become a supreme elder, guarding and managing the sect. And these are all part of the first system. There is also the second system, which is the inheritance list. There is only one way to enter the inheritance list. That is to break through to golden core within 2 cycles of 60 years, and then one can be listed there. From then on, their status will be extraordinary. Their position in the sect will be elevated, and they will gain even more resources. This is the official foundation. If one can be the #1 person in the genius competition, then it will further help in entering the inheritance list in the future. We're not entirely sure about the specifics, but it's mentioned in the sect rules. It's simply that becoming a golden core cultivator within 2 cycles of 60 years is incredibly difficult. In the previous generation, the most promising candidate was Sect Master Li Qing'o. That's why he's so highly regarded by the sect. Hao Yunfei's eyes lit up with anticipation. Because he was a member of a cultivation family, he knew this information and shared it with Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. This was the first time he'd heard about the inheritance list. This information had given him a clearer understanding of the sect. Even after leaving for a while, he was still pondering this matter. The inheritance list. Bai Xiaochun left Hou Yanfei's residence with a sigh and returned to his own courtyard. He looked up at the sky, then down at the ground, first pondering the list of inheritances, then thinking about those cultivation families, feeling that his sect master was truly domineering. But thinking about it again, it seemed that because of this, although he couldn't continue receiving gifts, he didn't need to return what he had already received. That's right, don't blame me. This is the sect master's decree. Bai Xiaochun felt somewhat comforted by this thought. Afterward, he sorted through the gifts he had received over the past few days, went down the mountain to exchange them for a large quantity of necessary herbs to refine second-grade spirit medicines, and went to the alchemy pavilion to begin cultivating and refining medicines. In fact, Zhang Yuandong hadn't initially considered the implications of Bai Xiaochun's involvement with those cultivation families. But he was truly shocked. The 9 glorious disciples before Bai Xiaochun had all been posthumously honored, all of them having died in battle, and all belonging to a cultivation family. Even without descendants, they were still close relatives, so the current problems didn't arise. They naturally became glorious families. The sect would also fully protect and prioritize the cultivation of these families. But today, Bai Xiaochun was a living glorious disciple. The terrifying nature of this status wasn't immediately apparent, but as time passed, after half a year of widespread news, many people, including Zhang Yuandong, realized just how alluring a living glorious disciple was to those cultivation families. When countless cultivation families came seeking him, Zhang Yuandong merely observed. In his opinion, Bai Xiaochun could choose any family he wanted. However, he hadn't anticipated that those cultivation families, in a situation where there were many masters but only one, would willingly offer their clan women as maids, simply to obtain a descendant with his bloodline. He could imagine that if Bai Xiaochun lacked the willpower to agree, then, in just a few years, perhaps even a few decades, hundreds of descendants with Bai Xiaochun's bloodline would appear. According to the sect's regulations, all first-generation descendants of glorious disciples are inner disciples, temporarily needing someone with greater ability within the sect to cultivate them. And then, these dozens or hundreds of people would continuously multiply, giving rise to dozens or hundreds of glorious families. I fear that after a few hundred years, the entire Lin Ke sect will belong to the Bai family. The consequences would be too serious. For now, Bai Xiaochun is still alive. As long as he continues to produce descendants, the sect will never be free from this nightmare. Because of this, Bai Xiaochun held an all-night elders meeting, even reporting to the Supreme Elder. Everyone unanimously decided that for 100 years, Bai Xiaochun must not have any romantic partner. This was domineering, but Zhang Yuandong had no choice. He didn't dare gamble with Bai Xiaochun's willpower and could only hope that after 100 years, Bai Xiaochun would mature and become more sensible. A year passed in the blink of an eye. During this year, Bai Xiaochun practically disappeared on the southern shore. Very few people saw him. All his time was devoted to alchemy and cultivation. He stayed in the alchemy pavilion, determined to refine second-grade spirit medicines. Unconsciously, his cultivation level slowly increased, reaching the mid-stage of the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm. This time, through his arduous efforts, each problem in the process of refining the second-grade spirit medicine was gradually resolved. In fact, if it were another alchemist, they would have long since claimed they could refine the second-grade spirit medicine. But he had a kind of almost obsessive nature. If he didn't solve all the problems that arose, he would absolutely not open the next batch. Finally, today, after a year, after he felt that apart from the temporary problems with other second-grade spirit medicines, he basically had no more issues, he finally opened another furnace. Purple Qi Ascension Pill, blood vessels appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. This second-grade pill, suitable for those below the 8th level of Qi condensation, was exactly what he needed today. At this moment, he took out various herbs of different shapes, carefully arranged them, and continuously threw them into the alchemy furnace. While controlling the earth fire, he also observed the furnace, occasionally infusing spiritual energy into it. 3 hours later, the entire alchemy furnace shook violently, and a strong medicinal aroma immediately filled the air. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up and went to the side, tapping the furnace. Immediately, 3 red pills flew out. It's done. Bai Xiaochun was very excited, catching the 3 pills in one go. Looking at them again, he was slightly bewildered, exclaiming softly and carefully examining them again. That's right, according to the pill formula, the purple Che Ascending Spirit pill should be purple. How come mine is red? Bai Xiaochun scratched his head, bringing them to his nose to sniff. The strong medicinal scent contained spiritual energy, but there was a faint strange smell. Because the color wasn't right, he didn't dare try swallowing them. Bai Xiaochun pondered, carefully recalling the previous refining process. After a long while, his eyes suddenly opened wide, and he gave a wry smile. When adding the agate, I added a little too much, contaminating the other herbs and causing some strange changes. Bai Xiaochun set aside the 3 red pills and refined them again. This time, when the furnace vibrated, a medicinal aroma wafted out. A purple pill appeared. After carefully examining it, Bai Xiaochun's face showed satisfaction. He then opened the furnace again and refined continuously for several days, producing more than 10 purple Che Ascending Spirit pills in total. Only then did he sit down, exhausted. During his rest, he took out the 3 red-purple Che Ascending Spirit pills, his eyes showing a hint of hesitation. He felt it would be a waste to throw them away, as each pill was quite valuable, and his herbs were almost completely depleted. According to the alchemy theory, as long as a pill is formed, it is considered a spiritual medicine. This red-purple Che Ascension pill, because of the slightly higher amount of agate, has had its color altered. I don't know what its effects are. Bai Xiaochun hesitated, his left hand patting his storage bag. Immediately, a needle appeared in his hand. This needle was green and made of bamboo. This was a necessary item for alchemy that Bai Xiaochun had obtained in the sect, and it could simply determine whether a spiritual medicine was poisonous or not. He slowly inserted the bamboo needle into the red pill, and after a long time, he took it out. The bamboo needle remained unchanged, not turning black. It's not poisonous. Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief, but still carefully refrained from consuming it. He took all the pills and left the spiritual medicine shop. It was early morning, and he walked along a small path in the sect. In the sky, a flock of 5-colored phoenixes gracefully soared, emitting a series of clear, melodious sounds. Bai Xiaochun ignored the phoenixes and went to the spirit-tailed chicken's breeding area to retrieve one. After returning to the courtyard, he took out a red pill and threw it forward, placing it on the ground directly in front of the spirit-tailed chicken. The originally listless spirit-tailed chicken trembled upon seeing the red pill, jumping up and, without hesitation, pecking at it. But at that moment, a sudden loud cry echoed from the sky, and a fierce gust of wind swept across. Before the spirit-tailed chicken could reach the pill, it was blown away by the strong wind. Bai Xiaochun was even more frightened and quickly retreated. Looking back, he saw that the 5-colored phoenixes that had been soaring in the sky were now all staring intently at him, flying straight towards him, clearly fighting and vying with each other along the way. Very quickly, a slightly stronger male bird, overwhelming its companions, flew over in the blink of an eye, pecked at the pill, and swallowed it down forcefully. After finishing its meal, it seemed to disdainfully glance at the spirit-tailed chicken beside it before gracefully flying upwards. Bai Xiaochun was both amused and exasperated, but then his eyes widened in astonishment as he stared up at the sky. He saw that the elegant phoenix, which had flown out earlier, suddenly trembled, let out a loud wail, its eyes instantly turning red, countless blood vessels spreading out, its feathers standing on end, as if a ball of fire was about to erupt from within. Even more shocking was that this male phoenix's muscles had visibly bulged, making a creaking sound, its body swelling to twice its previous size, especially the 2 claws on its belly, which now clearly resembled hard rods. This male phoenix's gaze was anything but normal, intensely staring at the other phoenixes in all directions. The phoenixes on all 4 sides trembled, about to scatter, when the male phoenix, as if driven mad, immediately swooped down. Immediately afterwards, a mournful cry suddenly rang out. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened in astonishment, and he gasped for air. He stood in the courtyard, staring blankly at the scene in the sky. He had witnessed firsthand the phoenix with its swollen body trampling all the other phoenixes, trampling them all. Finally, its eyes still red, its whole body ablaze, it flew straight towards him. Bai Xiaochun recoiled in fright, almost screaming. Fortunately, he realized the phoenix wasn't charging at him, but at the spirit-tailed chicken. After a long time, Bai Xiaochun watched the male phoenix howl loudly as it flew towards the mountaintop. Only then did he wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. That was terrifying. What kind of elixir is this? Bai Xiaochun lowered his head and looked at the two remaining pills, feeling a shiver run down his spine. He guessed that these two pills must have the same effect as the aphrodisiac pill. Moreover, this effect was even better than the ordinary kind. Today, for the disciples of Xiangyun Mountain, was a day they would never forget. Because all the birds on Xiangyun Mountain, no matter what kind, were all trampled by Elder Chu's frenzied phoenix. In front of countless disciples, they witnessed a bird letting out a piteous cry, constantly trying to escape from the demonic grip, but its strength was no match for Elder Chu's phoenix. Unable to escape its vicious clutches, that evil phoenix didn't even spare the spirit-tailed chicken, let alone its own kind that Elder Chu had raised. Throughout the entire mountain, anything with wings on this day was like a nightmare. All the disciples were talking amongst themselves, each trembling with fear at the recent events. Even the Purple Peak Mountain and the Azure Wine Mountain had heard the news, and many had come to observe out of curiosity. Have you heard? Elder Chu of Xiangyun Mountain has raised a crazy phoenix. It plays with any bird it sees. I saw it with my own eyes. That phoenix is too ferocious. It doesn't even spare a passing sparrow. What exactly did Elder Chu do to spoil this phoenix so much? It's infuriating. I even saw that phoenix seem to be extremely excited. It played with one bird after another. How pathetic. As Bai Xiaochun walked through the sect, he overheard countless people whispering amongst themselves, his heart trembling, his resolve faltering. This can't be blamed on me. Really, I was planning to feed it to the spirit-tailed chicken. That bird came and stole it on its own. Bai Xiaochun felt wronged and hurried to the spirit medicine shop, thinking that perhaps no one else knew about this. Inside the spirit medicine shop, he sighed, took out the 2 red pills, and seemed to be thinking about something. These pills are so powerful. Maybe they can become my ultimate weapon. I won't have to be afraid of ferocious beasts anymore if I want it to become my ultimate weapon. I need to refine another pill that emits a strong female aura to combine with it. Bai Xiaochun imagined the scene in his mind. 2 pills combined, thrown out when encountering a ferocious beast, and then the other pill thrown elsewhere to lure the beast away. He was tempted by this. He didn't have the formula for this type of elixir either, so he had to rack his brains, mentally reviewing all the herbal knowledge in his head, preparing to create a formula himself. Just as Bai Xiaochun was contemplating and creating a formula in the spirit medicine chamber on the peak of Xiangyun Mountain, Elder Zhou, who had just returned from his outing, stared blankly at the vast majority of the phoenixes before him, all drooping listlessly. Not far away, the male phoenix was clinging to the body of a spirit-tailed chicken, wailing incessantly. Elder Zhou felt a thunderous explosion in his head. His whole body trembled, as if the entire world was spinning, and he let out an earth-shattering roar. Who did this? Elder Chu's voice echoed throughout Xiangyun Mountain. After hearing it, countless disciples' expressions turned strange. The events that had transpired at Xiangyun Mountain today had shocked everyone. The other elders of Xiangyun Mountain were also startled, but since the phoenix was Elder Chu's beloved pet, others didn't dare forcibly stop him. If they injured the frenzied phoenix, it would displease Elder Chu. Most importantly, Elder Chu was the only one in Xiangyun Mountain who kept a bird. Therefore, no matter what, it was Elder Chu's personal matter, and outsiders shouldn't interfere. As for Ling Weiji, Li Qingho had gone out, and Chu Dinchai, as a disciple, was powerless to intervene, especially since that male phoenix was so powerful. She had seen it from afar during the day, blushing with embarrassment, and dared not approach. At this moment, Elder Chu's body trembled uncontrollably. He looked heartbrokenly at the phoenix, still wailing loudly, then at the listless, lifeless birds all around, tears welling up in his eyes. I will definitely find out who did this. With Elder Chu's mastery of medicine, he could tell at a glance that his phoenix had been drugged. Bai Zikun was hiding in the alchemy pavilion. Even though it was soundproof, Elder Chu's furious roar was incredibly penetrating. Even from his location, Bai Zikun could faintly hear it. His scalp tingled, and a look of injustice appeared on his face. He truly felt wronged. For now, he could only hope that there were no loopholes in this matter, and that Elder Chu wouldn't be able to find him. Bai Xiaochun's face was gloomy, and he pondered how to combine ingredients to refine the aphrodisiac pill, making the pill more effective. For several days he researched, and he also went out many times to buy the necessary herbs, and used contribution points to exchange for some items that were very difficult to obtain outside. Constantly experimenting inside the alchemy pavilion, the sounds of shattering and exploding frequently echoed. In other words, this was the first time Bai Xiaochun had created a complete formula. During the previous alchemy trial, although he had understood it, it was only a very small change. Unlike now, where creation is entirely without foundation, the difficulty is immense and incomparable. If it were the same as Bai Xiaochun's mastery of alchemy when he was promoted to alchemist apprentice, he wouldn't have been able to do this. But today, after more than a year of researching alchemy, he can finally try it out. Although it's still difficult, the path he's treading now isn't something other alchemist apprentices could have conceived, but a grand path that only alchemists can explore. Half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Xiaochun remains in the alchemy pavilion, immersed in creating new formulas, constantly experimenting, and has already developed some ideas. As he excitedly opens his furnace on Xiangyun Mountain, Elder Zhou, with a pained expression, is feeding a listless phoenix in front of him. Rest assured and recuperate. Everything you did before was not your intention, not your fault. When you recover, take me to find the person who poisoned you. No matter who it is, I will make him pay dearly. Elder Chu's face showed a fierce expression. For the past half-month, he had investigated the entire Xiangyun Mountain, even the other two mountains on the southern bank. But he still hadn't found any trace. The only method at present was to wait for this phoenix to recover for a while, then have it lead him to find the culprit. At the same time, he also discovered that for the past half-month, not a single bird had been seen on Xiangyun Mountain. It was as if, after the tragedy that occurred half a month ago, this place had become a forbidden zone for all birds. A terrifying aura still seemed to emanate from the air, causing all birds to turn pale and dare not approach. Even those spirit-tailed chickens trembled all day, utterly distraught. The disciples who raised them were all deeply saddened, harboring resentment but daring not to speak. As time passed, after this incident, a series of rumors slowly spread across Xiangyun Mountain. Remember that bird from half a month ago? I heard a rumor that it ate Elder Chu's elixirs, and that's why it became like this. I just don't know why Elder Chu, at his advanced age, would still refine such elixirs. You lower your voice. Do you know why Elder Chu is so fond of those phoenixes? There's a very tragic secret behind it. Elder Chu has never had a partner in his life. Cough cough, do you understand? My God, it's madness. Could it be that those birds went insane because they couldn't bear Elder Chu's prolonged torture? The rumors spread and became increasingly exaggerated. Eventually, almost all the disciples of Xiangyun Mountain had heard it, and as each person spoke to others, they couldn't help but develop their own fantasies. Therefore, after it spread, all sorts of legends emerged. Elder Chu, upon hearing this, was so enraged he nearly spat blood, trying to explain. But when each person saw him, their expressions clearly changed, rendering his explanations ineffective. Outwardly, they bowed respectfully, but secretly, the rumors only intensified until another half-month passed. Today, Elder Chu was radiating an overwhelming aura of killing intent, his expression ferocious beyond compare. He raised his right hand, and the male phoenix that had been resting for a month suddenly flew out. Its head had regained its robust appearance, and its aura was even noticeably stronger, clearly a blessing in disguise. At first, Elder Chu felt a little relieved, but his irritation didn't lessen. He thought about how, over the past month, countless disciples in the sect had shown fear upon seeing him, and how some of his peers had coughed strangely in his presence. The rumors, in particular, infuriated Elder Chu. At this moment, he took his phoenix and immediately flew out. Go find the person who drugged you. Elder Chu gritted his teeth. The phoenix let out a loud cry and quickly flew forward. Elder Chu followed behind, his killing intent growing stronger, attracting the attention of many disciples of Xiangyun Mountain, and even some gossipy disciples who followed from a distance. Very quickly, the male phoenix flew straight to Bai Xiaochun's residence. Upon arriving, it circled in midair, tilting its head to look at Elder Joe, its eyes filled with a wronged expression, emitting a series of mournful cries, as if telling Elder Joe that it had been drugged right here. This scene was immediately witnessed by the disciples following behind, each of them widening their eyes. Initially stunned, their expressions instantly became even more peculiar when they realized whose cave dwelling this was. This it seems to be Bai Xiaochun's house. It definitely belongs to Bai Xiaochun cough cough. If it were someone else, I wouldn't believe it. But if it's Bai Xiaochun, it makes sense. Elder Joe stood in midair, trembling all over, his eyes reddening, gritting his teeth fiercely. Bai Xiaochun, the old man finally found the mastermind. At this moment, his divine sense swept through, and after discovering that there was no one inside, he immediately raised his right hand, took out a jade slip, and used his authority to investigate. Very quickly, the old man found out that Bai Xiaochun was at the alchemy pavilion. Elder Joe, usually a gentle person, now had a grin on his face, shouting as he flew straight to the alchemy pavilion with his phoenix. The disciples of Xiangyun Mountain all around were instantly excited, quickly calling their friends, and in a flash, this news spread throughout Xiangyun Mountain. Come quickly, we found the mastermind behind the poisoning that drove that bird mad. It was Uncle Bai. Countless outer disciples, and even some inner disciples, were instantly shaken upon hearing this news, their faces showing excitement as they rushed out. Bai Xiaochun's torture of them before had now become a thrill. The more painful the torture, the more intense the thrill. Chen Xiang instantly rushed out, a look of interest on his face. Jia Yida also rushed over quickly. The two looked at each other, letting go of their animosity, now wholeheartedly focused on watching Bai Xiaochun's predicament. Among the crowd, there was a burly man with tears streaming down his face. He was the cultivator who called himself Langyan Liu Ergu, and at this moment, he truly wanted to raise his hands to the sky and shout, "Retribution," as the entire Xiangyun Mountain mobilized. Bai Xiaochun's expression was also agitated in the alchemy pavilion. He looked up at the vibrating furnace in front of him, from which a strong aroma wafted out. Inside the furnace appeared several white pills. These pills had no name and could not be swallowed. They would crumble into dust with just a little force. They only had one effect: to create an attractive sensation for male ferocious beasts. Bai Xiaochun used more than 10 kinds of stimulating herbs, even sparing no expense to exchange for some spirit beast materials from the northern shore, spending a great deal to successfully refine this. As for its strength, he wasn't entirely sure, but he had a hunch that it wouldn't be too bad. He even added several times the usual amount to the ingredients, and even refined each herb before refining it into pills. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun looked at the white pills in his hand with anticipation, imagining them combined with the aphrodisiac pill, and couldn't help but chuckle. Let's call it the aphrodisiac pill, it's a good name. And the red pill from before, let's call it the aphrodisiac pill. After thinking for a moment, Bai Xiaochun decisively refined all the pills 3 times. Since then, this elixir has instantly transformed from its original state. It's no longer of inferior quality, but has reached a superior grade. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up as he imagined the medicinal effects. Haha, no matter what kind of ferocious beast it is, from now on, when it sees me, Bai Xiaochun, it will have to charge in whichever direction I make it leap. Bai Xiaochun quickly coughed, put away the pill, and felt very satisfied. He was about to walk out, but just as he stepped out of the alchemy pavilion, at that moment, a furious roar suddenly came from the air. Bai Xiaochun,